Age where technology is creating a world without borders, filled with unlimited potential to improve the lives of the people around us. Innovarex Global Health ushers in a new way of leveling the playing field with increased access to quality healthcare services.
Who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliaments for the welfare of society and just government of men. We beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our charge. Amen. Good morning, everybody. Please sit down. Thank you. Thank you. Can you help me with this first?
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 15th May 2020.
Yes? Sorry.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, it appears that there is no quorum, and we proceed. I said it appears there is no quorum for us to proceed.
Have a quorum. It was checked. I don't think the office of the clerk will call a meeting without a quorum. We checked that.
25, they stepped out. We sort of four.
Maybe they stepped out, but they were here. We confirmed. It was confirmed.
Yeah.
You see? They stepped out, but they were here. I was sitting out there waiting. That there was a quorum, and immediately we came in, we stepped out. You see, they're still going. That's the thing. If everybody steps out, we will never have a quorum. Well, maybe we rise and wait, because we cannot just sit here in limbo and wait. We will rise when we have a quorum. When they come back, then we will resume.
proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 15th May 2020.
Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, honorable ministers. Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, the 15th of May 2020 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Yes, honorable member for Opanyomi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to move that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sittings of Friday, 15th of May, 2020 to be considered for correction and approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Sane Mentereng, second.
I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, the 15th of May 2020 be approved. Any issues or corrections, observations from honorable members, starting with page 1? Thank you. Any correction on page 1? No. Page 2? Page 2? Page 3? Any observation on the attendance on page 2? We're okay? Okay, page 4? Page 4, yes, I'm sorry, Lower Fuladu. Is it 3 or 4?
Page 4. Observation and or corrections. The fourth paragraph, at the end of the fourth paragraph, corrections instead of amendments. And it goes down to a question put and agreed to. Corrections, corrections.
Five? Oh, sorry. Sabasanya.
Yes, page 4.
For Lower Fuladu, we are not amending, we are correcting it, although correction, amend by corrector. We are correcting. So I think that is correct. Sabasanya, yes, Sabasanya.
Yes, page 4. The first paragraph, last line, you have, just start from Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice. It's missing there.
Any more corrections on 4? Okay, 5. Six. Yes, honorable member for Basse.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, can you all check together on the first part of the paper, under 22, you have a disjuncture. If you go down to the second part of the paper, under 28, you have a disjunction. So which one is correct? Therefore, Honourable Speaker, I propose that we correct the second part of the paper at disjunction. Where we have a disjunction, we put a disjuncture. Thank you.
Any more on page 6? No. Page 7? Good. I take it that we are all satisfied with the records. Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, the 15th of May, 2020, be approved with the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Clerk, can we continue?
Continuation of the debate on the report of the Special Select Committee of the National Assembly on the implementation of the state of public emergency.
Thank you. Honourable members, you recall that the debate on the report was adjourned yesterday through a motion without notice made in accordance with Standing Order 53C until for today. Therefore, we will now continue with the debate from where we stopped and thereafter proceed with the other businesses of the day. I think, as per the list, okay. May I call on the Honourable Member for Sami to make his intervention? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I would also want to thank the Special Select Committee of the National Assembly on the implementation of the state of public emergency. Honorable Speaker, as it is clearly stated in the report, the objective of this is for them to inform us about the state of implementation of the state of emergency and what effect it has on the life of the people in this country. Honorable Speaker, much have been said yesterday, but notwithstanding, we also have to say our quarters. In the report, as it is stated, this committee have visited ministries or departments, health centers, markets, and borders. Honorable Speaker, as I said, the time that we established this Special Select Committee and the time also that we, approved the 45 days, I said it here that when we say our borders are closed, borders are not closed, and I still stand by that, to say that borders are not closed. If you look at the Select Committee, the borders that they have visited, those are established borders. But what about the porous borders? The porous borders, are they not part of the Gambia? They are part of the Gambia. And the time, the 45 days, if you look at the number of cases, then it was not up to that extent. We approved 45 days, we said we close our borders, and the cases has increased. So that should be a signal to all of us that we should not forget our porous borders. We should not forget them. No matter regulation, Honorable Speaker, we put it in place. If we don't look at these porous borders, we will not achieve what we want. We will never. I'm just making a suggestion. The time that the committee went out, even they cannot visit all the porous borders, but there are police stations at those locations. Let them go to those police stations, hear from them what their constraints are. There they will be able to know. Those, securities there also, they are doing their lot, but they have their constraint at their end. As you stated on the other side that they visited. Mobility is a constraint. Others complain they are not paid allowances. And you don't go to those people at the porous borders. You don't go to those securities and know their constraints. You only stop at those established borders. And they also have their constraint. They go. That's my suggestion. Honorable Speaker, in the report also that when we approve for 45 days, then these regulations were not amended. It was earlier on they amended these ones. I think, as they stated in the report, that the Minister of Justice, made his suggestion to them that they should at least involve the National Assembly for confirmation. And there, the regulations, there are changes, like markets. They said markets open from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. And in the regulation, Madam Speaker, is it clearly stated there that rural areas markets should be closed? In that, is it clearly stated there in the regulation that the rural markets should close? The lumos, they are also markets. It is clearly stated that they should close. The markets here, they are operating. But the lumos at the rural areas, especially the council, Kuntar Area Council, all the councils are receiving incomes every day. But Kuntar Area Council, why are they receiving? Because they depend on the lumos. They depend on the lumos. And those areas, if they want to buy food or other things, they go to the lumos. Now the lumos are closed. I think the government should look at this. When the government open the markets here, they should also open the lumos and strategize. And say, okay, now, they also open from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. The others, they go, the others come, so that they can have something. Honorable Speaker, most of the people, they rely on these lumos. Without lumos, they will not survive. The lumos should open, Honorable Speaker. The lumos should open, and we look at it, how we are going to strategize it. The Ministry of the Interior will also assist us in that. Anybody who is entering with the health personnel, anybody who is entering, they check him or her, so that they can also earn their living. Honorable Speaker, in the report, the religious leaders, they met with the committee. But the religious leaders, what they propose to them, that they prefer to pray in their churches or mosques Sundays and Fridays. They made it clear in the report. They made it clear. So, and if you go to the markets or you go to the other areas, it is in the report. The challenge is there is social distance. It's a big challenge. As they stated, the social distance. The social distance is not recognized in the markets. And now you tell others, no, don't operate. Are we fair to the rural people? We are not fair to the rural people. If you go to the market here, even though I don't want to mention markets, I visited markets. You pave way to enter. And these markets at the rural area is only once in a week. Once in a week. It's not every day. It's once in a week. I see no reason why they should not be open when others are opening here. The mosques also, they should be open. Don't you know that, Honorable Speaker, some people, especially the vulnerable guys, what they earn at these churches, what they earn at the mosque, anytime people gather, it's too much. They go and buy food for their family. But now those people are suffering, Madam Speaker. They are suffering. They are suffering because of churches are closed, mosques are closed. They are suffering. They are suffering. And we said we want everybody to, be comfortable. How can the vulnerable guys be comfortable? Let's try and strategize and open the lumos, open the mosques and the churches so that we can pray to God. This disease can go. Because that's the only solution. That's the only solution. It's an all-world, issue. Everybody is threatened with this deadly disease. So we must try and do something. Honorable Speaker, in their report, there is one important thing that the committee misses, that is education. I don't know why they forget about education. This online classes is going on. Other speakers have said it here. Even in Combo here, people are not, forcing their kids to listen to these online classes, talk less of rural areas that are at the disadvantaged state. You go to other areas, electricity is a problem. Network is a problem. And we are violating Section 30, the Constitution. Everybody has right to education. So, at least as the saying goes, I see, I remember. I hear, I forget. I do, I understand. Those down there, they are not seeing anything. They are not seeing. And they are not hearing. Because other areas coverage is a problem. Honorable Speaker, those areas also has to be looked at. Honorable Speaker, the food package, I said it here, that why should we give them 45 days? And they made it clear they have no package at that time for the people. They made it clear, yeah. The time we are approving 45 days, they said they don't have package for the people. They said they are going to look at it in their report. They said it. Till now, the food are distributed, but it is not shared. It is not shared among people. It is limited, Honorable Speaker. It is limited. You know, Honorable Speaker, I always want to give examples at my area because I don't want anybody to say, oh, how do you know that? That's why anytime I'm giving example, I give example at my place. 400 bags is at my own village. Looking at the population of that village, about 173 households. And 8 villages is going to share that 400 bags. It's still lying there. They are thinking how to do it. They are still thinking, only rice. There is no oil, no nothing. Except rice, these 408 villages should share this. And we are here again today to say that we want to extend. At the detriment of our people. We should try not to copy others. If you are to copy, know how to copy. We have to cut our coat according to our size. Our resources are limited. They are limited. That's what I'm trying to say. Our resources are limited. Those people that are doing other countries, they have the resources. People can stay indoors and provide them their basic needs. But if we want to put people inside and we don't provide them the basic needs, what will happen? COVID-20 will come. Not COVID-19. COVID-20 will come. And that's going to be hunger. May God forbid that. I think I have exhausted. Just no, wait. I just want to wrap up.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm just looking at my list, but on the whole, I have exhausted everything. But let me just wrap it. Honorable Speaker, what I want to say, I'm not in for the extension. I'm not in for it because the challenges that they highlighted, social distance, is an issue. And the compensations are not forthcoming. No enough food for the people. With this, they say they want to extend. I say no to any extension. I'm not in for any extension. Let's do more sensitization. Let's do more sensitization. Let's sensitize our people, more sensitization, but no extension. And we open our mosques and churches. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for All Yundum. Is it? All Yundum? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. First of all, let me thank the Special Select Committee established by this very plenary to look into the implementation of this state of public emergency in the Gambia within the last 45 days. They have done a very good job, Madam Speaker, given the fact that within a short period of time, they have gathered all the information that is required for this plenary to take up a challenging decision for the entire country. I have gone through the report and I've seen a lot of useful information that the Select Committee have accorded us with. However, I have some little reservation. Perhaps let me call it, questions. Maybe the mover of the motion will be able to respond before I continue my intervention. That is, the select committee, the special select committee has met all the stakeholders, and then they have given their information as to exactly what the state of public emergency is all about and how it is going. Going around the country to all border posts and health centers, markets, the special select committee had interviewed the grounds personnel. That is the representative of, perhaps, correct me if I am wrong, that may be the representative of the ministry responsible or the area council or whoever. But then they have not taken the view of the citizens at that particular moment. All of us in these chambers have been hearing people talking about a lot of issues about the state of public emergency. That is based on hearsay. But in my own perception, it would have been better for us to have a view from the citizens as well, being captured in the report, to better give us an idea to take an informed decision in these chambers. Because a lot of people are talking, and what they are saying is not reaching us in this parliament, perhaps in any of the reports. So the move of the motion, I think that would have been an important step if you have done that, to also get the view of the citizens in those respective places that you have visited. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the state of public emergency, in my view, I have only two issues to talk about. First, the issue of extending it to a further 21 days, provided that the government will be able to implement the necessary enforcement required for us to respect the state of public emergency, and then the social distancing policies and whatever is attached to it. The people in this country, most of us, like some of my colleagues have alluded yesterday, that so many people do not believe that COVID-19 exists in this country. And we have had the Minister of Health have given us a lot of information during the past 45 days that a lot of people have actually got this COVID-19. And we have been hearing it, but then we have our reservations. We have been asking ourselves, how do they have this coronavirus? Everything has been imported because the borders are porous. I mean, the established borders are closed, but then some of the borders are closed. So actually, I think what we need to do at the moment is to work on the porous borders and make sure that we station security officers to take care of those porous borders, and also implement, if the state of public emergency, in my view, is extended in the enforcement, to allow or to enforce that every citizen in this country will be able to put on a face mask, because this is important for us, whatever the case might be, because we don't want a further spread of the coronavirus. Even if we extend the state of public emergency, we cannot control the spread of coronavirus in this country. So one thing we can do is to respect the social distancing, social distancing, and as well inform the citizens that they need to put on the face mask so that, all these things can go away. The other thing is, Madam Speaker, the issue of telling people to stay at home. Government has given a food package, and this has been going on. The distributions are going. As I am speaking right now, many people in our respective constituencies or villages have not received the food package. Perhaps some other things are supposed to be done, but I think it's important for them to fast track so that people can get the package as soon as possible. Even if the state of public emergency will be approved, people will have what they need to get from the government to be able to stay at home and contain this virus within their environment. Madam Speaker, these are some of the things, because I am very much content with the issue of the 21 days extension being recommended by the committee after going around the country and have established a lot of facts about, the situation of the state of public emergency in the Gambia for the past 45 days. So having given this recommendation, I am with the perception that the 21 days extension for the state of public emergency in my view, is approved. I am going to support it. And then I think Gambia need to go with that for now. Honorable Speaker, with that short note, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Very much. Honorable Member for Brikama North. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by thanking the Select Committee for doing that wonderful work, as the earlier speakers lamented, within a very short time. Madam Speaker, the Special Select Committee is mandated by this August Assembly to carry out this function within this period as we fight the COVID-19. And they're expected to report to this August Assembly regarding their findings as stated in the motion that put in place this committee. However, I find it somehow contradictory. The caption of the report and the recommendation made by the committee. That is to say, the final report of the Select Committee of the National Assembly on the implementation of the state of public emergency. And therein in the report, the committee recommended for the extension of the state of the public emergency. I believe if the state of public emergency is extended, in a nutshell also, the committee's mandate would be thereafter extended. And we expect the committee to come back with yet another report or more reports, depending on the lifespan of the committee. And therefore, as earlier on observed, the word final may not be fitting in the report at this juncture. I would therefore also recommend that we replace it with the word preliminary report. Madam Speaker, referring to the tier of the committee, one, to scrutinize regulation made in pursuance of the state of public emergency and monitor their implementation. Holistically, at one point, the committee indicated that some amendments were made to the regulations. And I'm not sure whether actually those amendments actually captured all the recommendations that were made in this plenary that are supposed to be amended. There, I would like the committee to relate the report to that of the report of the Human Rights Committee and that of the report of the Health Committee, because we said the committee should make use of both the reports of the Human Rights and that of the Health Committee. But more importantly, in trying to do amendments to the regulations, we will expect that those recommended in the Human Rights Report should all be fully captured. enforce the implementation by the executive of the state of public emergency within the remit of the law, as noted, and to ensure that the government provides the necessary mechanism for the implementation of the regulations. I would not actually see what is the take of the committee as far as this specific term of reference is concerned. What is the take of the committee to this effect? And today they are here, or yesterday, to advising us whether to revoke or extend the state of public emergency. And they've got the adequate updating from the various stakeholders that they met, as indicated in the report, and any other tasks that the committee considers necessary for the effective execution of its mandate. If there are other taxes that the committee has considered necessary, the committee should also inform this August Assembly that these were the added taxes that we have added to our mandate. Madam Speaker, to this effect, I would simply ask if the committee, as advised by this plenary, actually acted on the report of the Human Rights Committee, and if so, they better explain. And if no, why, as well as the report of the Health Committee, as advised by the plenary. Having made those observations, I now go into the content of the report. The objectives of the committee: one is to inform the NAMS about the state of the implementation of the regulation and their effect on the lives and livelihood of the people and institutions in the country. I think precisely the report, in my view, did not fully address this vital objective. And I would like the chair to dilate if I stand to be corrected or otherwise. If I may read, inform the NAMS about the implementation state, inform the NAMS about the state of the implementation of the regulations, their effects on the lives and livelihood of people and the institutions in the country. I would like the chair to specifically dilate on this vital objective. Under the Ministry of Interior, the ministry expressed their constraint in terms of personal protective equipment, such as masks to help protect themselves in the course of their work and enforcement. But one thing I want to believe is also the lack of personnel as well for the ministry to effectively execute, for the security personnel to effectively carry out their functions is also available. The regulations cover the whole of the country. But I observed that in trying to implement these regulations, where the police stations are available, that's where more enforcement is focused on, or reinforcement is focused on. For example, the issue of prayers. I went to the rural areas where the police stations are of distance, the people continue to observe their prayers. But those areas that are close to police stations, they are restricted from praying. And then the people have no choice but to move to those areas and then pray. So in my view, the number of the security personnel is also limiting them to carry out these functions. It's not only the equipment that retard them from carrying out their functions, and whether we'll have that adequate number of security officials to be able to effectively carry out those functions is an issue that remains to be answered. Under the Ministry of Finance, there is revelation of the 500 million pledge that is made to the health, and then the amount of money also that got from the World Bank. But I will expect we get the total amount of money that is raised as far as the COVID-19 is concerned. Whether this amount stated, the 500, and then the amount from the World Bank is the only amount that is raised as far as the COVID-19 is concerned, I want the chairperson to explain. I could recall when the president was addressing the public on the relief package, he did mention about $700 million is spent on this relief package. I would not know how that will corroborate with the report that you are given, and whether that is has captured this or not. I would like you to reflect on it. The concerns raised by the security services that they emphasize that in order to do their patrols quickly and to do interceptions effectively, they will need high-speed patrol boats. I think it will be important this being reflective in the recommendations. But if, in my view, that will be very relevant for them to effectively carry out their functions, that should be captured in the recommendation. The Inspector General revealed 13 trucks have been intercepted, and then for smuggling the food commodities out of the country. Now, what happened to those 13 trucks? The drivers and then the goods that were intercepted, what happened to them should also be captured in the report, or should be reviewed or put to you by the Inspector General. It's also reported that 34 drivers have been arrested in connection to the breaking of the regulations. Equally, should go further to explain what had happened to those drivers. If they have been charged and then taken to court, that should also be further explained. That, answering to a question posed that active football is taking place across the country, and here they express their lack of manpower to be able to contain that, and all that they can do is through dialogue, whether that has been effective or not, because we have to be very serious as far as this law that there should be no public gathering more than 5 people. We should not have any excuse to be defaulted in trying to ensure that happens. Whether that dialogue has been effective, and what is their take again to ensure that those young children who still continue to play football are being stopped from doing so to ensure that they are protected. The law is made to ensure their protection. By whatever means, they should try to do so in order to make that possible.
Honorable member, please, can you, your interventions are a little bit, your intervals actually, sorry if I may use the word. The interventions are a little long time.
Religious leaders noted that if the vehicles of the security officers enforcing the regulations are always crowded, it will be difficult to convince ordinary citizens that social distancing must be observed. Here, the religious leaders were just trying to be reserved, but they were saying that there is somehow discrimination or injustice in trying to carry out the law. The law enforcement officers at the same time try to flout the law. While they are flouting, will that be an effective measure of trying to ensure the social distancing? If social distancing is not observed in the vehicles of the security officers, why should one be, after for the social distancing, to observe in the mosque? This is what they are saying. And then if the committee would rather advise for the religious leaders to appeal to their congregation to adhere to the laws, you fall short to otherwise advise the security officers not to congest their vehicles. The local government authorities observed the rural council, most of whom depend on revenues collected from the weekly lumos. And as somebody earlier on observed, I have not seen in any of the regulations where the ban on lumos has been captured. If there is, the chairperson can better put that to us. The council authorities expressed concern over potential food insecurity posed on COVID, as most farmers in the rural areas have already started consuming their seeds for the coming rainy season. With this, I'm reminded that relief package has been supposed to be distributed, but the committee's report did not make mention of the relief package. The quantity of this package, the items that are involved, the mode of distribution of these items, the beneficiaries, and how those beneficiaries are identified. I would expect the committee's report to dilate more on this relief package, but in my view, nothing has been addressed on this relief package. Observation. The amendments the committee observed that were effected by on the regulations, and it said that some of them include the amendments that were recommended at the plenary. But as I said earlier on, whether all the amendments that were recommended were captured, the committee should look into that. Banjul Ferry Terminal. The Banjul Ferry Terminal reported that they sized down the number of the passengers. But again at the terminal, from the gate to the ramp is always full to capacity. And this has been reported. I was attending a radio program at one time. Somebody called and corroborated this report, that from the gate to the ramp is always full to capacity. I see no rationale of reducing the capacity of the ferry, and yet still you allow people to be crowded at that area. What we are trying to realize is the social distancing, not in the ferry. Wherever it takes place should be a concern. I think this issue also should be adequately addressed by the ferry authorities. Brikama Car Park. At this juncture, I want to thank the committee for responding, even though it is part of their plan, but I was always in touch with them, and I requested for them to visit Brikama Car Park and Brikama markets. And then they called me and put to me that they will be visiting Brikama Car Park and Brikama markets, and then invited me to be there. I was there, and then I received them. Adequately, they observed situation on the ground. But one thing that is not captured, as far as the situation at the Brikama car park is concerned, is disinfecting the car park twice daily is not addressed in the report. And this was something that is reflected in the regulations, that the authorities should be daily disinfecting the car park twice. But this did not happen, and is not reflected in the report. Yes, it was reported for the transport fares to be reduced. In fact, that day we told them that the government was working on that. It happened the following day. The announcement was made for the transport fares to be maintained, and then for the fuel, the pump price to be reduced. What was recommended when I visited Brikama car park was for the pump price to be reduced by 50%. The minister, yes, indicated this is the biggest reduction, $7 for diesel and $9 for petrol. But to the drivers, they expect 50% reduction of the pump price, simply because, and logically, if you are sizing down the capacity of the vehicle to 50% and maintaining the prices as they were, if you reduce the fuel pump only by $7 and $9, that does not commensurate with what the drivers are losing or what they are going to get. What should be commensurating, if the size of the vehicle will be reduced by 50%, they expect the size of the fuel pump price to be reduced by 50%, and they can maintain their prices as well. But extra burden has been put on the people. Now the drivers are doing it on their own. Instead of maintaining their prices, the prices are increased drastically. Areas that can be $35 are increased to $100. Areas that are $10 are increased to $50. Imagine, from Westfield to Banjul this morning, the drivers will charge you $50. So that should be looked into. Brikama market, I don't know whether it is like other markets, but Brikama market is better we don't have this law at all, because this law has increased the burden at Brikama market. The laws are made to ensure social distancing. Go to Brikama market at this time, you'll see what is happening there. The market is full to capacity. Everybody is rushing to make sure they buy, but if at all things were as they used to be, perhaps you can wait at any time you go to the market and buy your things. But now when this time limitation comes, people rush to the market, and then the place is jam full. There is no security measure that is taking place to ensure the social distancing. The situation is even worse by this regulation. it's better we live as it is rather than trying to put these laws, the laws that are meant to make the situation worse, is better to be revisited. Suggestion was made by the people of Brikama Market. I think that was also reported by me to the committee, that instead of closing the non-essential food retailers and open the essential food retailers from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., let there be a time frame for the whole market to be open. For them, they will prefer the whole market to be open, perhaps from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. At least people will now have the time to go to the market. There will be nothing like rushing to the market. Rushing will, in fact, promote the congestion. But now when these changes happen, from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the food retailers, and then from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. for the non-food retailers. If you go to the market, there will be shops that are selling both the food retailers and the non-food retailers. You expect them to be opening at the same time. In fact, it is difficult for those people even to stay away. Some of them will go close their shops or stores while they will be sitting outside. The essence of the law is to distance them from the market, but not to close the business. If this is not realizing, I think it's better to look at it. The suggestion that is made for temporal marketplaces to be identified, for them to be moved, I think that was recommended at Brikama by the market vendors themselves at the fish market. That those vendors who sell vegetables or perhaps other commodities can be relocated to another area where they can go and then sell their goods. That is going to reduce the congestion in the market. But if you leave everybody to continue selling at the market, the congestion will not be decongested. I think that suggestion comes. But how can that be effectively done within this period? You want to move them to another location, required putting temporal structures. Are we in position to do that? Do we have the places to man those temporal places? That's another thing. The Ministry of Finance, over the rapid credit facility, and then the central bank trying to defend that it is an autonomous monetary institution that has a quota at the IMF. If you look at the Memorandum of Understanding, it is the Ministry of Finance that is requesting the loan through the central bank, and the central bank is acting. And therefore, what the committee position is, I think, is in line. The central bank is being mandated by the Ministry of Finance to take the loan. The loan is taken on behalf of the Ministry of Finance. If the Ministry of Finance should be taking the central bank should be taking the loan on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, the minister is expected, as required by the Constitution, is expected to come to the National Assembly for approval. If that is not done, I did not see that being mentioned that this is what the minister should do. You defended your position that what the central bank should do, but what the minister should do, that is not reflective in the report. Tourism and culture. I'm happy to have the reports of the association, the Gambia Hotel Associations and Travel Agency Associations, that was laid before the committee, and then they were invited, and the chairperson did call me that they were very pleased and you listened to them very well and their case were well heard. But I did not see in the recommendation what you have recommended as far as the hoteliers are concerned. You noted the points that they raised and the points that the minister also raised. But what is your recommendation? To bail out the hotel industry. Your recommendation to bail out the hotel industry, you said it is there. Yes, I would be very happy if you can go over and then further praise me about it. The recommendations, that's the final stage of it. The regulation to be in place to make it offensive for anyone, transport driver or compound owner who assists any authority or who authorize the traveler to enter the country or harbor any visitor or guest from the abroad or in his or her compound without notifying the health authorities can call 1025. When we talk of difficulty in enforcing regulations, and here I found in trying to enforce this regulation also to be problematic. The existing one that we are having are very difficult to be enforced. So in trying to create or introduce another regulation, that will be very difficult to be enforced. To me, any law that is not enforceable is equally no law. It's better we rethink. Under local government, the local government has suggested the market opening time, all markets to be open from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. daily. If they are to be open 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. daily, now in what way? Is it still the same for the non-food retailers to come at this time and then the food retailers also to come at this time? I think the report should be specific on it. The fumigating the markets is an issue. It is in the regulation, but it's not addressed. Mandatory face masks to be worn by everyone selling or entering the markets. If that is adhered to and there is social distancing in the market, can equally address the issue of trying to prevent the spread of the virus in the marketplace. Conclusion or resolutions. There are about 6 points in the preamble of the resolution. The first one, you consider or note the continued rise in the neighboring region, Senegal, that is the COVID-19 cases. And then in the second one, you noted the increment in the number of infected cases in the Gambia. And then most of whom you indicated are traced or could be traced from the immediate neighborhood, that is Senegal, precisely. In the third one, under-resourced medical facilities across the country. And in the fifth one, the fact that the Ministry of Health is yet to be received of the medical equipment that were procured for the fight against the coronavirus pandemic. That's also about the medical facilities as well. And then the fifth one, the ill-equipped and under-resourced of the state of the holding and isolation centers, as well as the lack of treatment centers across the country. That has to do with the medical side as well. And then the sixth one, the fact that a lot of people in the Gambia continue to live in denial of the existence of the COVID-19, as such grossly disregard social distancing or any protective measure at public places, publicly in the markets. That has to do with intensity of the sensitization program, sensitization activities for the people to accept the fact that the coronavirus is indeed real and then it is deadly. Now, looking into those preambles, I will note that two of them concern our restriction on the border. If we are to make mention Senegal, how to strictly control our border, the 2 points raised in the preamble concern about the border control. And then the other one, there are three of them concern about how do we provide more facilities at the health institution, that is our medical facilities, how do we enrich it in order to be in position technically to contain the virus. The last one, that is the issue of attitude to social distancing. How do we address the issue of attitude to social distancing? I believe that could be done in a better way in trying to intensify the sensitization to make sure the people fully understand the issue. Now, if these were the reasons advanced why we should do the extension to yet another 21 days, I would have expected we should go beyond that. What we should have done is to, as Honorable Member for Serekunda did, point by point, regulations by regulations, to see where this regulation that we have passed 43 days ago, whether they were effectively implemented or not, what were their consequences over the people. This is what you should do. The state of public emergency is nothing without the regulations. If the regulations are effectively addressed, if they are not, what should we do? I think what the committee should have done is to do us justice, to review the regulations one by one and make recommendations and amendments where possible for the state of public emergency to be extended. But if this is not done, we are still going in that dilemma, knowing fully what we are doing is not going to be attainable. I am suggesting to the committee, before any extension can be effected, and this is a very strong recommendation I'm making, before any extension can be effected, let us review and recommend to the Attorney General for the regulations to be amended. Where they are feasible to be enforced, we maintain. Where they are not feasible to be enforced, we do our with it. As a law that is not enforceable is equally no law. This is the recommendation I am making to you before we can effect any amendment to the, before we can effect any extension to this state of public emergency. Finally, I will further recommend for intensive sensitization campaign to be mounted. Mass testing. We are living here. We are all living in uncertainty. We don't know who is infected or who is not infected. Can we continue to live like that? How can you fight an enemy that you don't see? We want to fight an enemy, we must see the enemy. And how do we see it? It is not about this restriction. We have to know those who are infected. Now, those who are infected, treat them. Those who are not infected, try to protect them. Now you want to protect, you don't know who is infected and who is not infected. Let there be mass testing. I understand very well that the MRC said they can extend from 100 to 400, but this is not adequate. We have to intensify the mass testing. And then strengthen the border monitoring and control. Since most of the cases that we said they are imported from Senegal, and provide lucrative incentives to medical officers in the front line, as well as the security officials. The Ministry of Health, it's high time define the containment zones and the non-containment zones, and allow flexibility in the latter. Those in Woolley should not be treated the same way those in the greater Banjul, as we have not got any case being reported from that area. It's high time the ministry define the areas that are containment zones and the areas that are non-containment zones, and further indicate the red zones, the blue zones, and then the orange zone, and then the green zones as well. Madam Speaker, this one is very possible. We need to promote the use of masks, frequent hand washing, and avoidance of handshaking. These are simple preventive measures that are able to be conducted. And above all, at all levels, encourage social distancing. These are some of the things we are able to carry out on our own without any restriction. On that note, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Lower Badibu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the floor. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I would like to thank the Special Select Committee for the wonderful job that they have done. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I would like to refer this August Assembly to the Constitution, Section 35 of the Constitution. With your permission, Ma, I would like to read Section 35(1) and 2. It says, an act of the National Assembly may authorize the taking during any period of emergency of measures that are reasonably justifiable for dealing with the situation that exists in the Gambia. 2, it says, nothing contained in or done under the authority of such an act shall be held to be inconsistent with or in contravention of Section 19, 23, 24, other than subsection 5 to 8 thereof, or 25 of this section, Constitution, to the extent that it is reasonably justifiable in the circumstances arising or existing during a period of public emergency for the purpose of dealing with the situation. Honorable Speaker, this has clearly informed us that we are dealing with a situation which is an emergency situation. And we as parliamentarians, the Honorable Member for Woolly West normally says this here, if people are confused outside, we should relieve them here by giving them the information that is accurate. We should sensitize them about what is going on. And to do that, we should be factual. We should not be carried by people. we should know exactly what information to dismiss to the public. Honorable Speaker, having said that we as human beings, there are two things that control our activities. One is we all have faith that we belong to, and two is the laws that we make to guide our activities under the surveillance of this land. And one of which is this Constitution. And according to our faith, there is one thing that they call as al-dariyatul amsa. These are 5 key things that we, the human beings, as Muslim faith, we should guide jealously. Number 1 of which, Honorable Speaker, is Islam. 2 is faith, is our lives, our lineage, our minds, and our wealth. So I've been saying that, Honorable Speaker, we know exactly that what is going on in this country. I feel so bad yesterday when I heard honorable members in this August Assembly saying that they don't believe that this COVID-19 is existing in this world. What message are they sending to the public? Honorable Speaker, we have just cited the Constitution, and the Quran has informed us that وَلَا تَقْتُلُوا أَنفُسَكُمْ إِنَّ اللَّهَ كَانَ بِكُمْ رَحِيمًا. What does this mean? It means that don't destroy yourself, because your Lord loves you and he has mercy for you. So if our Lord has mercy for us and he loves us, why is it that we are throwing ourselves into the mess? Because we want to impress people outside. Because those outside are not well equipped with the information that you have. Why would we do that? Honorable Speaker, having said that, I will go straight to the regulations. That is the closure of educational institutions and places of worship emergency power regulation. I am not much comfortable with this regulation, Honorable Speaker, and I would like the Honorable Attorney General to clear my doubts on this. Because if you look at it, at the cover page, it said closure of educational institutions and places of worship, emergency powers regulations, 2020. And it says the closure of educational institution of worship shall be closed to the public, shall, which means mandatory. That's what they inform us. And if you go to the other page, it says permissible uses. Notwithstanding Regulation 2, an educational institution may be open for official use by its administrative staff. And now you have already informed us that this is mandatory. Now you say it's permissible. And if you go further, you say a mosque or a church may be open for the sole purpose of the call to prayer or a religious announcement of any other form. Any call to prayer, from Zuhur to Asr, is a proclamation that come for prayer. And that is any other form of announcement that you have to come. This is a religious announcement. So if people go to the mosque to pray and the police go there to arrest them, who arrests them?
Honorable Speaker, I want to observe something.
So I believe we would like the Honorable Attorney General.
Can we take what he is?
Yeah, I want to observe something.
Pardon?
I want to observe.
You want to observe. If it is a point of observation, you get permission
Yeah, point
from
of observation. I think the Honorable Member...
He has a point of observation.
Yes,
Honorable,
yes.
please, can we have one meeting? Yes, thank you. He has a point of observation. Okay, very well.
Yeah, I think the Honorable Member is going out of content because we are not dealing with the regulations. We are only dealing with the reports of the Select Committee, I think.
But you will recall that yesterday, honorable members made reference to the regulations as well. So go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, my brother. But I think, as the Honorable Speaker said, I will not go to that. I will not go to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, so this regulation, closure of educational institutions and places, I would like the Honorable Attorney General to clear my doubts on this. Having said that, if we go for our Honorable Speaker on the report, page 6, the Ministry of Justice, we heard that the first paragraph, at the midst of the paragraph, it says, while the Minister of Interior reported that his ministry, up to the time of the committee's engagement, did not receive copies of the regulation, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice did not receive copies. Ministry, up to the time of the committee's engagement, did not receive copies of the regulation. The Attorney General and Minister of Justice, on the other hand, argued that he had handed over copies of the 4 regulations to the police. The Ministry of Lands, Regional Government, and Religious Affairs also reported that it had not received copies of the regulation. Honorable Speaker, this has informed us that there is no communication between our ministries. Because if there is communication between our ministries, honestly speaking, lapses like this should not be. If we go for our Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Interior, we were informed that the Ministry of Interior reported that those who are to enforce the regulation, that is the security service, have no prior training on any of the regulations. So if they don't have any prior training to this regulation, how are they going to enforce this regulation, Honorable Speaker? Because if people have any other issues outside, the only enforcement agency that they reported to is the police. So if those police don't even know how to judge within these people, where are we? Honorable Speaker, if you go for it, the ministry indicated that it was further constrained by the lack of personal protective equipment, that is the PPE, such as masks to help protect themselves in the course of their work, as enforcement might sometimes require physically handling or coming into the contact with the individuals. We call the police or the soldiers, the armed forces, because they are equipped. They have something that they can fight with. And here people were saying that we have an enemy, that invisible enemy that we are fighting with. How can we tell our police to go and fight with things that they themselves are not secure? Whom are they going to fight with? So I think in all fairness, we need to be fair to them, to equip them in order for them to do their service the way we want, Honorable Speaker. Going for the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, at the second paragraph, we were informed that the Justice Minister, in his expert opinion, was of the view that the law, as per Emergency Power Act 1965, does not specify a time frame as to when compensation that are to be made as a result of emergency situation should be made. But if my mind could recall, we were informed by the Finance Minister that this thing will be done soon. He did not give him this time frame as the Honorable Minister for Justice has indicated. But I would like the ministers to know that we are dealing with an emergency situation. And an emergency situation requires an emergency measures. So for them to give us an open statements like this, we don't know where we should go or where we should stop. I don't think this is helping us as a nation. Honorable Speaker, going further, page 8 of the report, we were told by the report that the Gambia Christian Council, that is the GCC, and the Gambia Supreme Islamic Council, GSIC, have also indicated that even though they do encourage their followers to abide by the government regulation, the ban on public gatherings has affected their way of worship. They said, I want to emphasize this point, Honorable Speaker, they said while it is acceptable for them to worship in their homes, coming together to form congregation in mosques and churches is what they would have preferred, particularly on Sundays and Fridays. They said this is what they would prefer, but they don't say that we are going to pray by and force. And the way some members talk here, it seems that the imams has told them that we want to open our mosque by and force. It might be my English language is not that much correct, but just let us read the statement and listen. They said they prefer But they don't say that we are going to open our mosques and churches. So people have to listen to the language very well before we go and mislead the public. Because the way some members talked here yesterday, I wonder what is going on. Honorable Speaker, I have been saying that if we go further again, page 10, local government authorities. Honorable Speaker, the local government authorities indicated that the enforcement of the emergency powers regulation would continue to pose huge challenges as the council that are part of the key implementing authorities have neither been consulted nor served copies of the regulation to comprehend their content. So I don't know how are we going to enforce these laws that we are making. I want to say this here. We are very good when it comes to framing our laws and try to put nice words and jargons and put them like that. But the laws cannot be enforced if the enforcers of the laws are not even aware of the very law that they should enforce on our people. So if they don't get copies and they are not aware of what is going on, where are we? So I would like the chairperson to clear my doubts on this. Honorable Speaker, page 14, we were informed that Farafenni General Hospital, that is the NBR, the committee's observations too, they say that there was nobody to take the temperatures of visitors as they enter the hospital. And if you look at the interview with the ground personnel there, what the committee is reporting and what the ground personnel are saying is contradictory, because they were saying that the temperature of everyone at the outpatient department was reported to be taken before any service are rendered. So I don't know which is which. I would like the mover of the report to Honorable Speaker, the last question that I would like to ask is that the issue of government request loans from the IMF, as indicated here, we were informed that the government of the Gambia has requested a rapid credit transfer, that is RCF loan, of 25% of quota of special drawing rights, that is 15.55 million from the International Monetary Fund. But we made to understand that IMF don't give loans to government. So in this bone of contention, Honorable Speaker, what the report is what we write from the report, and what is actually on this internal memo of Ministry of Finance is contradictory. Because we know the international reporting standard of IMF, they don't give loans to government. That's clear. But why would the government request loan from the IMF? Instead, what we know is that the central banks of the third world countries normally, they all have something with the IMF and the World Banks. This is clear to us. But why would our government request a rapid credit transfer from IMF? We know that central bank, CBG, is an autonomous body. CBG is an autonomous body, which we all know, and it is clear to us. But would the government, it is right for the government to request a loan from the IMF. We knew that the CBG can do this on behalf of the government. That is between the CBG and the IMF. But the request here is my bone of contention, and I would like the Minister of Finance to clear this doubt for us, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, without going further, I think these are some of the observations that I have, and I will thank you so much, and thank the members of the Special Select Committee. Thank you so much.
Very much. Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also join the rest of my colleague to recognize the job of the committee. That's the Special Select Committee. This is a committee that was established by us here in the Parliament. Also, we give them some reference to carry out their jobs, and today they are back presenting their report to us. And we're going to look at that report and debate on it, see whether we're going to approve it or we're not going to approve it. Honorable Speaker, looking at their report, I personally might differ with some members of the Parliament, because I might say that at this moment, well, it's a good job, but I am not supporting the report as I start my intervention. And I will give you my reason of why I am not supporting the report. Honorable Speaker, if you look at their report on page 9, they've talked about the expertise analysis of COVID-19 in the country, telling us that yes, COVID-19 is real, and we should be mindful, we should know what to do, we should observe social distance and everything, because we are told in the report of experts at the Ministry of Health revealed that 181,000 people could be infected of coronavirus in this country. And then 20% of this figure is expected to require medical attention. 20% of 181,000, 20% is expected. And we are told there are also 5% might die of COVID-19. Yes, they are trying to, tell us that the COVID-19 is real, we should be careful. Honorable Speaker, and then if you look at the second to last paragraph of their report, where they take a resolution, where the committee hereby resolved that the state of public emergency be extended to further 21 days, subject to the strict adherence to the implementations of the state of public emergency regulations. Yes. Honorable Speaker, I was expecting this August Assembly to allow the Honorable Minister of Justice to table his report first. That is the 45 days of extensions of the state of public emergency. And then we refer that report to the committee so that the committee can inculcate that report in their final report, table it before us, so that we can have only one debate instead of debating on this one and also debating on the state of public emergency of 45 days. Because if we approve this right now, mean that we have agreed to the resolution, and the resolution says 21 days. So now let's think about it. Once we agree to this, the resolution is 21 days. That means that the Honorable Minister of Justice, we're just going to allow him to lay the report and then we adopt it, once this is approved. So this is why I say that I am not in support of the report as of now, because what we want the expert analysis. We want the Minister of Health is here to go in deep and tell us the situation analysis of the COVID-19 in this country. Where are we at this moment? Are we at the high risk, medium risk, or low risk? We want to know the level of the country, where Gambia is at this moment. Honorable Speaker, during the interventions of some members here, we've observed a lot of issues in this country. The 45 days is coming to elapse. What have we achieved as a country? Let's ask ourselves. As a committee, special select committee, a government at large, what did we achieve? Let's ask ourselves. It's important. Somebody complains about the lumos in the provinces are not operated. And let us just be realistic to ourselves here. Honorable Sekumarong, as a National Assembly member, end of every month I will receive my salary.
Honorable Chair, can I observe the member?
Well, I allow, yeah,
You have to allow me. Thank you very much. I hear you saying that if we adopt this report, it seems so we have adopted the motion on further extent of the period of state of public emergency. This is what we want to say? Okay, please.
Honorable Speaker, what I mean here, if you read the committee recommendation on page 37, the committee hereby resolved that
the state of public emergency be extended to a further 21 days, subject to the strict adherence to the implementations of all the states of public emergency regulations. Now, what I mean here is that if we adopt these results, this report from the committee, that means that the state of the 21 days is going to be adopted. Maybe the committee will be...
Sorry, no, please, may I just draw your attention to the fact that we have our standing orders, and the sequence of events is that you lay reports first before motions. Now, I know that the report and the motion are interlinked, but at the appropriate time, we may seek views as to whether to take a vote on one or wait for the other and try to interlink it. But as of now, the report contains recommendations. I stand to be corrected. Recommendations. We can adopt the report as per the recommendations, but I don't think, in my own opinion, that should stop us from taking the substantive motion of asking for an extension, which will be binding. As we did the last time, they came and asked for 90 days. It was amended to 45 days. So I think that's in my mind, that's the correct position. So I don't think we are wrong in taking the report, tabling the report, and then we go ahead with the motion. So you can proceed with your intervention.
Well, thank you.
And at the end of the day, when we get to the bridge, we cross.
Thank you. What I'm trying to put across is that instead of spending almost 2 days on debating on this, I know the next debate also is going to take another period. So this is why I'm trying to...
I'm sorry, but that's the procedure.
Well, anyway, I think that is my observation.
I'm sorry, but that's the procedure.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
So please, can we leave that and proceed?
Okay. Okay, let me just continue from where I stopped. I stopped at each and every one of here, of this August Assembly here. End of every month, we will all go and receive our salaries. The honorable ministers are here. End of month, they are all going to be paid their salary. Now, someone complained of rumors that have been closed down at this moment, as I'm speaking to you. And we have our citizens, Gambians, that are going to Lumos at least to generate a revenue from those Lumos. And today, as I'm speaking to you, some of those Lumos are closed down. So those people sitting at home are not receiving anything from that Lumos. We are here, and every time, that's the language of a politician or a National Assembly member. We are going to protect these taxpayers' money. We are going to protect our voters, our electorates. Let's ask ourselves. These people going to the Lumos to earn their living, they are our electorates. Yes, they are, and they need to be protected as well. So let's look at it holistically. Before we go for any 21 days or before we go for any 45 days, I think we need a thorough expert analysis of the level of COVID-19 in this country, Madam Speaker. And then this August Assembly, and then the Select Committee as well, what I expect from them is that when they lay this report, they are going to tell us, these are the number of people that have been tested in this country. This is the number of cases that we have in this country. This is what is going to happen in this next 1 month or so. Because what we want the expert analysis before we can adopt that 21 days that they put in their report. It's not just a matter of 21 days and then we have to agree to that 21 days. No. You have to convince me to accept that 21 days. Talk less of the 45 days. Madam Speaker, if you go further also, they talked about the package, the food package, yes. And then let me use this opportunity to thank the government of the day for providing its citizens with the food relief package. But now, if you look at that food relief package and what we wanted to do, let's say the 21 days or the 45 days, we are either going to adopt the either 21 days or the 45 days or none. But within that 21 days or 45 days, what we have as a food stock that the government is trying to share, let me just give you a short analysis of it. Honorable Speaker, the government is going to be giving us 229,845 bags of rice to be shared, to be distributed in the length and the breadth of the country. And then the total amount of oil of 10 liters is 147,494. The total bags of sugar in 50 kilograms also is 229,845. The grand total government is spending 700 million plus. That's around 731 million, $201,696. Madam Speaker, if you go further, those who are going to benefit from this. Now, according to NDMA, they say that 4 people or less, rice they will share for 25 kilograms of rice. And then oil, they will have 5 liters of oil, and they will have 25 kilograms of sugar. If you look at, they say 5 to 10 people will share 50 kilograms, will have 50 kilograms. 5 to 10 people will share 50 kilograms, 10 liters of oil, 50 kilograms of sugar. 11 to 15, 75 kilograms of rice, 15 liters of oil, and 75 kilograms of sugar as well. So this is what they reported to us. This is what we have. But now let's ask ourselves, is this really enough to ask people to stay at home? It's important. Before we do any extensions of this, I think we have to have everything in place. It's not just we're going to extend for the sake of extending. We have a lot of lapses during the past 45 days. Most of the regulations we are not adhered to. And then the most disappointing part of it, you hear some sectors, ministers say that we are not aware of this regulation or we are not communicated. Where is the proactiveness of the minister, the sectors? Once something is gazetted and it is debated in this August Assembly here, at the end of the day, you're telling us that we are not aware, or we did not have the copy of it. Yes, if you talk about the PPEs, that's the personal protective equipment, government should provide them with that. That's important. But by saying that we are not served with the regulations, I think we should stop saying that. The past 45 days, we all know what has happened. You go to the market, it's like there's nothing is happening. You go to the schools, people are still playing football. Go to the Bara SO terminal here. It's like there is no state of public emergency. There is no regulations in place. So it's just not just a matter of going for 45 days, but the implementation is where we're having a problem. And then this is not only happening in the Gambia as a country, it's happening in the whole of Africa. And then let's be realistic to each other. When we say social distance in the Gambia, Honorable Speaker, yes, we can just talk about it. But if you want to force a social distance in this country, it's going to be a problem. You will end up having a problem with people. The reason why I say this one, our level of earnings are different in this country. Let's imagine how many percent of our populations are employed today. Those that are earning a salary. The teachers, the private teachers are complaining of that some of them are going to be laid off, or some of them are not going to receive a full salary. You know, these are all things that we need to put in we have to look at all these areas before we approve whether it's going to be 25 days or whether it's going to be 45 days. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I want to use this opportunity also to thank all the philanthropists, those who have contributed directly or indirectly towards the fight against the COVID-19. And then one advantage of this COVID-19 is, it just rings a bell to us, telling us that, look, let us invest in our health sector. If you are rich, this is the moment, even if you are rich, you cannot go to Europe, you cannot go to America, you cannot go to Senegal for treatment. All your treatment is going to take place in the Gambia here. So it's sending a very, very, very strong signal to us that we should invest in our health sector. We should invest in our agricultural sector. We should invest in our educational sector. Look at the number of rices that we are buying from outside. If Gambia is producing rice in this country here, all those monies that we are spending on this, 700 plus million we are spending, if this stays in this country here, given to our private businessmen or our farmers to produce rice, the story today will be having a different scenario. But what will happen if the COVID-19 continues? May God forbid. Let's just think twice. And also, please, Honorable Speaker, I think it is a high time, by standing in this August Assembly, always says that I'm representing my people, I am trying to protect the taxpayers' money. Let's just think twice. It's not just a matter of you should stand here, say that I'm doing this, and for people to clap at you. At the end of the day, you just have people say that, yes, you are doing something good. No, that's not important. What is important right now is that, yes, you are here earning your salary. Someone is at Badibu or at Basi, struggling to sell his onions at the Lumos, and the person could not sell that onion at the Lumos, and they are suffering. This is what is happening in this country. So I am still also appealing to this Honorable Assembly that what we are going to do either is going to be 25 or 21 days or 45 days. Let us look at it holistically before we agree to any other thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Funi Jarol.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the chance or the opportunity to contribute to the report laid before us. Although many speakers have spoken before me and they deliberated well, everybody is entitled to your opinion. To start with the report, I must also endorse the good work of the committee. In fact, to me, the report is all about helping us to know the level of implementation of the state of public emergency, so that whatever we would want to say, we'll say it in the right way or the way we are seeing it. This is true. COVID-19, coronavirus, is a real thing, whether you accept it or not. The fact of the matter is that this is something true in the whole world. Therefore, it is incumbent on all of us to have a collective responsibility to fight this disease or this virus to go away from us. Otherwise, still now, we are going to suffer. So before that, I'm appealing to all of us here and outside this August House to together fight this pandemic for our own saving of our lives. Going by the report, we have two areas that I would want to talk, on the side of government and on our own side, because these two has to work hand in glove to make sure that at least we contain or we fight against it totally. Otherwise, it's a problem. Going by the report, you'll be very disappointed if you go by the report in certain areas where, according to your interviews with the ground personnel that you met, I cannot understand. Like, for example, when you go to this Kerawan, is it Farafenye General Hospital. Excuse me. Now, you said, my other colleague said it, but I just want to buttress a little on it, that the committee's observation in Bled 2, there was nobody to take temperatures of visitors as they entered the hospital. That's a crime. And you are the people whom we trust to tell us the truth about this coronavirus. But if you are also very careless and you don't mind much about it, who are we to listen to you and to accept your ideas about this coronavirus? So it becomes confusing. I think the personnel there should be very vigilant to make sure that whosoever is entering inside the center is being, checked. Otherwise, you cannot come out again and tell people this corona is true, something real, when you are not practicing the reality of it. And again, with the interview with ground personnel, is crazy. It says, now let's see, here. Like, for example, here, the temperature of everyone at the outpatient department was reported to be taken. Yes, maybe those are people whom suspect to be maybe people affected or suspected to be contaminated, fell fine. Those ones, they can be checked. But my problem is coming inside. Visitors, these are visitors, not people with it, or they suspect. People coming inside. That's where my worry is. So they should take very great care of that. And again, it says the Infection Prevention Control Unit, built for Ebola. You see, Ebola, built for Ebola, has been designated as isolated center. We have to be proactive. Since when this coronavirus was announced, I said it here, and I still maintain my stand. It is government that is not taking this thing seriously. Why? Because we are talking, saying all sorts of things. But the committee, if you go by your report, the people that you interviewed, they told you something. My worry is, did you make any findings of those things that they told you? If it is so, then well and good. But if you did not also follow those things that they told you that are in existence, then it means you have failed us. Because we all know, nowadays people, I'm sorry to say that, but sometimes it's very hard to get a very straightforward person. I'll be telling you this when actually behind it is full of evils. I will say I built this when actually it is not on reality. But you can only know this when you make a follow-up. So I don't know whether those kind of things are, you have stepped in to do so. Like, okay, Kaur, is it Kuntaur Health Center, page 16? Your interview said a lot of porous borders, which unless managed will make the fight against COVID-19 difficult. So to me, this report is very good. It will help us and any other stakeholder to know what is happening in the Gambia as far as COVID-19 is concerned. And I'll also appeal to you, I don't know whether it's going to be possible, to make sure that this report is circulated to all relevant stakeholders to know that this is what we have observed as far as the tour and your trip on this COVID-19 is all about. So that now there will be no person left to say, I did not know or I am not informed. Because information is key. If we want to fight this coronavirus collectively, we have to be open to each other and then let each other to contribute in the fight against coronavirus. Otherwise, we'll just be at the same spot. And may God forbid, somebody said it here yesterday, that in China, another 2 cases different from this. So who knows? This is a reality, and I appeal to all of us here as colleagues. Let us go back to our people and tell them the reality. This is something true, and let's not take a joke with it. As we did during our political campaigns for these seats, we went around talking to people, whether you listen, whether they listen to you or not, whether they will vote for you or not, but we all went around to talk whatever we want to say to our people. Now we are here, and this coronavirus is a reality. I'm appealing, let's all go back to our people, sensitize them, tell them. Because otherwise, if we don't do that, tomorrow, if, may God forbid, if it turns the other way around, who is going to vote for you? You'll miss your electorates, or even yourself, you may lose your life. So before that, this is something that all of us should put our hands together and fight for it, fight against it. Government, I will emphasize again, government must be very serious. Take the bull by its horn. Make sure that regulations that are put in place, you make sure that they are fully adhered to. I mean, you cannot be a leader and you want to satisfy all. It's not possible. But make sure that whatever is good for your people, please make sure that that stands. As a leader, you should make sure that that thing stands and let them understand why you want to do it for them. Let it not be just unless, lip say. You say it here and then finish it. That will not help. Madam Speaker, from the bottom of my heart, I am appealing to all of us to collectively fight this coronavirus away. If not, it's not good for us. And also, in the report, I've seen like GCCI, is it? Yes, GCCI, what they did, what they have contributed. I know many people contributed towards the fight against this corona. I know many, because listening to radios and other philanthropists, like in my constituency, there are, agencies that came in to help my people, like the Sintel Development Project, the Fonyi Dindim Bantaba Child for the Gambia, FAD, all these agencies came in to help. They brought in the detergents, brought in, soaps, name it. Even food, before this food package is even been seen. So that alone is a sign of what I'm advocating for, collective responsibility. Let's all come together and fight this coronavirus away. Going by the report again, Madam Speaker, there is a portion which is saying something very important. Okay, like here in SO Health Center, it says some rice and cooking oil were available, but there was no money to buy other ingredients. As such, no cooking was taking place to provide meals for patients. Pardon? So, this report is terrifying. If there is no food for patients, what does that mean? They're going to die. Of course. If you don't cook for me for days, what do you expect to happen? I will die, of course. There is no living being here without food, you survive. Then you are not living. So that too should be taken very seriously by the government. I don't know who provided this rice and oil, cooking oil, but then if it is a philanthropist, then government should come. If it is government, then still now they have to complement. Because you cannot give me food, rice, oil, no ingredient. And we all know you cannot cook oil and rice like that and give it to a human being to eat. That's not practically possible. So we have to look into those things also. And again, like here at Amdalai, Kuntaur Health Center again said, Amdalai, a village near the border, does not have water. Does not have water. The villagers fetch water from villages in Senegal. Border closure would be very excruciating effects on their lives. And even know that, it's risky. We all know Senegal is an infected area. If our people should leave here and go into that area, then what are we saying? They must come, they must be affected. So their government should come. There is no water for them, and they cannot stay without water. They have to go and get water somewhere, wherever water is. Because we all know water is life. So, Health Minister, you are one in charge of our health, our lives. So take note, a village in that area has no water. They cannot stay in the Gambia for days without water. So please take note of that too. And again, people, we should hear again the interview with Panchang, my colleague from Panchang, or all those MPs from Panchang. This is our side. He says, it is difficult to get people to cooperate and wash their hands. So again, your own safety, wash your hand. You say no. What do you want? So there are people we have to, ask ourselves, then why do we rely on? We have our preventive measures, do this, and you are safe from this. You are safe from that. You say, no, you will not do that. And when you are forced to do, you blame government or you blame the forces that are doing that. So that too, people also, we also have to be cooperative in the fight. If we are giving the preventive measures, please let's adhere to that and do it properly so that the life you save may be your own. Gambia is very small to control and to make sure things are stable. If I may quote, you know, people sometimes we joke with realities. If I may quote, during the impasse, though it's out of the topic, but then just to give you a sample, when state of emergency was imposed here, what happened? We all adhere to it. But now, why are we not adhering to this also? For our own safety. We said no. People should understand. It's true, government should come and give us what they've said they will give it to us. They should do that. But now, if, like for example, maybe if government also is not doing what is expected of them, obviously there will be an uprising. Honorable Attorney General, Minister of Justice, I told you here one day that if things are not in the right way, people will uprise. And in that, you'll be the man who is going to be accountable for it. So let's all see how best both the government and people to come together to fight this coronavirus big. If we do that, at least we are safe. On that note, I thank you for giving me the floor and I take my seat.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Madam Speaker, many Gambians at the moment are in a haste for government to open worship places. But I think we should make haste slowly because Gambia cannot contain the outbreak of COVID-19. A month ago, it was only 3 cases, but today we are 23, so we have to be very careful and think twice. It is true that it is very heartbreaking that we've missed Friday prayers, church services on Sundays, Friday prayers on Fridays, almost 8 to 9 weeks now. And we have missed the prayers that we used to and that we want to do during the last 10 days of prayers, during the last 10 days of Ramadan. But we have to understand. We have to reflect to our holy books and the teachings of our beloved prophets. May peace be upon them. The life of a believer is more important to God than the Kaaba. We have to know that as Muslims. We have to know that. Honorable Speaker, if we want to force and open the worship places,
we have to open the schools too. And that is, we are taking the risks to be infected with the COVID-19 or to even die. We cannot contain this. We have, many people are saying that we have to be going to Friday prayers or church service on Sunday and to make social distances. It's not possible here in the Gambia. Imagine, our worship places are not that big. Imagine on Friday prayers, 60% of the people going for Friday prayers pray outside because our mosques are small. We don't have the capacity to house so many people, so many worshippers. So we have to think of all those things. There are constraints. We cannot do that. Because if you happen to do that, we will take a whole street for Friday prayers. Because we cannot fit in the mosques or in the churches. What about if you want to make 1 meter or 2 meters distance? Many people are complaining, to be quite honest. But sorry to say this, even some people who are complaining about this, apart from Friday prayers, sometimes their houses are next to the mosques. They always hear the azan, the call for prayers, and they never go to attend the 5 daily prayers. And many of them are complaining. We all know each other. We are all neighbors. So what is the essence of forcing when our religious give us the opportunity to stay at our homes or to pray in our homes? We will have the rewards. God will answer our prayers. Wherever we pray, God will answer our prayers. Imagine, even in Islam, the Prophet taught us everywhere we go or everywhere we are, the prayers that we should do. And always God answered our prayers. Even when we go to toilets, we pray and God answers our prayers. We pray before we go and use our left foot. When going out, we pray too and use our right foot to go out. All those are teachings of the Prophet. That's how we do our prayers. But still people are insisting for the public places, for the worship places to be open. Imagine the Kaaba have been closed for more than 40 times because of security reasons and pandemic diseases. So if we happen to close our worship places for 45 days or for 2 months or for 21 days, we should have patience. We should practice patience. God said that He is with the people who practice patience. It's not going to be forever. Even one of the closures of the Kaaba, for people not to tawaf there, was for a period of 10 years. We should not only think on one side. We have to be rational sometimes. We should not harm ourselves and harm others. If we reflect to the teachings of the Quran and the Sunnah, we must know that we should stay at home at the moment, because that is what the Prophet said. If there is a pandemic disease outbreak, we should not be in public places. We should not be doing public gatherings. If we understand our religions properly, the teachings of our religions, if we understand it properly, there is no need for government to be giving us regulations, because we will practice it to the maximum according to the teachings of our religions. But no, we are not doing it. People are even forcing people to shake hands. People are still doing social gatherings, funerals, naming ceremonies, weddings. And to my surprise, even the lawmakers, who are supposed to be far away from those things, to abstain those things, are attending those things, those ceremonies, or those programs. We should set examples. We should. For me, I don't mind my electors blaming me that he didn't come to my naming ceremony, to my wedding, to anything, but I will not. They all have said, I will not go there and continue this and take it to my family and harm others, or bring it to the parliament and harm my colleagues. The Prophet said, you will never be a believer unless and until you love, what you love for yourself, you love it for your own brother. So do we want to harm ourselves and harm others? No, we shouldn't. We shouldn't. We should be very, very careful about what we are saying or what we are doing. If we happen to lose our lives because of this coronavirus, it's going to be a disaster for us, because we can recover whatever we are losing in this period, but we cannot recover the lives that we will lose if we die, if we happen to die. And we will stop continue worshiping Allah because we will die. Who will die and continue worshiping Allah? So we should understand and abide by the regulations. For a period of time, we will continue whatever we want to do. Our normal business, our prayers, whatever we want to do. We have to understand that Islam is not based on whims and desires. It is based on consequences of our choice. We should understand. We should explain to our people, tell them to know that this is the reality. Some people know, but they're ignoring. Some people are politicizing this thing. We should be together to fight this pandemic. Honorable Speaker, I must applaud the government for receiving the organic herbal medicine from Madagascar. Because Africans should believe in ourselves. We should adhere to the guidelines of the WHO. But if we know that we have something to cure this, we should not depend on the West. Each and every medicine in this world had a side effect, even the paracetamol, the chloroquine, the antibiotics, the ibuprofen that we use, they all have side effects. But I believe that WHO don't want the cure to come from Africa. We should believe in ourselves. This should be the time that we show the whole world that we can do it. The solutions to our problems here in Africa, we can solve it by ourselves, and the problem of the world at large. Honorable Speaker, these were the few remarks that I have about this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Serekunda West. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Like my other honorable colleagues, I also commend the special committee for the job they have just presented to us. And I have only one observation as far as the report is concerned, and that is on page 4, I believe. Yes, page 4. Under the objectives, the committee was supposed to inform members of the National Assembly about the state of the implementation of the regulations and their effects on the lives and livelihoods of people and institutions. They have done well in terms of institutions. They've contacted a lot of them. They have interviewed a lot of them. But I believe the people are left out. I would have thought when the committee visit markets, they will not only stop at talking at the authorities of the market, but even the women who are coming in and out, they could just stop them, ask them some questions, and they would have told them how they feel about what is happening in the market. The same could have also applied to the transport sector. Not only the drivers, not only the unions, but the passengers themselves could have been ask a few questions. That's just a way of observation. Madam Speaker, I fully support the content of the report, but with the exception of the extension of the 21 days. I do not and will not subscribe to any form of extending the state of public emergency if regulations are not adhered to, just like many of the speakers have said. The special committee was tasked, or let me put it this way, when the Honorable Minister was before this August House and asking for 90 days, we agreed to give them 45 days with scrutiny and observation, so that at the end of the 45 days, if the virus is gone, thank God. But as it is now, it has not gone. When he comes to us, we would look at the 45 days that have just elapsed, and based on that, we should be able to make our recommendations. And by what has prevailed in the past 45 days, it's a form of failure. The regulations are not adhered to, and therefore that defeats the purpose of the state of public emergency. If the regulations are not adhered to, there is no point in the state of emergency, because the two goes together. On that basis, I do not think we should extend this public state of emergency. The 45 days of public emergency had brought more hardship on the Gambians. And this report has said that clearly. People have taken it on their own, increased transport fares, which made life extremely difficult for commuters across the country. Why would we add the burden again on our citizens? If we do that, we are not fair to ourselves, we are not fair to our people as well. The intention of the public state of emergency is good. And the regulations, the intentions of the regulations also is good. But the fact that government cannot enforce the laws, there is no point of extending the public state of emergency. Madam Speaker, nobody doubts the reality of COVID-19. It is real and devastating. Over 4 million people are confirmed to have the virus. And a good number of these confirmed cases died. Across the world, Gambia not an exception, even though the only death victim we have is a non-Gambian, but nonetheless it is confirmed on our soil. So nobody is doubting that. And I am of the view that we should do everything possible to contain and fight the disease. It is really deadly. But unless government is able to enforce the regulations, there is no way we can make a headway. In other parts of the world, they are relaxing restrictions because they have done extremely well. There were total lockdown in most parts of those countries. And because they have done that very well, they have reached a level where they can relax the restrictions. But we started and we have not gone anywhere because we cannot enforce our own regulations. So we just paying a lip service, but actually we are not serious with the disease. I fully remember a few weeks ago when the Minister of Health was here, he said, left him alone. We'll go for a total lockdown. But that also goes with cost and resource. But that is the best thing for us to have done. Total lockdown and people be provided with the basic necessities of life. Then we would have gone to a very good level where we can talk of relaxing the restrictions. But we have failed in that. So since we have failed in the first 45 days, why would we increase? I support fully all the content except the extension of the 21 days. The burden and hardship, Madam Speaker, the market vendors, I think are the most people who suffer. Most of the markets are locked at the beginning, and then at some time it was relaxed a little bit. But even though, like some speakers have alluded to, the fact that time is given, limitations are done, are increasing the chances of congestions in our markets. The social distancing is not respected, and it seems government is frustrated. They have no way, no means, or have to control the social distancing. Where they cannot even control the social distancing, what are we talking about the reduction of the passengers on the vehicles? It's not happening. Most vehicles are congested. And again, the drivers are paying double, are charging double, and yet nobody is doing anything about it. So why would we just push our people into that hardship? No one is doubting the seriousness of COVID-19, but the fact of the matter is we are not treating it seriously as it is serious. That's the fact of the matter. So I would not subscribe to any form of extending the public state of emergency, because it's only going to add more hardship onto our people, those in the markets, those at the open markets, that's Lumos, people who are committing. Yes. Unless we are able to come up with methods and mechanisms to reinforce, I cannot support it. Madam Speaker, to conclude, because the substantial motion will come soon before us. To conclude on the report, I would say that the first 45 has given, which is given as opposed to government's demand of 90 days for scrutiny, has completely failed. The government has completely failed in that, and some of them are teased out by the report. And therefore, what we should do now is to say no to any form of extending the public state of emergency until we have something concrete from government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Ilyasa.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Hello, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Although I'll be very brief, and then I'll take my comment until I hear from the Justice Minister. Madam Speaker, when I go through the report, the site they visited across the country, I think that there are certain health centers they did not visit. Places like Kundra Health Center was not visited, and Karawane, Salikenye, Njabakunda, Ilyasa, Jen Sanjal, and the most important area is Janjamburi. You all know Janjamburi is an island, and next to that, they got Janjamburi, at least, and monitor the situation at Janjamburi. Simply because It's a little bit far from Bansang. And from there, although they visited Jara Soma market, but they did not visit the health center at Jara Soma. And the most important area is Kiang. None of the Kiang health centers have been visited. And then from Sanganyan to down the Caravan, it's all part of Kiang. So therefore, and our community decided to visit the Kiang area simply because it's a little bit of landlocked, because they are far from people until they are only near from Badibu. So I want the community to give that answer. And also, according to our list, I didn't see anything from Sibana also, Sibana Health Center. And that's not among their list. And if that being the case, this is my little bit of contribution. I reserve my contribution until I hear from the Justice Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Talinding.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. I will also like to join my colleagues to thank the Special Select Committee on COVID-19 for doing a tremendous job. Madam Speaker, since the Gambia registered its new case on the 17th of March and declared a state of emergency on the 27th of March, the number keeps increasing. And listening to the WHO report and the global statistics, the Gambia has reached an alarming stage. Madam Speaker, going through the report, page 6, where the committee conducted findings. The committee observed that there was no effective communication and coordination between the Ministry of Justice, the custodian of the regulation, and the Interior Minister. The ministry report shows that, the ministry's response shows that they sent a report to the Interior Minister. And the Interior Minister further went on by saying, up to date, the committee visited them, they haven't received any report, and they were not with their PPE to conduct the job. And the health ministry is in total denial of such. I will not dwell more on that. I will wait for the line ministries to come and clarify that. But Madam Speaker, I have few recommendations to be added to the report for adoption. Madam Speaker, we all know that this deadly pandemic needs a collective responsibility. So I call on all media houses, both print and electronic, to join hands and dedicate a free airtime whereby they will control and confine the Gambian populace about COVID-19 and the safety precaution. Madam Speaker, under education, I will also recommend the Ministry of Education to consider the madrasas, because these Islamic schools, like Mahat, they were not subvented and they rely on the school fees to pay their teachers. So at this trying moment, they were not teaching and people were not paying school fees. If the government came to their aid, this can lay off some of their teachers. Madam Speaker, on the fish landing site, I will also recommend the health workers to be at our fish landing site, because most of these Senegalese fishermen travel to the interior by the river. Madam Speaker, I will also recommend the Honorable Minister to have a massive sensitization to dispel this rumor that Europe is working on vaccine trial to test in Africa, because this is stopping from many mothers to take their kids to the maternity. Madam Speaker, the food package, I want the NDMA and those responsible to watch out, because we don't want the politician to have a hand on this. If not, it will be driven by politics. The purpose will be defeated. Madam Speaker, as earlier alluded by the Honorable Member for Jarol, that some areas within the borders find it very difficult to have water, they have water shortage. I think the government should respond quick and help these people, because if not, they might go into Senegal to collect water, which might also result to some harm to our citizens. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I think I will reserve some of my points to wait for the Minister's response. On that note, Madam Speaker, I submit and beg to sit my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I must thank all members who spoke before me for their well deliberations. Honorable Speaker, I must use this opportunity to thank the Special Committee on Implementation of the Emergency Power Regulations for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, I know because with a short space of time, they are able to crisscross all over the country. Actually, they need to be commended. Honorable Speaker, we should be able to have a situational analysis on the first 45 days of the resolutions, so that we should be able to take stock of what was done by the government. Because as I'm speaking to you at this point in time, there are certain target beneficiaries that are yet to receive their food relief package. I think the government should be able to be proactive to ensure that people receive their relief package as soon as possible. Because otherwise we will be adding insult to injury. Because if the other problem was not solved, if you want to add another problem, it would be a double negative. So therefore, it will be imperative for the government to do their best to ensure that the food package is being released. Honorable Speaker, the state of public emergency regulation for the first 45 days created a lot of challenges to the public, more so to the most vulnerable population in our society. Therefore, it is incumbent on all of us as people's representatives to ensure the protections and the protection of the social and the welfare of the people are adhered to. Honorable Speaker, we must also thank the MRC for their proactiveness and their commitment to response to this serious pandemic. They really need to be commended. Honorable Speaker, not only the government, but other philanthropics, like Direct Aid and other institutions and individuals who are also giving out food aid to the vulnerable community in this country, really need to be commended. We must thank them so sincerely, and we will also like them to continue to help the people of this country, to complement the efforts of the government. Honorable Speaker, in enforcing the regulations, we need to resource the police and the sister institutions in order to have an effective implementation of these regulations. Otherwise, they cannot do it. And according to the report, mobility is a case in point, and therefore they need to be given mobility for them to be patrolling and do their work as expected. Honorable Speaker, we should not be very much complacent of the limited number of cases that is reported in this country. If not properly managed, it will be blown out of proportion. And therefore, the government should be there to remedy the situation as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, I'll be very much brief in my submission. The conventional schools at this point in time are on distant learning process, on radio and TV broadcast. However, how about the madrasas that are they not part of the curriculum? If the mover of the motion can clearly give us the doubt or indicate what would be their fate as far as the COVID-19 is concerned. Whether they have been made a consultation to that effect. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I'm also of the view that the mosque and the churches should definitely be open, so that people can conduct their normal and congregational prayers and pray to the Almighty Allah with His infinite mercy to protect the life of the people of this country. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you so very much, and I wish to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Sane Mentereng. Excuse me.
Thank you very much, Ma, for giving me the floor. Let me also join my colleagues to thank the Special Committee on the COVID-19. Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief with my intervention because most of my colleagues have already said all. Madam Speaker, what we should all know today or realize is the government is not trying to punish its citizens, but trying to protect them. We all know or hear about this COVID-19. In fact, it could be even better here with the Africans, but when you go to Europe, places like America, how many casualties every day? We pray to Allah that we are not at that stage here. Madam Speaker, if you talk to some people or trying to sensitize some people about this COVID-19, some of them will even try to politicize this pandemic, which is beyond politics now. Some of them will tell you that there's no COVID-19, it's not existing, government is just trying to look for money. But do we know how much governments are losing every day? There is no government, no institution, no business or individual who is gaining at this right moment. We are all losing. So for that being the case, we need to sensitize our people, for them to know. Because if you look at the Ministry of Experts report here, it is saying 181 could be infected, and that's the peak period could be in June or July. 181,000. 20% of that could have treatment. What about the other 80%? And 5% would die. What is the 5% of 181? 9,050. Would we allow to see our people go like that? Madam Speaker, life is very much vital. We are Muslims, and they are even telling you that if you are going to Mecca, one of the pillars of Islam, if there is war on that way, please leave. Don't go. Because life worths a lot. Madam Speaker, it's high time for us to sensitize our people, for them to know that this pandemic is serious in some areas, and we don't pray for it to come to the Gambia because we cannot contain it. So as the English say, prevention is better than cure. Let's try to prevent our country before it is too late. And the other aspect is the committee's site visitings, like the fish landing areas. They've been to Katong, Gunjur, Tanje, but I have not seen a report from Burfoot, where you have almost more than 200 canoes, all coming from Senegal. And we are told that now this latter part, the disease, all cases are coming from Senegal. And these people are traveling through the sea. There's no security there. I went there to check up. Only what I found there was the sea rescue. Very few people who are not able to contain and control that area. So I am appealing to the security, particularly the Minister of Interior, to deploy some security there so that they can take care of that area, because the Senegalese are using the sea route to travel in and out. Madam Speaker, the other thing is the councils are complaining that they were not consulted. They don't know anything about the regulations. How can you enforce something that you don't know? I am appealing to the local government also to please sensitize the councils, because they are the ones on the ground, so that they can take care of the community. And then the other thing is, we have to empower the security forces. You can all see now the way Gambians behave with the security. We are not afraid of the security. If the security wants to enforce, we deny them. And the only thing they can do is to use force. When they use excess force, people use public outcry. So we should respect our securities. They are working for us. We pay them to work for us. So if they are doing their duties, please let us respect them and know that this disease doesn't leave anyone. It can be me today and you tomorrow. Madam, for that being the case, I raise my case here. Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I will start my intervention with MRC Gambia. Honorable Speaker, MRC has done a lot with regards to this COVID-19. Going by the report, page 24 of the report has indicated that MRC conducted tests 100 people per day. And they intend to carry out these tests outside Greater Banjul area, and the total number they are likely to test will be about 400 per day. And not only that, Madam Speaker, they have also introduced 42 clinical beds, and then prepared 30 beds for Fajara and 10 beds for Keneba MRC. Madam Speaker, I think MRC has done a lot with regards to this COVID-19. I will take this opportunity to congratulate them for the job well done. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I will go to the committee. The committee has done a lot of good work. Within this short space of time, the committee is able to go out and visit so many places, almost all over the country. I think this is a clear indication that the National Assembly Select Committee has done a wonderful job. Now, coming on to page 6, Madam Speaker, that is about the famous $500 million, which explained by the Minister of Finance. $500 million pledge was paid to $500 million pledge to the Ministry of Health. 172 million has already been paid. It indicates that 100 million for 172 million was added to the grant approved for the World Bank towards the procurement of the ambulances. Honorable Speaker, this explanation really, I want to know the total number of ambulances purchased out of the grant. Madam Speaker, having said that, I will go to I will come to the sensitization, Madam Speaker. I think this disease is real, as we all know. All over the world, every day, news are coming, people are dying like nobody's business. Gambia is no exception. So as a result, Madam Speaker, I think we need sensitization. And sensitization, Madam Speaker, I think all the radio stations, all media houses should make sure that this program is announced in local languages, the languages that people will hear. Sensitization should not only stop there, Madam Speaker. I think this very institution also had a very important role to play as people's representative. We have to make sure that we talk to our people and tell them that COVID-19 is real and we have to be very careful. According to the report, Madam Speaker, in the month of June, July will be a peak period in West Africa. We don't know, God forbid it, but we don't know if it happens, and we are not prepared. Our people don't believe in this. It's going to be a serious thing. Now, social distancing is another problem. The only regulation that was properly enforced in this country is hand washing. Anywhere you go in this country, even in the provinces, you find hand washing. That was excellent. But apart from that, these other regulations are not enforced. We are lawmakers, Madam Speaker. The enforcers are there, and they should make sure that they enforce the regulations. With these few remarks, I thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Foni is not here. Okay, then. Sorry. Lopa Fuladu is also not here. Then, nominated member. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I must first of all thank the Select Committee for, the special committee. That's the task force, which was set here in this August House to follow up the COVID-19 activities, monitor and report. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, going by this report, I was really amazed and surprised. I never expect that within this shortest period, Madam Speaker, this committee will be able to present such a report in this August House. Madam Speaker, going through this report, you can see tirelessly these people all over the country. Only few places that maybe the members make their observation, they did not reach. But otherwise, one can say 85% or 90%. Entire country and sectors have been visited by these people. This is what we expect. This is what things of this kind, you can see how loyal people are to their country, to their nations. When a responsibility is given to you, you have to be very willing to see that the country is bigger than anybody. You execute it the best of your ability. Madam Speaker, that's why I said I must congratulate them for the good work they have done. Almost
95% of the members has made their deliberation before me. I've had, since yesterday I'm here, hardly I go out. I was listening because of this report. Madam Speaker, I still stand by what I have said. That left on me 1 year state of emergency, I still maintain it, Madam Speaker. Yes, because we are still seeing what is happening. We are seeing what is happening outside Gambia every day. If you don't look at the radio, but if you go to Google, you are always informed globally. Madam Speaker, I said, politics and death, they are different. Madam Speaker, we are representing the people here, but the people we are representing, including ourselves. I said before, I said this is life. This is life, Madam Speaker. We all belong to a constituency. Whether you are nominated or but you come from an area, Madam Speaker. And you come from a family, Madam Speaker. Nobody wants to lose your life, neither your family. But when people come to this August house, in my constituency, restriction, yes. Some are talking about the mosque, churches. No. If you want to criticize, complainly, don't use that as an excuse. Don't use that as an excuse. We are all Muslims and Christians. Either you belong to the church or the mosque, Honorable Speaker. But in our religion, Muslims, nobody's hand is tied that you compulsory understand. Crisis of this nature, when it happens, you have to go to the mosque. We all know that. Let's speak the truth. No one can come here, you're trying to understand, use the gallery, understand, for deceiving people. You cannot deceive anybody, Honorable Speaker. We all know what is right and what is wrong. This is life and death, Madam Speaker. I said, if this thing is somewhere in Mauritania here or Mali, honestly, if you say even in 10 years, we will accept it. But thank God, alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. Up to today, the Gambia has realized only one death, which actually is not an indigenous of this country, a foreigner. So still Gambia is saying thank God. Let's continue praying, Madam Speaker. Woe betide. You go to Sierra Leone, how many deaths? You go to Google, you'll get the information. You go to Senegal, they have more deaths than us. Do we pray more than Senegalese? Do we go to mosque more than Senegalese? Are we more Muslim, pure Muslims than Senegalese?
or pure Christians than Senegalese, Madam Speaker. But yet still, how many deaths they have? Gambia town got up to now, we don't have an indigenous Gambian single death. Let people not come to the Gogo's house. We are representing a majority. Don't create confusion. This is not politics. This is a matter that belongs to all of us. It's our concern. It should be our concern, Madam Speaker. You will not sensitize. You are only saying, let's go for sensitization. You stop here. You come here, you say, let's sensitize. All of you are sitting here, you don't go and stay in there for permanent. How many meetings? Go there and call someone a meeting. Or you go house to house. They voted for you. Sensitize them. If you want sensitization, the whole population is here. The whole population of Gambia is here. We represent them. Who should do sensitization better than us? When you want their vote.
Point of order, ma.
Madam Speaker,
point of order.
1 week, 2 weeks, 14 days campaign
Point of order.
to candidates. Madam Speaker.
Under section 29, clause 29, subsection 5, no member shall impute improper motives to any other member. The honorable member, nominated member, is accusing members of staying here and they did not go for sensitization. It's untrue.
I think we try to abide by the rules that our in-house rules, which are the standing orders, and it is very clear. Let us not impute improper motive and let us not accuse each other. Let's try to be very restrictive in our conversation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for, yes. If it offended them, I withdraw my statement.
Yes,
Madam Speaker.
Sorry. I think that is most honorable. Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, as I was saying, we all know if you want to sensitize your people, we want sensitization. There is no group better or more than these members of this August House. When you want to become a member of parliament, you are given 14 days by IEC to campaign. Every corner, every cabilo, every compound, every house, you went in and out to get their vote. Then there was nothing like this COVID-19. Because we are seeing involved deaths. Today, sometimes people, atmosphere is not conducive to us because you never know when you're going to be attacked. As some members have said, it's something that you cannot see. But we are more concerned, privy to people who voted for you. Meet them at their doorstep, tell them that please comply the restriction. Comply to the restriction. Nobody is more than understand, better than members of this National Assembly to sensitize. They can do it better than health, justice, finance, local government also, and so on. They can do it. You know, charity begins at home. Before I go on to the outside, I'll begin from here, from ourselves. So let's do that first. Let's be honest to ourselves and tell the people the truth. Madam Speaker, yes, when I went through the report, Madam Speaker, the committee went round to various ministries and then hear from them their concerns. That's true. Madam Speaker, well, you see, Madam Speaker, people have to be honest with themselves. People should be honest. I am through this report, I have seen here when people talk about local government, what are the area council, police, you know, lack of transports and other things. Madam Speaker, some are saying that understand they are not aware. Well, since this thing was a state minister. Madam Speaker, attention here, Madam Speaker. I don't know whether you are listening to me. Madam Speaker. Yeah. Yeah. Madam Speaker, according to the report, Madam Speaker, some state ministers told this special committee they have not laid hand up to now on the reports. Madam Speaker, it really surprised me. Really surprised me. This, before we are aware, this state of emergency and the restriction is brought to us here in this August House. Where does it start from? Cabinet. Yeah. Cabinet, they are the executive. So obviously we cannot get it before them. They approve it first, and you were in the cabinet. If the Minister of Interior or the local government can tell the committee that they are not aware, they don't have the report. I'm surprised to hear that in this August House, Madam Speaker, or to see it in this report. They were part of the executive, Madam Speaker. The police, they are not aware, and this thing was gazetted. The excuse of the lack of transport that has been here since the memorial, since the First Republic. I was a police officer, Madam Speaker. I was a police officer, where in the police station you come and find a rider, motorcycle. It's an advance. Anybody wants a motorcycle, you apply. There is no motorcycle ever since at any police station in this country before in the First Republic. It only comes to some sections of traffic and others now, understand, in the Second Republic. But the question of mobility has always been something, a constraint, as far as this government is concerned, since the First Republic. But I'm surprised when the committee is saying that the minister said they have not seen. How can that be possible? And you are the executive. This thing was approved there. Let people not have two tongues. Because, no, let's call a spade a spade. It is gazetted when the moment it comes to you, understand, it is your duty to call your permanent secretary or your people concerned. You pass the information before the booklet is brought. You lay hand on the booklet. That's your responsibility. People cannot just be sitting and you want to work and you wait until after the cabinet. You have seen the gazette. All right, they have to circulate, and then this thing comes. That's the time you're going to call. How long? And we are in the state of emergency. That's why I said I'm commending this committee, Honorable Speaker. With this limited time, if these people can do this, with this limited time, and Madam Speaker, I'm proposing that we maintain this committee. This will be a committee of not only committee, we don't pay the committee, but other issues, other things that we can ask this committee to make an as our investigators. because they have done it. They have done something within this sort of time. So definitely that cannot convince me, that point, that the ministers are saying that they have not seen it. Here's the concern of the mobility at the border. Yes, that has been here since the memorial. It's not this transition. This has been here. Lack of transport. You go to the ambulance, you go to the hospital, you go to the health centers. Is that something new? 55 years. Since 1965 to 55, we're going now to 60 years now. We are going Gambia since we had our independence. Madam Speaker. I know, yes, it's a concern going on. But within this sort of time, how do you expect the government to purchase 1,000 vehicles, 1,000 motorcycles at all the police stations here? It is not possible. Senegal, how many millions of people, how many of them, they have more resources, they have money, they cannot do it. Let's manage parliamentarians. We go to our people, their doorstep, sensitize them, urge them, understand, convince them to believe that this thing is real, and then comply. Madam Speaker, what the question of that, this thing, the money is not coming. How can the money come? Let us also, we are here now, up till now. We have not finalized the things. We ourselves, let's be honest with ourselves. And we are asking certain things to be, comply. Before the money comes out, before certain disbursement is done. Let's not misinform our electorate. It's not possible. We are here, nothing is approved as yet. Some areas, they don't have the rights, they don't have these things because the money, it has not been approved yet. Things are not finalized yet. But however, the executive is trying, government is trying to see, understand how best they can do. They are not, whatever, understand, they are not sending it away, not to any other country, but it's here. It's here. So let's take it easy. We understand each other. The executive and the National Assembly, we are one. We are the same mother and the same father. Let us all go understand. We are all journeying to the welfare of our people, ourselves, and the nation. Ourselves. First, because nobody wants to die. Ourselves. Interest. It's our own interest because, I don't know, particularly they are saying that anybody over 60 years, this is following this. So maybe people like me and Sidia and Hanifa, so, and the speaker herself, deputy speaker, member for Janjambure, majority leader. So let us see what can be possible. We do this as quickly as possible. Because we don't want to die, and it's coming. Madam Speaker, well, I think on that note, Madam Speaker, well, I will thank the whole House. Since yesterday we are here discussing, although we don't expect that it will take so long, but however, people have their own views, so it's part of the game. So, but I commend everybody, I thank everybody. If I offended anybody, please understand. It's a parliamentary law, it's a parliament. So, it's a bandaba. So, if I say something you don't want to say, yes, I don't want it, that's nothing. Also, people understand who don't have blessing can tell their father that understand is what my father, what you have said is not true. It's also possible. If you okay, on that note, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Order. Maybe once in a while it's good to release the tension and people laugh, the stress. Thank you very much. Honorable member for Lower Salem is also not around. Same with Fonyi Brevet. So maybe I'll give the floor to Honorable Member for Banjul North. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I am a member of the Special Select Committee. I need not say much. I believe the chairperson will be responding to some of the issues. But I just want to draw the attention of this August Assembly that I am somewhat surprised and even worried to some extent to hear some positions that are sometimes even contradictory. But we are faced with a situation that has two approaches. One approach is that COVID-19 is here, already in the Gambia. The numbers are negligible, they are insignificant compared to what is happening even next to Senegal. They said we've registered 1 death, and we have more than 23, 24 cases. That's a small number. But the approach is that let's leave it. Let's drop our guards. Let's allow the people to enjoy the comfort, business as usual. And this disease is such that it starts small and then it surges. And epidemics are like that. They start small and then they reach a peak. And the approach is that let's allow it to go, erupt, reach the peak. And we are being given prognosis by health officials that the peak period might be around June, July, August. And if things get worse, we might have 181,000 people infected, and out of these 20% would require hospitalization. This number, 181,000, and then 5% of 181,000 might die. And I think somebody has given the calculation 9,000 plus, even 5,000. We don't know who is going to be part of it. Even one person is life. But I mean, if it's 5,000, you don't know whether you're going to be part of it. So we can allow that to happen, so that it will come up with the casualties. If you are part of it, then you are part of it. This is one approach. Is this a responsible approach? Well, that's up to us to decide. The other approach is that COVID is here, but we have heard from the scientists, the medical workers, that this is a science. It is a virus that does not travel. It's transmitted through people. It's unlike the mosquito, the malaria. That is the mosquito taking plasmodium, injecting one person, and then you are infected. This is transmitted through our interaction, close contacts. Through transmission of our fluid from our mouth or nose. But if we distance ourselves, the virus does not survive long outside. There are positions that say 2 days, 3 days. But whatever the case, it does not survive long outside. And even with the infected person, because the situation here is that with COVID-19, many people will survive it. 80% survive, they survive it. And how they survive it, is, as we all know, there is no treatment as of now. There is no drug to cure it. There is no vaccine to prevent it, to prevent people from being infected. But your system can enjoy it, and then it disappears. You develop antibodies, it disappears. So if it is not surviving outside, it will be compromised by your system. Your system will compromise the virus. So you cannot transmit it. So with this, eventually, disease will not be around. So that's the scientific approach, that's the advice we've got. This is also an approach that we can take. But this requires foregoing not rights, but there are certain comfortable things, comfort, convenience. We have to forego some of this just to save ourselves and save others. And this is by social distancing. This is the advice we've got from the experts, medical officials, scientists. This is an approach that we can also take. So it is up to us to decide which of the approaches we should take. If we apply social distancing, and by the way, there is no lockdown as such in this country, because even with the regulations, they allow people to go about their normal businesses, but just to observe social distancing. This is the position. Personal sanitization, hand sanitization, and then social distancing. This is all that it is being asked. And the regulations are addressing that. Of course, because COVID-19 is health, but it also have ramifications on society, on economy, on livelihoods. And that's why they're talking about the impact of physical distancing on our livelihoods. So some regulations are addressing that. I think it is important for us to hear from the health workers. The Minister of Health should tell us, in addition to whatever information, as to how to go about this thing from this stage. They're talking about, the committee is recommending for an extension, but for a shorter period than what the executive is asking. So the Minister of Health, we can get information from the Minister of Health to tell us why we need an extension, because they are the experts. Let's not relegate them. They are key in this. The regulations, the precautions, like I said, they have some implications. Yesterday, a head teacher, a school head, called me to tell me that when you go to Parliament, please encourage your colleagues to open up the schools, because the children are safer in the schools than in their homes, in the neighborhoods. Because for her, the objective of closing the schools is to avoid interaction, close contact. But that is what is happening in their neighborhoods, in their homes, households. So that is our suggestion. So these are issues that we can talk about. Is it safe to allow our kids to go back to school? Is it possible to maintain social distancing in the schools? A school, you can see overcrowded classrooms, more than 50 pupils in a classroom. 70. Is it possible to do it? So we have to be realistic. How can we apply social distancing and allow some of these things to proceed? So these are the things that should really exercise our minds. But we must not drop our guards. COVID-19 is real. It kills. Even if it is one life, it's a life that's worth living. Even if it is a non-Gambian, it is a life that is worth living. It's a life. Life is life, whether it does not know record nationality. It's life, and it's within our territory. It's our duty to protect every life in this country, Gambian, non-Gambian. So Gambia is not spared. We have lost one life. It has been told, it has been said over and over again, that our health system is really not well positioned to accommodate the surge that is predicted, that when you reach the peak, it's going to be catastrophic. That is why they are advising that in order to break the chain of transmission, let us apply social distancing. Well, the chair will talk about that. When the religious leaders came before us, they were asked, somebody said, they were asked, is it possible for you to go to the mosques, to pray, but yet ensure that every person who is coming, every worshipper, washes his or her hand for entering, and also observe social distancing? This was asked. And who's going to enforce that? This was also asked. Is there the organization? Is there the capacity to do this? The essence is social distancing. The lack of enforcement of the regulations due to the lack of capacity of the enforcement agencies, the lack of enforcement adherence to the regulations by the population due to either defiance or unawareness does not mean that social distancing cannot save us. Social distancing is the key, and it's our duty as representatives of the people to be promoting it. It is our duty to be promoting social distancing. We have a role. But, well, of course, you can hear a representative standing here saying that, well, it would not work. People would not adhere to it. So, therefore, let's debunk it. I don't think that's the position that we should take. It's important to highlight challenges, that if we do this, these are the challenges. So what are we going to do to address challenges? That's fine. It's our duty to say that, well, if you do this, we're going to violate rights, because, as indicated very clearly, restrictions, these regulations should not violate fundamental rights. We must ensure that we safeguard the rights. They should be, to the extent that they are democratic, there are rules or regulations that are acceptable in a democratic society. That is, they don't violate basic rights. But if they don't do that, just asking you, when you go to the market, maintain safe distancing. Because the argument, in fact, councils have a role to play, districts have a role to play. But they are not enforcing. In fact, what we've discovered is ownership. You are an implementing authority. You own it, and it's the councils, the security. There's a body, a committee established under the Ministry of Trade. These are the three key enforcement bodies that should ensure that regulations are enforced. There are challenges we've discussed, as highlighted in the report, in terms of mobility, in terms of materials, equipment. How do you address that? But that should not be an excuse of non-action. So basically, that is what I wanted to say. And then it was also indicated, like there's a challenge. Somebody the other day asked me, well, they have banned motorbicycles from carrying passengers. Except, because that was his position. I told him, no, they can carry if it is health-related emergencies. But he told me that, well, you know, I live far away from my workplace, and my son works with me. The guy is a tailor, and we close very late at night. But when I am going home, the boy cannot board the transport, because I don't have the means to pay for fares for him to go to his home, because it's a far away place, very far away from each other. So is it possible, and this guy is suggesting this, I'm just throwing this to you, is it possible for them to allow, because we are from the same compound, he is with me all the time. From the home we are together, from the workplace we are together, and then back home. So there's no possibility of me infecting him or her. Well, that's his position. That's not always the case. So he was suggesting, is it possible for the regulations to allow riders to produce document that this is my son, this is birth certificate. We are from the same compound, to produce evidence that this guy is not a passenger that I'm carrying. It's from the same family. So, and we are together. So I think these are things that, we can think around to see how this is possible. And the other day also, a guy who runs a video club is telling me that I am renting an apartment with my wife, and we depended on this video club. I'm also renting the video club. But the owner of the video club, the owner of the compound where the video club is, and the apartment where I'm staying, they're different, have given me notice to vacate. But I am not earning. So what can be done in that regard? The councils, where they're collecting licenses from these people. The government, GRA, where they're collecting, what sort of support can be given to boy? I told them that, well, you see, the problem also with you is that they don't have document. There's no data regarding those that are operating in the informal sector. So that's also a challenge. But these are things that we can think around, see how relief can come if there is the resources. Because I just don't want to push for relief and then we have the resources. So, but these are the things, these are some of the challenges that people are really, encountering. How do you address them? So, like I said, to conclude, we need an extension. We need an extension, and the committee had recommended a period that it has to go with enforcement. All the enforcing agencies, the police, the councils, should really engage, should try to get all the tools that are needed to be able to enforce these regulations. And they are not hard, they are not difficult to comply with, some of them. Like in the markets, there is even this suggestion that if markets are congested, there might be open fields, there might be football fields, so to speak, open areas where you can transfer some of the traders, just to ensure that there's this the congestion. Wherever there is the will, there is a way. And I want us to master the will. If we master the will, we will find a way. Honorable Speaker, that's what I'm telling my colleagues, that we have a key role to play in this. We have a constituents to represent, and the constituents are constituency-based, and also the nation. The nation is the constituency of each and every one of us, as well as our constituencies. But we are at this trying time. The population needs us. How do we ensure that COVID-19 does not claim any other life in this country? It may be difficult, but it's also possible. And I would urge every Gambian to prepare his or her mind that when you are in given situations, in order to be able to emerge out of it unhurt, unscathed, prepare for the worst. It might not end up being something, a worse scenario at the end of the day. This situation can continue until the vaccine is discovered or a drug is discovered. This situation, I mean, the present situation, with one case, one casualty, and then these cases, it's highly unlikely, but it's also possible. But let us prepare for the worst. Ensure that our healthcare system after this, the healthcare system in the country after this, becomes fit for purpose. It's robust, it's efficient, it's effective, and it's resilient. That is why when we supported the commitment of those resources, 500 million, into the health system, to ensure that after COVID-19, somebody had said it here, those who, because a huge chunk of our budget goes for treatment of civil servants abroad, foreign treatment, Minister of Health. We want that to stop. And we believe that this amount that we are pumping is going to address that. That after this, no Gambian, particularly, of course, private Gambians can go out if they have the resources. But those that are serving government would not have the cost to go for treatment abroad. Our system, our infrastructure, the healthcare delivery system is in such a state that you will get all that you need in terms of treatment. It will be accessible, it will be of quality, and it will be affordable. That is our wish, and this is an opportunity. This is the window of opportunity for us. It's an opportunity that we can realize this. But we must be focused as a nation, work as a nation, work as a team to save our nation. COVID-19 can be defeated. We are at war. We are technically at war. But we are fighting an enemy that is invincible. But it's an enemy that we don't know much about, but we know how to defeat it. And it is through social distancing, through, like they say, hand sanitization, cleanliness, generally, basic hygiene.
Thank you.
And of course, the relief can come wherever it is biting hard. The government can come up with that. Of course, National Assembly can assist in that. But if we go by the precautions given by the WHO and the Minister of Health of the Gambia, we will be able to save our population from this.
Thank you.
On that, Honorable Speaker, I want to assume myself.
Thank you. Yeah, Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu West. Just to remind, time is of the essence. It's getting to 2 o'clock, and we want to allow your chairperson to respond before we go for a short break. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to attempt to maybe address some of the the issues raised, as well as my own observations, because well, first of all, I would like to thank everyone for the kind words of encouragement towards the committee for the job we have done. I must say, it was a very noble or humble cause for us. We actually put our hearts and soul into it, knowing for the fact that we have to come back to you and report to you, our findings, and we didn't definitely want to disappoint you. But however, we have to understand that as committees, and we have a very a limited time, we cannot do everything that everyone expects us to do within the time frame and the resources available to us. So we did the best we could within the time and the resources. And we didn't expect it to be 100% adequate to serve everybody's view. But at least it will give you a picture of what is out there, and also allow you to make your own inputs, and your decision is finally yours. This is just a job for us to do and come and report back to you. Whatever you take, you do from here, is your decision. Madam Speaker, I want to say these few things now, because like I was saying, as a committee, we don't all agree on one thing. And some of our own personal views might be a little bit different, but as a committee, we have to agree to a common ground. So views differ, and sometimes there are certain things that we cannot capture in the recommendations, but we will have the opportunity as members when we come here to do that. There's a lot of confusion, Madam Speaker, and which we have to understand. There is a balancing act we have to conduct. What I mean by balancing act is, yes, we have the power to revoke this extension, or the power to extend. But we should ask ourselves, where do we revoke this state of public emergency? And expose the whole country to a life-threatening disease that is out there now, that is obvious. And for people who still ask whether COVID-19 is true or not, I don't know where they're looking at, because I have my own family and friends who are affected by this disease. So I don't know where they are actually drawing their conclusions from, but it's very difficult for me to not to, for them not to understand that this is actually a very looming threat on our livelihoods and our life, per se, that we need to address. So, this has actually provided us now with a very unique opportunity, where we have to assess ourselves, because it has given us that opportunity as a country, to give our exposure as a country, as far as health and health infrastructure is concerned. But also what it has actually presented us now is overwhelming difficulties, which are beyond bounds in certain circumstances. But we have to distinguish the two. There is no legal base to claim that because of there is a COVID-19 or there is a virus, the government has to compensate you. There is no legal base. Yes, there is a moral question, like other countries, that because there is a virus, governments tend to turn into a welfare, turn in their welfare mechanisms to support their population. But it doesn't say what the government has to do, because otherwise people can sue the government to court and say because of I have no rights, you should pay me so much damages. You cannot. But what kind of government would also turn their backs on the people in this time of need is another kind of question. Is another question that we have to ask ourselves. So we are not saying that the government should not come to the aid of the people. What we are saying is there are two issues. COVID-19 came and hit the Gambia, of which the government has responded. It responded in preparedness, in sensitization, and other measures that is not related to the state of public emergency. Now, when it comes to state of public emergency, that's where now certain obligations are needed. When a government wants certain powers under the state of public emergency, then the State of the Emergency Powers Act says that there are certain obligations you have to fulfill to those people who are affected by those regulations. So, for people asking the government to say, give me food for me to stay at home, like I'm saying, it's a moral obligation, but not a legal one. But for a shopkeeper or a commercial vehicle driver who is restricted to open in certain times and close on certain times or reduce their capacities, they have every legal right to claim for compensation. That's the two we have to distinguish. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is what's the rationale behind the whole SOPE, the state of public emergency? As mentioned earlier by other speakers, is to adhere to social distancing, restrict movements, conduct surveillances, isolate people who are affected, and contain the whole issue as quick as possible so that we can go back to our normal lives. And to do that, it has to be done effectively. Because if it's done at the way, at the rate it is going right now, we might be here for another 2 years, and we will still be extending the state of public emergency without any fruitful intervention. And the question is whether we can even sustain it. How many times has the government have to come up with so much millions to buy food for people to stay at home, to entice them to stay at home? We do it once or twice, maybe we might not be able to do it again. So it's a matter of urgency that we contain this virus as soon as possible, quickly as possible, so that we can go back to our normal lives. And to do that, the responsibility is two. Yes, the executive is blaming the citizens of non-complying to these regulations. But I ask you, where have you seen in the world where you pass regulations and expect people to comply without enforcement? You have to put your money where your mouth is. You come here now, get these permissions, make sure there is coordination. There is a plan, a strategic plan of how you're going to conduct this and with time frames, to make sure that it's done. And in our monitoring, Madam Speaker, this is what we found to be not available. we have found that the government has no comprehensive strategy. They haven't done the necessary impact assessments. They cannot tell you, what financial needs or physical needs or human resources capacity that is necessary to do this job effectively so that the task will be done as soon as possible. There was no proper coordination within the ministries, let alone their, along the line institutions that are supposed to conduct or execute the implementation of these regulations. We have also seen the lack of accountability, the lack of transparencies, and the disrespect for the rule of law in certain circumstances, which we think it should not be only an issue of observing, but we should actually follow the letter of the law to see that if these are true, we should actually take an action upon it, so that we don't allow the reoccurrence. There is still a need of sensitization. We will all agree. In the beginning, we have seen everybody were washing their hands. Everywhere you go, you'll see buckets of some sort with some kind of soap and water. Lately, that has not been observed. So we are going back onto not effectively implementing these strategies. And yes, the case where people are asking why mosques are closed when we are allowing other public places not to be open, there is a case. I don't believe that we should allow mosques to open. But there is a case, because what's the rationale? That you asking people not to go to a mosque, which sometimes the numbers can be as few as one line, about 10, 12 people, when you are opening fish factories, allowing even foreign countries to come in, not only Gambians. So what's the rationale there? If at all we are talking about physical restrictions of people coming into contact, then we should not create such that doesn't even exist in the first place. So the advice from the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Health to the Ministry of Fisheries, I think should be reviewed. In fact, it's captured in our recommendation that these fish meal factories should be closed ASAP, to avoid any further risk of contaminations or transmission of this virus. There are instances of allowance claims. And Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister of the Health did affirm to this during our consultations, that yes, if at all some of our monitoring were not exercised, and their part as well, to make sure that they follow every single policy. There are people ready to abuse public funds during this time of emergency. Yes, because he was giving us an example of people claiming to allowances in almost every region of the country. You go, you see, Madam Jack Denton, Madam Jack Denton, Madam Jack Denton, in every region. Are you in every region conducting, being the front line? No. It's only when they collected this information and put it together, they can see that your name is from every region. You have four Madam Jack Dentons. So there are people who don't mean well and want to actually abuse this opportunity.
Why not Honorable Senator?
Yes, okay. sorry, madam. So we are very, we know the idea of actually having shorter time frames of these extensions. It's not because we don't want the executive to have the opportunity to execute what they want to do. It's basically to have this kind of opportunities so that we can reassess what is going on. The minister be given the 90 days to go about implementing this state of public emergency. This information he's receiving today, he will not have got the opportunity until after another 45 days from today. So it's good that we have, as often as possible, these interactions so that we can actually inform the executive of what is going right and what is going wrong. Last but not least, Madam Speaker, like other countries, this virus, this pandemic, has presented countries the opportunity to go back and reassess their economic postures. And a country like the Gambia, who depend entirely, I would say 95% of all the rice we need on imported rice. This is about time we think about what do we do with our local rice production. And we have just ratified $109 million for the rice value chain and the former name are called now Roots and other agricultural projects. What are we doing to make sure that these things are working now? Because it's only a matter of time before the price of rice in this country will go to $2,000. It's only a matter of time. In the meantime, what interventions are we doing? Yesterday, somebody mentioned it, and I think it was Honorable Member for Banjul South. There are women horticulture or women gardeners now who have harvested all their onion, but it's all perishing. What is the government doing to make sure that they buy these things off them before they lose that hard work that they have been doing for the past months to come this far just to lose everything they have worked hard for? So agriculture should be boosted right now across the sector. And the agriculture minister is here, I think. He was here yesterday. We had a good conversation about this. And he needs our support. And we will give him the support, because otherwise we will go into starvation as a country. Last but not least, Madam Speaker, development processes that, like I said earlier, the minister is a brother, but none of us are above the law. If there is something that he did that is not right, you need to be put across to him so that it be addressed to avoid the recurrence. So we need to actually, as a committee, if we are going to be allowed that opportunity, we want to delegate some of these functions to the FPAC, for example, to look at it, come up with their position and advise us what is necessary to do. The mobilization of the resources, somebody mentioned here. We are not sure how much money has been mobilized so far, because we have time and time requested this information from the Ministry of Finance, and so far we have not received it. That's why we do not incorporate it into our recommendations or our report. Yes, the minister informed us and promised us that he will give us this information as of yesterday, so that we can actually put it as part of the appendices. But so far, we cannot report on it because we don't receive it. So moving forward, we need to actually do better on that front to make sure our next report will be it will catch up there. Lastly, the audit. We need an audit trail on every procurement that has been done, as far as it affects public funds. Now, whether it's medical equipment, whether it's medical materials, because according to the Ministry of Health, they have spent $1.3 million on buckets on us. I cannot agree to that, because the buckets I have received, and after asking some of the members, we cannot amount to that kind of money being spent on the parliament. But whatever it is, an inquiry. Okay. So basically, Madam Speaker, some issues it might not be all right to speak it now, say it out loud. But these are some of my observations. I want to add before the chairman, so that maybe he might miss some of these issues that I have highlighted today. Otherwise, he can elaborate more.
Thank you. Let's just bear in mind that it is not our mandate to audit, but to be presented with an audit report, which we will scrutinize.
We will request the internal auditor to give us an audit trail. That's what I'm saying now. We are not the auditors. I don't have that mandate. But the internal audit has that mandate. And we can request them to give us the audit trail of all these procurements. Yes.
Very much. Thank you very much, honorable members. May I now call on the chair of the committee to respond to the issues that have been raised and wind up the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have to temporarily remove my mask because I don't understand myself today, this Ramadan. Honorable Speaker, I will attempt to answer the questions that were posed to us as a committee, but in case I'm missing something, somebody can remind me. First, I would like to start with the notion where people actually are saying, I would say no to no extension. what we are saying, or what you are actually saying, if you say, I'm saying no to any extension, essentially what you are saying is there is no need for a state of public emergency. We have to understand that. If there is no extension for the state of public emergency, what that means is all the regulations we are talking about and all the recommendations some of you actually are talking about right now is null and void. We need to understand. Because you cannot ask somebody to do social distancing. You cannot ask somebody to go wash your hands when we are not in that particular state. We are in a state where it's no longer business as usual. We must understand that. So no extension actually means no regulations. And we have to understand that. And I'll attempt to explain why we made the recommendation. I said it yesterday, and I'll try to do it again today to explicitly explain why we say there's a need for an extension. Honorable Speaker, if we say no, based on our recommendation, essentially we are saying open the airspace. You are actually also saying open the borders. You are actually saying no social distancing, and in a sense, open the seaports. That's exactly what we are saying, if there is no extension. In this situation, in this country, there cannot be any gain, and some people are bound to be affected in some kind of way. The member for Serekunda has mentioned it yesterday, in fact, linking it to what people used to say about the AIDS, be infected or be affected. So we are almost around that end. But people will be affected in some kind of way. That's inevitable. But what we try to do is to see how best we can minimize that situation. Honorable Speaker, to go right along, the first one I want to deal with is about the education. I think there was a lot of questions being asked about the education. And I did mention here yesterday that our intent was to meet with the MOPSI, Minister of Higher Education, NACA, NDMA, but because of time, in fact, they were scheduled to meet with us on Thursday and Friday. The director of committees can confirm. But because of this session we had yesterday, we could not have done that. But otherwise, we were going to tell you exactly what the education sector is going to do about. However, as the vice chair of the education committee, I'm privy to certain information. But I wanted to be fair to my committee because they do not have it. That's why I did not give it to them. Because we wanted the minister to come and explain to us so that we can, together as a team, because we will really work very hard as a team to ensure we present this parliament. But because of the fact that I'm privy to the information, as the vice chair of the education, I will tell you exactly what we have as far as education is concerned. Honorable Speaker, we are all aware that the nationwide school closure directly affects about more than 670,000 students in this country. Now, the ministry actually has estimated, these are words from the ministry, from MOPSI, they've estimated that the first 21 days, the country will lose 72 contact hours, the first 21 days of this state of public emergency. Now, the ministry was confronted with unprecedented choice between doing something or doing nothing. That's the option they have. That's MOPSI. Either let them do something or let them not do anything. And in any case, where do we stand?
I just want to understand.
Yes.
Are you bringing something new, or are you responding to issues raised by? Was this one of the issues raised by honourable members? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Honourable. Now, the ministry opted for the alternative, which is to do something. But let's also remember, in the education policy 2016 to 2030, the ministry has already started the implementation process of the plan to digitize or to use ICT as a medium of lessons. In fact, we were told in our meeting that the ministry already has its own TV station and is currently working on having community radios in all the regions, and the purpose is to use TV, radio, and other platforms to strengthen teaching and learning in all the educational sector. So in fact, the COVID-19, in fact, accelerated this process because it's already in the policy. But when the COVID-19 came, then they took it upon themselves to actually just go ahead and do it because of there were things that were available. Now, in terms of the cost, just to make that area very short, the total amount that they spent is about 8 million, of which they were able to get 2.2 million from UNICEF, 250,000 from WFP, and 200,000 from ISECO through NATCOM. What that means is it leaves them a funding gap of 6 million that they have not paid yet, and they are trying to contact the Minister of Finance to help them. So essentially, that 35 million that people were talking about, it doesn't exist as far as the ministry is concerned. They, in fact, right now, they have a shortfall of 6 million, and they're trying to get help from the Minister of Finance. So I think that one about education is clear. Now, with the issue of compensation, I'm going to skip that because my honorable colleague, the vice chair of the committee, actually did mention it. But again, if you go to the...
information.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, does he really want us to put that on record? Because one would have thought that... I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, that does he want us to take that on record? Because it seems that this is not a report from the committee, and it's from another committee, and we are really gathering information from the report of the committee, and one would expect that once the committee receives this information, it will do more evaluation of the assessment of the information it receives by calling all the institutions. You can see him saying something finance, and this is true. I think that is premature because as a committee, they will have to invite all those stakeholders to validate and establish the facts regarding those things that he's telling us.
That was the reason why I asked whether it was in response to the issues raised by honorable members touching on education.
Exactly. It was in response because these are questions that were asked by honorable members, and I'm obliged as the chair of the committee to respond. But if they believe that maybe I can skip it, because I was very clear yesterday at the beginning. I said we wanted to meet with additional stakeholders, but we could not. But yet still they ask questions on those. What do I do, or where do I stand? Exactly, I'm just giving information. I'm just giving based on the question they asked me. So,
taken by way of information and not necessarily incorporated in the report, so that at least people, yeah, thank you. I think that's a fair compromise. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Now, on the issue of compensation, I think the Honorable Member, the Vice Chair, actually has touched on the issue of compensation. And we really need to be careful as members of Parliament because we don't want to leave the notion out there that government is going to compensate everybody that actually has an issue because of these regulations. Because if you look at the Emergency Act regulation, emergency, which is clause 3, subsection 2 is saying, without prejudice to the generality of the powers conferred by subsection 1 of this section, emergency regulation may, it has not made it mandatory. And in fact, when we consulted with the minister, in fact, he said there was not even time frame to say that somebody has to be compensated. So let's just be careful before we make people believe that government is going to compensate them because they had a loss during these emergencies. For the report, Honorable Speaker, a member did actually ask the question whether we took into consideration the report of the Health Committee as well as the report of the Human Rights. Yes, we did. If I start with the first report, which is the report from the Health Committee, if you look at their recommendations, pretty much is in line with really what we recommended, because some of them already they made the recommendation, but it wasn't done. Like the number one recommendation they had was provision of PPEs, which is personal protective equipment. The same thing. When we went around, it was lacking in some instances, and we've made a recommendation to ensure that everybody has it. Now, the number two recommendation they had, the new arrangements of the accident and emergency A&E of Edward Francis Teaching Hospital should be replicated at Banjul Polytechnic and other places. What we have seen also is that has been done also in other clinics that we have visited, like Buyam, like Bansang, and I've explained this in the report yesterday. So the issue of the sanatorium, we also in our report is very clear that GCCI is doing the renovation. So essentially, the recommendations that were made by the Health Committee, in fact, we did incorporate those things, as well as the Human Rights Committee. If you look at the Human Rights Committee, one of the areas was the Ministry of Justice further reflects some amendments in the regulations, which I think he did by bringing up amendments on the regulations. So we have done that already. Now, in terms of the Navy, a member did mention that it's impossible for the Navy to do what we recommended. Honorable Speaker, if you look at our report, what we said about the Navy, which was on page 34, what we are saying on page 34, that's one of our recommendations. There is a need to deploy the Navy to see immediately to curb illegal entry into the country and to ensure foreign fishermen do not dock on the Gambian shores without being subjected to mandatory health checks and quarantine. The Navy should endeavor to stay at sea 24/7 with periodic shifts in place to ensure their own well-being. Because we were told at the Navy that the boats that they have, they cannot cook, so which means they cannot be at sea for a long period of time. And that's the reason why we recommended this. But essentially, what we are saying is the Navy do not have enough fuel to be able to do this. And that's actually highlighted in our report. Now, in terms of the mass testing, Honorable Speaker, if you go back also on our report on page 24, it's very clear what MRC is telling us. They said the maximum test they can do is 100 per day. So, but right now, they are working to ensure they increase that almost 400 by doing certain things in the regions. We've also mentioned that in the report. So the mass testing at this stage, with light mass testing, I'm not sure really what number they're talking about, but they cannot be done more than 100 in a day. That's what the MRC told us, and that the ministry actually has confirmed. But they are working on something that would actually increase that from 100 to 400. We've mentioned that in our report. Now, the allowances to the health officials. I think this, maybe the minister, when he gets here, he can also explain further. But in our report, we indicated very clearly that during our consultations across the country, there's a lot of disgruntled staff from the ministry in terms of some getting allowances and some are not getting allowances. And the resolution we made as a committee was that everybody should be paid. Coincidentally, the minister was also speaking along those lines. Now, if you, and what they're going to do now is, if you look on the page 25 of the report, they're going to pay based on the level of risk that all these people actually are exposed to. So I think that area is also very clear. Now, on the religious leaders about mosque being open or being closed, I think our report also, when we meet with the Gambia Islam Supreme Council and the Gambia Christian Council, I think they were very supportive in the government's decision. And that's very clear in our report. They are very supportive and they understand the situation. However, if you go through the report, you will realize that they had some reservations. Because what they're saying is, when they see police vehicles being overcrowded with people, and yet still we are telling the taxi driver to reduce their number of passengers, they find it very difficult to phantom. And that's very clear in our report as well. So the Christian Council, the Islamic Supreme Council, they are really very supportive in government in ensuring these regulations actually are done. Now to move right along, Honorable Speaker, in terms of visiting all borders, like the border of Nyamanar. To be honest with you, Honorable Speaker, it was almost impossible. We couldn't have gone to all the borders in this country. When we go to Dar es Salaam, for example, the security officer was very clear. They said that from that point, all the way to Kartong is actually open. There was no way possible we could have done to every single point we have in this country as far as the border is concerned. That's why we restrict ourselves to Amdalai, to Kerr, to Senoba, to Sabi border, etc. But it was not like deliberate, but because also we are cognizant of the fact that we have a particular time frame that we have to deliver to this plenary. Now, also somebody mentioned whether we have met imams across the country. No, we didn't, because we trusted the word of the Islamic Supreme Council. And that's the reason why we didn't find a need for us to go and meet any additional imams. Because the Islamic Supreme Council is the body in this country where most of these Islamic religion things are actually consulted. We consulted with them and we trusted the word they gave us. And that's why we did not go around to meet any other imams across the country. Now, in terms of public not adhering to the social distancing, then why is the need for us to say 21 days? Honorable Speaker, that's human nature. We have laws in the country, different kind of laws. But we are uncertain whether everybody in the country is following all the laws we have in this country. But that doesn't mean that, since there are some people that are not following the laws, does it actually mean that we should actually just scrap everything out? No, it doesn't. That's human nature, and that's the reason why we have the courts. People will break the law, and they'll be prosecuted. But if we were certain that everybody will abide by every single thing, perhaps, maybe, there may not be a need for the judiciary, maybe. So what we are saying here that people are not doing these things because we believe enforcement is not properly done. That's what we believe, and the report is very clear on that. If proper enforcement is done, but probably they will abide by these regulations, and that's our belief, and that's what we have in this in the report. Now, one also asks, why do we need to extend? Again, if you go in our report, Honorable Speaker, I'm not so sure if this person actually read the report. Honorable Speaker, it's very clear. When I presented the report yesterday, I said, we are cognizant of the fact that the cases in Senegal at the time of reporting was 2,189. I said that. Then I said they had 23 deaths. Then I also said the cases in the Gambia actually are on the rise. Since we had the first proclamation from the president until now, the cases actually have increased. We are also aware that we don't have enough beds. The only places we have, which is the treatment centers right now we have, is the sanatorium, and those places at MRC, we don't have enough. What that means is, in case, or God forbid, we have 500 cases right now, we may be in trouble, and I think the minister can help explain that when he gets in here. The moment we have 500 cases in this country, we are in trouble, because there is no enough treatment centers as of now. And that's the reason why we are saying, let's extend this for another 23 days from the committee, so that maybe before that time, at least we may have some more places as holding and old treatment centers. That's what we are saying. 21 days, that's what we are saying. Now, in fact, coupled with that, in our report, it's also very clear that to use ventilators and other people in intensive care with this virus, special skills are needed. We said it in the report. And those skills, we don't have enough in this country. And that's the reason why we believe there is a need for us to be more proactive by ensuring that these regulations we have, and to do that, we need to have this extended. That's what we are saying. MRC was very clear with us. The ministry was very clear with us. We don't have enough treatment centers. We don't have enough beds for these people. Ventilators, same thing. If I remember right, I think there are only 2, and there are 2 people that actually have been trained or well trained to be able to handle those areas, especially when somebody is in very intensive care as far as COVID-19 is concerned. But the minister can elaborate more on that. Honorable Speaker, another one did ask about the impact assessment. Now, I think we really don't want to say that we have done this, but I did mention in the report on page 35, on Appendix 3. This was an impact assessment for the tourism sector, which is really very clear about some of the losses that they may incur. Now, I think I was very specific. In fact, I read those particular lines about the tourism, where the hotels itself will have the potential to lose 6.4 billion, the restaurants about 33.8 billion, bars, tour operators, etc., I've actually indicated. This was a study that was done by GBOS in collaboration with the UNDP, and that's what they submitted to the government. So the impact assessment on those areas was already done. But in terms of the impact on the other side, which is on the individual, on the people itself, I think it was very clear here that there's an impact. Because when you tell somebody to stay in one place, of course, there will be some things that they will need. But we have not gone further because we do not have the logistics, or we do not have the capacity to be able to do an impact of the regular person in this country, how this thing affects them. We really did not do that because we do not have the resources to be able to do that. But maybe in the future we can think about those ones. Now, there's another area also somebody did mention, that the committee should have visited the porous borders. Well, I doubt. How can we visit the porous border? Because even it's porous, it means it's not a designated entry point or a designated exit point of the country. So I wonder how can we do that? So we couldn't. The only one we visited was in Panchang. That is open. In fact, I don't call it porous because that one is open. We visited that place and we see exactly how it was. So, but we couldn't have gone to everyone because of when we went to Dar Salame, they told us exactly from Dar Salame all the way to Kartong is actually very porous and it's also open. But we couldn't have just gone there. You may not see anybody in those areas. Now, the issue of lumos. Now, the issue of lumos was covered in the open markets. And in fact, the lumo is an example of an open market. Now, if you look at the first regulation here, it was very clear about open market regulation, and this is basically talking about the lumos. Now, there are restrictions And later on, there were an amendment on the open market regulations, which the minister actually also has given. And some of these amendments were as a result of the suggestions that we made in plenary here. And as a result, they were amended. So if you look at the amended version, it's telling you a person trading in food products in any market, shall only open for business between the hours of 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. each day. And a person trading on non-food is 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock p.m. So I'm not so sure, maybe the minister just can explain, I'm not so sure if there's explicit closure of all the lumos. Maybe when he gets here, he can explain, but that is our understanding as a committee. That's the open market. That's our understanding. Now, in terms of the change in the report, for example, our report, what we have here, we have the final report. We didn't want to assume anything. We don't want to believe that when we come here, it will be extended. So essentially, this is our final report. Because we knew we had a time frame on which we have to report. That was 45 days. And we knew by Monday that state of emergency, 45 days, will also elapse. And we have to bring a report. And that's why we wrote the final report. So if our mandate is extended, perhaps we can find another name for the one that is actually coming. But at this stage, we thought there's no other name that we could have used under the circumstances that this is going to come to an end. That's why we decided to use the final report on this one here. Now, the one area the member for Birkama did mention about whether we have consulted with the regular people. Well, the member was there when we came to the market. In fact, we stand in the middle of the market. We were talking to the market committees. In fact, people were even giving us suggestions. The member for Birkama North himself, on several occasions, and I want to thank you for that, actually has called. Yeah.
Honorable member, I did not say whether you consulted those people. I said I recall the suggestion they made regarding relocation, if possible, in order to avoid the overcrowding. Those who are selling, for example, vegetables can be relocated to another places so that there will be decongestion. This particular suggestion was made at the fish market. Please.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you very much, member for Birkama North. Essentially, we had a lot of recommendations from the people. In fact, when we mentioned that, how do they feel about the idea of decongesting the market, taking everybody out without a stall or a canteen in the market to an open place for them to walk? In fact, they said, one mentioned, that's exactly one of them what they said. In fact, that's the reason why we put that in our recommendations, that if the area councils or the local government authorities can decongest the markets and take them to an open place, then that could actually help to ensure that these regulations are actually enforced properly. Now, in terms of the drivers, we did actually make consultations. If you look at the report, when we had our first meeting, the drivers union, or the transport union, this guy, I remember his name, Omar Sisi, he was there. We met with him. Then we also met with another guy called, Kaba? Kaba was about the labor. He was also there. And Kaba didn't say anything because of time, but Omar Sisi actually asked that the pump prices be reduced. He did mention that. In fact, I worked on a program with him on a TV, same thing, that he suggested that if the drivers are asked to reduce the prices or the number of passengers in their vehicles, that must be matched equally with the reduction in the pump price. And I think the government responded a few weeks ago from 50-something to 40-something. I think the government has responded. But yet still, they're saying that they need to do more at the level of the pump price. But the Minister of Finance can help to see what best they can do to help the drivers to prevent overcharging. Now, in terms of the food package, there were a lot of questions about the food package again. Now, I did also mention yesterday that we were supposed to meet with NDMA to enlighten us about the distribution, the modalities, etc. As a committee, we were previewed a document, but to bring NDMA to us so that we can discuss and ask questions, we didn't do that, and that's the reason why we decided not to make this an appendix. But we have information about the food, how it's going to be rationalized, how it's going to be shared, etc., etc. If you permit me, Honorable Speaker, I can say it, but as a committee, we have not met NDMA. But we are privy to documents that show exactly who is going to get what, where is each constituency. Actually, you will see what you're going to have. We have the document. But because of the fact that we have not met them, in a setting, that's why we didn't put that in as a document. So
I stand to be corrected, but I think the only thing we can do is just to take it by way of information. I don't confirm. Just by way of information, because since it's not part of your record, and honorable members wouldn't have had the opportunity to go through it, so I don't think we can take it as part of the records. No, we cannot.
Speaker,
let's hear.
Point of observation. I think the information will be very vital for the National Assembly members if it can be copied and distributed to the members for reference.
Said by way of information now, as of now, because it's not been circulated, it's not part of their records, but it's vital information, so I think we can share it. Yes, honorable member for Serebra.
Honorable Speaker, all documents must come from proper source. This is coming from him, and it's not part of their report. I think he has made a notice that the document exists. Eventually, NA should really submit this document to the Parliament so that it can be circulated.
I'm not very comfortable with that, really, since it's not part of the records. I would just want it to be by way of information. Let's just listen to it, and then we'll do the proper thing. Thank you.
all right, so I can leave the document. Yeah, actually, it's just by way of information, really. But then probably we can get, really what they're saying is like a household of 4 people or more, you'll get 25 kilos of rice, 5 liters of oil, and 25 kilos of sugar. And a household of 5 to 10 people, you get 50 kilograms of rice, 10 liters of oil, and 50 kilograms of sugar. And a household of 11 to 15 people, you get 75 kilos of rice, 15 liters of oil, and 75 kilos of sugar. And any household that is 16 people and above, they'll get 100 kilos of rice, 20 liters of oil, and 100 kilos of sugar. That's how they intend to do it. Now, in terms of constituencies, it's a lot of information, so I don't know if that will be necessary anyway. But for the sake of my good neighbor that asked for it, for Sami, I'll just mention Sami only, you are supposed to get 3,573 bags of 50 kilogram rice, 3,573 for Sami constituency. Then for oil, you are supposed to get 2,293 10-liter oils for the district, and sugar, 3,573 bags of 50 kilograms sugar. That's what you're supposed to get in your district. And I'll just continue from there.
I'm just consulting, but one thing that also we can think of, you can just indicate without prejudice,
yes,
and just circulate it.
Circulate, okay, that's fine. I think
but let it be boldly written, yeah, without prejudice.
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see here also if I'm not missing anything here. All right. Now, also there was a question like we needed to explain if these were the only monies that the government received, which is the ministry 500 million and the 700 million. As far as we are concerned, like the vice chair said, we've made a request to get some of this information, but we are yet to get it. In fact, the procurement from the Minister of Health, we were told during the time when we made the request that the procurement was not actually 100% ready. They were just finalizing here and there, and yesterday they were able to send me some information late in the evening, so I cannot share that right now, but maybe after a while, when we have the official document, we can print it and give to everybody so that you see exactly from the $12 million, what the ministry intends to buy. We'll make that available to everybody. Now, now in terms of, that's fine. So I think The view of the citizens. I think I did explain that, the view of the citizens, because again, when you talk to market committees, for example, when you go to market issues, you talk to the market committees, or wherever we go, in fact, people talk to us about certain issues. So I think, yes, we did, but we don't have like a sample. Like we've spoke to like 300 people in the Gambia or whatever it is, but we just assume that the people we are talking to at the markets or other venues that we visited, they are all part of us, and they've given us really a gist of really what they think. So I think this is okay. Now, in terms of evaluation, somebody did mention that we should have evaluated each of the regulations. Now, in fact, that's exactly what we wanted to do, but we changed later on. Because what happened is, if you look at the recommendations, it has touched on certain regulations. For example, if you go to page 5, for example, on the close and the restriction on the non-essential, you know, it was very clear. We made a recommendation about that. So what that means is the rest is okay with us, but that particular aspect needs to be looked at. Now, if you go to we are asking also for additional regulations. If you look at the recommendations from the Minister of Justice, on if I remember, that's going to be on page 34, we are asking the Minister to bring in additional regulations to help. So that means is the regulations we currently have may not be enough based on the committee's recommendations, and we are asking them to make a regulation to make an offense for anybody who enters the country and refuses to be quarantined, and we want them to take or to bear the cost of the quarantine. So these are the additional regulations we said the Minister need to come. Now, if you go on page 36 as well, on page 36, although the fish meat factories claim to have scaled down their production, so we don't have any evidence for that. So what we are saying is like we want the fish meat factories to be temporarily shut down. That is not covered in any of the regulations. So that means we are actually asking for additional regulations from the Minister of Justice, and maybe when he comes, he can dilate on more of those areas. Now, the last thing I have here, Honorable Speaker, is about the RCF, which is a Rapid Credit Facility. With this one, you know, with membership of IMF, you have a quota contribution. And 25% of that quota actually is about your reserve currency, and 75% is of your local currency. But the quotas actually vary. So it's not like every country you have to pay every year. The payments you make may be from 5 years to 10 years. But the money that you are getting from IMF, this one we are getting, is our own contribution. Essentially, you can call it an isusu. Each country actually had a quota that they contributed. And to help those countries to be able to fix their balance of payment problems or balance of payment deficits, they make certain things available to them. However, they cannot give it directly to the Gambia government, but normally they use an instrument through the central bank. And that's the reason why the minister from the explanation, they came straight to the central bank. They have the MOU, which I've actually added to one of the documents, the MOU between the Central Bank of the Gambia and the Gambia government or the Minister of Finance about that money that came from the IMF. But nonetheless, I am of the view that he still needs to come. But let's remember one thing, in the budget, when you look at the budget, actually there's an approval in the budget for domestic borrowing, and there was approval in the budget for external borrowing. The external borrowing was about 4.something billion that we approved in the budget, and the domestic borrowing was about 2.something billion. So essentially, we have approved something for external borrowing in the budget and for domestic borrowing in the budget already, but yet still, I think he needs to come and finally formalize it just to ensure that it passes through the normal process that we actually have. Honorable Speaker, that's all what I have for now. I don't know if I have missed anything. Somebody can point that out for me. But as far as I'm concerned, I think I've covered all the questions that were posed to me, except if I'm missing something.
Well, I think we have debated exhaustively, and we've been here since yesterday.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to take a second round, it means that we're going to be here till Monday.
There's no second round.
So please let us restrict.
Yes,
you know,
he asked whether he missed.
Can I land? Two microphones cannot be on at the same time. Either you won't hear me or I won't hear you. Yes, thank you. So let us just go to the point. If you need further clarification, just be very precise and concise to the point. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I did indicate in my presentation that the committee did meet with the Ministry of Tourism and the tourism associations, and their views were highlighted. But unfortunately, I did not see where in the recommendations their issues were addressed in order for the industry to be bailed out from the predicament.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. If you look on page 35, in our recommendations under the Minister of Finance, if I'm not mistaken, yes, on the Minister of Finance, on number 9, the government to engage the state-owned enterprises, local government authorities, as well as the private sector, especially tourism, to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on their businesses. This will allow continuity of the essential services provided by these institutions. So I think that should be covered under that one.
Madam Speaker, well, that's a different section. I refer him to the section on the recommendation, to be very specific. Yeah, no, you said page 25.
I don't want to open the dialogue, but I think it's a report. Recommendations were made at the tail end, but it doesn't mean that we will not extract the recommendations made during the course of in the report itself. So I think we can, let's proceed, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, and I take the opportunity once more to thank everybody for their contribution. We've been here since yesterday for this very important report. And I would now put the question.
Motion before you put the question.
Sorry?
Motion before you...
for Wool, no. I'll take Woolly East. You want something? Yes, I said I will take your point. Can I hear you? Thank you.
Now, I was the mover of the motion. I mentioned the diaspora, because they are also Gambians. You've not said anything about that. You remember yesterday I was saying that. But in your response...
There was no response on your issue. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Now, with the issue of diaspora, I did have a call from somebody in Ghana that he's stuck in that country, that he couldn't come back to Gambia. But the issue was being handled by the Foreign Affairs. For example, what's happening in China, for example, and some other areas, that was being handled by Foreign Affairs. So we thought it may not be necessary for us to call the Foreign Affairs to ask influence about those things, because that was already being handled by the Foreign Affairs Committee. Thank you.
I think not only Foreign Affairs, but the human rights. Yeah. And that record has been adopted. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I noted something down on my notes, but I forgot to say it. And that is the support that we have from our support staff that were with us throughout the tour. Not only they were gallants, but I was really very comfortable working with them. And in fact, not only they ensured that all the information is recorded, but they even ensured that our security, I do support it. They know what I mean. They ensured that we were safe anywhere we go to. So I want to also say thank you to the Office of the Clerk for giving us the best people in this Parliament to support us throughout our work. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Serekunda.
Mr. Speaker, I would want to make a motion on the Standing Order 53A, if you allow, before you put the question. It reads that the following motion may be made without notice. A motion by way of amendment to a question already proposed by the Speaker. I would want to make a motion as soon as you propose this question of adopting the report, if you would allow me.
You're preempting me.
Need to be more concrete.
Well,
I think the idea.
Ask my question yet. I've not posed any question yet.
Yes. I'm just making notification.
Provision.
Ultimately, what I'll be recommending, Honorable Speaker, the motion I'll be making is for us to accept the report minus the recommendation and the resolutions. But once you put the question, I'll make the motion and then give the reasons.
The question formally then, and then you can go ahead with your motion. As I said earlier, I wish to thank everybody and put the question, be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Special Select Committee of the National Assembly on the implementation of the state of public emergency. Now you can come up with your motion by virtue of this section.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would want to make this motion by way of Standing Order 53A, that a motion by way of an amendment to a question already proposed by the Speaker. You proposed the question, but Honorable Speaker, I would want to make the motion that we adopt this report without adopting the recommendation and the resolutions. Honorable Speaker, the recommendations touches on justice, on security, on finance, on local government, on health, on trade, fisheries. These are all very broad areas covered by existing committees. And to assist the committee itself from deepening the recommendations and broadening the information base, I would further make the motion that we invoke Standing Order 106, which will require the committee to work with the various committees like human rights and constitutional matters in the area of justice, with defense and security in the area of security, with finance and public accounts in the area, with the respective committees, so that in each area they work concurrently to build up the recommendations for those particular areas. Honorable Speaker, it is also important to suspend the resolution, because they've made it a resolution by the committee, and the committee is actually reporting to the plenary, and it's only the plenary that has authority to make the final resolution. And in order not to complicate matters in terms of the consideration for the motion that the minister is going to make, we would be accepting the number of days proposed by our committee. So by standing down on that, we'll be preparing ourselves for the next session. So I would move, Honorable Speaker, that we actually accept the report with all the amendments that they would wish to make, but then not accept the recommendations and the resolution. Thank you.
We just take a second.
Yeah, a second on that motion.
Yeah, a second on the specific motion. Thank you. Fonyi Jarol. Sorry.
Yes, I rise to second the motion.
Motion has been moved and seconded that we adopt the report of the Special Select Committee, excluding the recommendations. and the resolutions and the recommendations. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. So now the question would read, be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Special Select Committee of the National Assembly on the implementation of the state of public emergency, excluding the resolutions and recommendations made therein. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. Thank you very much. So I think that would just make the next motion straightforward so that we don't need to have any conflict. Thank you. The ayes have it. Thank you. Now, Clerk, can we proceed then?
Motion.
With the next.
Be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and approve the motion to further extend the period of state of public emergency for 45 days in accordance with Section 34(5)(a)(1) of the 1997 Constitution, and to further affirm the period of the public emergency regulation made thereto in accordance with Section 5(2) of the Emergency Powers Act, effective Monday, 18th May 2020, by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, you will forgive me for my inability at this time of the day to match the energy or enthusiasm of the Honorable Member for Upper Salum. I'm sure my Badibunka sons will rejoice at hearing that. Honorable Speaker, I move that this August Assembly, pursuant to Section 34, subsection 5, paragraph A1 of the 1997 Constitution of the Gambia, extend for a period of 45 days, effective 18th May 2020, the resolution of the National Assembly, which was passed on 3rd April 2020, for the extension of the state of public emergency in the whole of the Gambia, declared by His Excellency President Adama Barrow on 26 March 2020, pursuant to Section 34, subsection 1A of the 1997 Constitution. I also move that this August Assembly affirm by resolution the following regulations pursuant to Section 5 of the Emergency Powers Act. The restrictions on open markets and shopping areas Emergency Powers Regulation 2020 as amended. The Essential Commodities Emergency Powers Regulation 2020 as amended. The restrictions on public transportation Emergency Powers Regulations 2020 as amended. The closure and restriction on non-essential public places Emergency Powers Regulation 2020, and the closure of educational institutions and places of worship Emergency Powers Regulation 2020. Madam Speaker, Section 35(5)(a)(1) of the Constitution provides 5(a)(1) of the Constitution provides a resolution of the National Assembly passed for the purpose of this section shall remain in force for 90 days or such shorter period as may be specified therein, provided that any such resolution may be extended from time to time by a further resolution
supported in the case of a first extension by the votes of not less than 3/4 of all the members of the National Assembly. But no extension shall exceed 90 days from the date of the resolution effecting the extension. Madam Speaker, you will recall that on 3rd April 2020, in response to the global threat of the coronavirus pandemic as declared by the World Health Organization, WHO, and to which the Gambia is vulnerable, the National Assembly passed a resolution that extended the state of public emergency declared by His Excellency the President, pursuant to Section 34(1)(a) of the 1997 Constitution. At that point in time, only 2 cases of infection of the virus was reported in the Gambia, and 171 other countries had reported varying degrees of infections. As at that date, the virus had killed 20,834 people globally, according to the WHO. Madam Speaker, 3 days ago, as of 12 May 2020, the rate of infection of the coronavirus globally stood at over 4 million people, out of which almost 300,000 have died from the infection, according to the WHO. Closer to home, in Senegal, for instance, for the same period, the rate of infection stood at over 1,800 people. I'm now told it's over 2,100, with 19 deaths as at the time, and I'm now told with 23 deaths from the infection. When compared to the figures at the time of the passing of the first resolution on 3rd April 2020, Senegal had 195 infections with 1 death. Here in the Gambia, our rate of infection has also increased to 23. Unfortunately, only 1 reported death from the virus in the country. But we must not be complacent about this fact. There is no doubt that the coronavirus, otherwise known as COVID-19, continues to pose a clear and present danger to the Gambia and remains deadly. So the government needs to continue taking measures that will, among other things, break the chain of transmission in order to prevent a further spread of the virus, and concurrently alleviate the consequent hardship that all of us may face. The government is aware that the measures which may be imposed as a result of this extension will affect our lives. But like I said the last time I appeared before this August Assembly on this subject matter, this is now a matter of survival first and not about individual preferences. In this regard, you will recall that a number of emergency regulations were issued by His Excellency President Barrow to address these hardships. These include the Essential Commodities Emergency Powers Regulation, which sought to protect the public from price hikes and ensure adequate food supplies in the country during the period of the state of public emergency. Other regulations include restrictions in public transportation, restrictions on open markets, and the closure of non-essential public places. So in order to enable the government continue to provide effective leadership in this national preventive effort, the government must be given a margin of appreciation in deciding the measures it wishes to adopt, the duration, and the timing. These are key tools that should be put at the disposal of the government so that it can fully and effectively assume its leadership responsibilities to prevent a looming catastrophe in our country. Madam Speaker, the 45 days extension of the period of the state of public emergency granted by the National Assembly on 3rd April 2020 will expire on 18 May 2020. But the threat of COVID-19 still looms over us. The determination to break the chain of transmission of the virus is more needed now than ever before, in view of the recent reports from the WHO. And so we must intensify our collective national efforts towards achieving this goal. Therefore, Madam Speaker, a 45-day extension of the resolution passed by this August Assembly on 3rd April 2020, which extended the period of the state of public emergency declared by His Excellency President Barrow on 26 March 2020, will allow the government to continue to carry out its responsibilities towards the people of this country, not only to save lives, but to also balance the competing political, social, and economic interests we are confronted with in these difficult times. Madam Speaker, for these reasons, I move that this August Assembly, pursuant to Section 34, subsection 5A1 of the 1997 Constitution of the Gambia, extend for a period of 45 days, effective 18th May 2020, the resolution of the National Assembly, which was passed on 3rd April 2020, for the extension of the state of public emergency in the whole of the Gambia, declared by His Excellency President Adama Barrow on 26 March 2020. I also move that this August Assembly affirm by resolution the following regulations pursuant to Section 5 of the Emergency Powers Act. The restrictions on open markets and shopping areas Emergency Powers Regulation 2020 as amended. The Essential Commodities Emergency Powers Regulations 2020 as amended. The restrictions on public transportation Emergency Powers Regulations 2020 as amended. The closure and restriction on non-essential public places Emergency Powers Regulations 2020. The closure of educational institutions and places of worship Emergency Powers Regulations 2020. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to add a few remarks to this motion. Madam Speaker, the 45 days that the government is requesting is the minimum that has been recommended by the government's chief health advisor, who is here with us, and I'm sure he will be delighted to be given the opportunity to further elaborate on this. And it is based on the science that is available and the prognostics that have been made about this pandemic, not on sentiments, as the Honorable Member for Woolly West widely said. Indeed, the government acknowledges that more testing needs to be done in order to help the government determine what further actions may or may not be taken. The overriding objective of this motion is to protect life, including the lives of the people who live in your constituencies. The latest figures from WHO state that nearly 250 million Africans will be infected. 250 million Africans will be infected, with almost 200,000 deaths. 200,000 deaths. We do not want our people to fall in these statistics, or as many of our people as we can avoid. As leaders, Madam Speaker, honorable members of this August Assembly, as leaders, it is our responsibility sometimes to lead public opinion and not to follow public opinion. That is what is expected of us in times like this. And it is incumbent upon us to do everything that we can, including sensitizing our own people about the dangers of this pandemic. Not just to follow their individual wishes and desires. Yes, the government admits that there is still room for improvement in the enforcement of the regulations. We will not run away from that. That's just a reality. Many other governments face similar challenges. But we also dare say that the regulations are being implemented and enforced in large part, in very large part. We can take this one after the other. Let's look at the essential commodities regulation, emergency powers regulation. Can we honestly say that the government has not protected these essential commodities from price hikes? How many times have we seen people being persecuted? It's been reported in the newspapers. Can we honestly say that the government has not protected these commodities from being exported out of the country? How many times have we seen in the newspapers people have been prosecuted for exactly those offenses? Let's look at the restrictions, or rather the closure of educational institutions and places of worship. Can we also say that the schools and the mosques and the churches have not been closed? Can we really say that? The few comments I heard from some of the members here are protesting exactly against that, because the government is enforcing those regulations. And the protest is for the government to lift the restrictions so that these places can be open. That is enforcement in my book. Let's look at the restrictions I think I'm missing one regulation here. But let's look at the restrictions on non-essential public places. Another example. Are we saying that the bars are still open? Or that the cinemas and video clubs are still open? Or the gyms or the nightclubs? Or the restaurants? Is that what we are saying? Of course, they are closed. That is enforcement. Yes, I can go on and on with respect to the other regulations. On public transport, we have seen reports of drivers being prosecuted, either for going beyond the limits that were imposed by the regulations or for increasing the prices that were limited by the regulations. We have seen those reports in our newspapers. So yes, the regulations are being enforced. But yes, there is still room for improvement. We have challenges, especially when it comes to the market areas. We will admit that. But enforcing the regulations with respect to the market areas will not be helped by some of the comments that have been made in this August Assembly. Because some of these regulations cannot be enforced by brute force. We need to accompany the enforcement of these regulations with sensitization for our people. We need to make our people feel that it's their responsibility to protect themselves before they can spread the virus to us. If we do not accompany these regulations with sensitization, we will continue to face challenges. So it is incumbent not just upon the government to enforce these regulations, it's incumbent upon each and every one of us, especially those of you in this August Assembly who represent your constituencies, who represent your people, to sensitize them. Otherwise, we can never, as a government, successfully implement these regulations because they cannot simply be implemented by force alone. Those days are over in this country. So help us, help this government enforce these regulations. That's my plea to you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, members. I beg to move.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Any seconder? Opa Nyomi was the first to raise his hand.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I rise to second the motion. And I also would like to seize this opportunity to make my intervention as far as this particular motion is concerned. Madam Speaker, we have the clear evidence on the world that there is a need for the state of public emergency to be increased, to be extended rather. And therefore, I am with the support of the extension of the state of public emergency. Madam Speaker, when you look at the number of infected persons being rising in the country, which is 23 now, and without surrounding Senegal, the number is increasing from 1,310 people, 2,310 people today. And the number of deaths also has increased to 25 as well, means that Gambia is surrounded by the fire. And we need to do everything possible to save ourselves and to save our people. Madam Speaker, with the projection of 181,000 people to be infected in the near future from the month of June, July, and August, definitely this country have all reason to extend the state of public emergency in order to save our people. Notwithstanding, we can look into the issues of markets, because many of our people are getting their livelihood from the market and who are living from hand to mouth. Even the suggestion that the committee came with, like the recommendation that we move some of them from the market to fields. Some are complaining that when you move them from where they normally sit in the market, probably when their customers come, they don't find them there, they will not bother themselves to look for them in that new location. So therefore, they prefer to stay in the market. So it's better, like we leave the regulation as it is. That's my suggestion. And with these few remarks, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to take the time of the Assembly. I'm giving my full support to the extension of the state of public emergency. And I also seize this opportunity to thank the health officers from the minister down, the effort they are putting in place to combat, COVID-19 in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the motion to further extend the period of state of the public emergency for 45 days in accordance with Section 34(5)(a), subsection 1 of the 1997 Constitution, and further affirm the period of the public emergency regulations made thereto in accordance with Section 5(2) of the Emergency Powers Act, effective Monday, 18th of May, 2020. Excuse me. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. Thank you very much. Now, honorable members who wish to take part, can we please take the numbers?
Please. Motion.
So that we can manage the time, please.
I want motion.
Pardon?
Motion.
Motions?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, thank you.
Madam Speaker, I want to move that before we embark on debate on this motion, since the Honorable Minister of Health is here, we allow him give us some professional assessment, because we are being asked to make very important decisions, and that decision should be based on some concrete facts. I think it is important that the Minister of Health comes and gives us a professional assessment of the 45 days that we have gone through, what were the challenges, what were the shortcomings, what are the gaps, so that we know what we are deciding.
Yes, Honorable Member, I agree entirely, because before we can make, or the honorable members can make informed decision, they need to hear from the experts, especially health. But I would even add, in addition, also trade, because it will affect, like some people raise the issue of the price, the transport fare increases. But I would appeal, if you can please, as a matter of procedure, just withdraw the motion. Let's allow honorable members to make their interventions. Then before he responds, obviously, that is why the ministers are here. Before we take a vote, obviously they will be heard. And that's why they are here, because really that's as a matter of procedure. Searching for the relevant standing order. Just a second, thank you. Members, we all have our interpretations, but we are all guided by the standing orders which we can read and understand. So please, can I just refer you to I just saw it.
This one, 53. 61.
Sorry. Now let's all look at 61. Standing order 61. Now it talks of debate of motions and amendments. When the motion has been moved and seconded in the assembly, the speaker shall put the question thereon to the assembly, and in the same terms as the motion. Debate may then take place upon that question and may continue so long as any member excuse me, wishes to speak, who is entitled to do so, subject to any allocation of time applied by the Assembly Business Committee. Subsection 2, when he or she is satisfied that no more members wish to speak, the speaker shall call upon the mover to reply, and immediately the mover has concluded his or her reply, shall put the question to the assembly, and the assembly shall express its decision in accordance with the provisions of these standing orders. Honorable honorable members, many a time have motions been laid here with honorable ministers present, and then they will always be allowed to come in. They can be heard. They partake in the debate. But my problem is just the procedure, the sequence of events. If you can further guide me, but I'm just concerned about the sequence. And mark my words, I'm concerned about the sequence. Yes.
Can I, Madam, I refer you to Section 77, subsection 4 of the Constitution. Section 77, subsection 4 of the Constitution. If I may read it. The Vice President or a minister shall, when requested by the National Assembly, report to the National Assembly on any matter concerning a department or other business of government committed to his or her charge, and shall be entitled to attend and speak in the National Assembly whenever any bill or other matter concerning such a department or business is being debated. So, Madam, it will be neater. It will be neater if we hear the Honorable Minister first to determine the nature and the tone of the debate on the matter, not after.
I don't think it will be after. I am not disputing the fact that the language of the Constitution which says that they are entitled, shall be entitled to speak and attend. I entirely agree that they are entitled to attend and speak. They have attended and they will speak. As I said, my concern is about the sequence. When do they come? Would it be better after hearing the members, before a vote is taken, and even before the Honorable Minister of Justice gives his response? That's it's not the mover. If issues are raised touching on health, then he should come to respond to those issues. But now if you allow him, if he comes before issues are raised, do we say that we allow him again to come and respond to those issues? I just want to be guided so that we make sure that, we do the...
In the first place, he is not the mover of the motion. He is not the mover of the motion, but he is here to provide us with data to enable us debate and make a decision.
He will provide after your interventions.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
That means we have already spoken. We would have already spoken. We would, Madam, we would have already spoken if we... It would be useless. It will not be helpful at all.
Sorry, you moved a motion. I just appeal that as per the standing orders, as I read it, we can wait. But we can go ahead with your motion. It has been tabled. We take secondment. Any seconder to motion? Yes, Cantora.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for giving the floor. I rise to second the motion for us to hear the Health Minister to deliberate on matters concerning his ministry so that he can really inform us better to make decision. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Woolly East, since the motion will probably pass, why don't you think of amending it to include the Minister of Trade? Because it may have some...
No, trade would respond to the debate.
No.
Madam Speaker, no. Can I?
Thank you. It has already been seconded. It has been moved and seconded that we allow the Honorable Minister of Health to update the Assembly with regards to the health situation of COVID-19 before we open the debate. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. We now allow the Honorable Minister of Health. Please, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Oh, this is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Distinguished Honorable Speaker, distinguished Honorable Members of the National Assembly, we are indeed very grateful for this opportunity to come before you once again to chart the way forward for our nation together. We are always grateful for the frank discussions that are held in this August Assembly, as we always leave with better plans and ideas for the development of this country. It is like a refinery of ideas. I have listened very keenly to all the interventions, and we are grateful for them. We will endeavor to look into each one of them. They are all very important. Thus, kindly bear with us. We've also taken note of the special committee's findings and recommendations and we'll endeavor to make sure that we register improvements on all of them. This is a very important period in our existence as a country. We have patiently listened, as I mentioned, to all the deliberations, and it has enriched us greatly. By way of giving you the general overview, globally since the 31st December 2019 and as of 15th May 2020, a total of 24,338,658 cases of COVID-19 in accordance with the applied case definitions in the affected countries have been reported. Of these, 297,119 deaths were registered. Africa has registered 54,190 confirmed cases, with 1,623 deaths registered so far. Senegal, our closest neighbor, has registered a total of 2,189, with a total fatality of 23. The Gambia, as of yesterday, has registered 23 cases with 1 death. We've been carrying out a lot of contact tracing in this country. Contact tracing is the cornerstone of the response in the prevention and containment stages. At first, all attempts were geared towards following people who had returned from hotspot countries. This is before quarantine started. These people of interest were asked to home isolate and were followed routinely by our health personnel for the development of symptoms. Those who developed symptoms were tested. Of those people, 350 were followed for 14 days. Now, the contact tracing is concentrated on following the contacts of the confirmed cases and the contacts of contacts. Once the high-risk contacts are identified, they are quarantined, and the low-risk cases are followed at home for 2 weeks. The target for contact tracing is 790, and 789 have been traced successfully. Of the low risk being followed, 105 were the total, and out of that, we went beyond to have followed 109 cases. The quarantine. Quarantine was started in early March 2020. Initially, it started with people traveling into the country from hotspot countries, hotspot zones. Initially, this was shrouded with challenges as many of the people were not cooperating. Quarantine is one of the interventions that has yielded so much dividend in the Gambia. Most of our positive cases, in fact, 76.9%, were all confirmed whilst undergoing quarantine. That means the risk of their association with the people when they became positive, when they started shedding the virus, was very low because they were already in quarantine. That means that they would have been identified by the contact tracing team and be kept under our watchful eyes. We were on our own able to start testing for those people in quarantine before discharge. This was not in any recommendation or guideline when we started, but it has turned out to be a very great intervention, and as we speak here, many countries have adopted that. We started here in this Gambia even well before the WHO recommended it, because we thought it made sense, because there was a period at which people start shedding the virus, and that is when the virus can be obtained for a positive test. Before then, they would not be positive. So we thought it was important to test anybody who had undergone quarantine before they were discharged, and many countries are following suit now. Of course, as we mentioned, this might be because if one tests early, those contacts, before they start shedding the virus, they will initially be negative, when the reality actually is that they are in fact positive. This has prevented many infected people being discharged into the community. This, however, is very expensive. It's a very expensive intervention, but it is one that has yielded dividend. As I mentioned earlier, 23 confirmed cases. Out of those, 17 were diagnosed whilst in quarantine. Currently, we have 94 people in quarantine, and 375 have completed the quarantine as we speak. I'm happy to know that both the Special Committee and the Health Select Committee had visited the quarantine sites. These are hotels with great services. Our health personnel and security officers also are present in those centers 24 hours to ensure the health and security needs are addressed. We have tried to make it as comfortable as possible for the people in quarantine, but of course, unfortunately, it can never replace their homes. So occasionally you see complaints on the media, but they have been taken very, very, very good care of. The average room has a television, an air conditioner, and even internet facilities. We have received a lot of commendation from people who leave our facilities, but of course a few concerns have been raised, and certainly few people will never be satisfied with whatever is given to them. But at this juncture, I think as a country, we have tried very hard, because we have seen big countries in Africa. I'll mention two examples. One of them took people to a quarantine center when they came from overseas and asked them to pay for themselves and left them there. Another big country took them to a quarantine center and asked people to pay. When they made noise, they took them out, took them to a primary school, left them there, threw mattresses at them, and then said it was their business and put security forces. Of course, Gambia, we never dream of that, so we have done our best to give our people a dignified treatment. As at present, we have spent more than $20 million in quarantine facilities. This will go up if we are still in the containment stage. If we are unlucky to slip into the mitigation stage where there are so many community transmissions that we do not even know the source of those transmissions at that point, because it could be so overwhelming that you don't know now who gave it to who. Then the strategy will be home isolation of infected and suspected cases. And we know how difficult that is in our communities, where we all live together, as had been mentioned by previous honorable members, speakers here. We live together, we eat together. Home isolation is easier for communities in the West, many of who were already isolated by their natural way of living. But it is very difficult for us in this country because our natural way of living is socialization. At present, our containment stage is going on well, as we almost know the epidemiological link of almost all the cases, and all non-contacts have been traced and tested. Coming to testing, testing is the cornerstone of this response. The recommended testing level is now at least 2% of the population, Honorable. The countries that have done a lot of testing have tested between 40 to 60,000 per million people. After this crisis, If we had 30,000 tested, we would have been in that range. But we want to go a little beyond that because of the way we live together here in our communities. As an example, India has tested 1,480 per million. That's what India has tested because of their population. And that is far below what the recommended total number is. The country that has done the highest number of tests so far is Portugal, and they have done 58,827 per million population. As at now, the Gambia has conducted 1,440 tests and have confirmed 23 positive test results. That means as at now, we are doing about 700 tests per million people. The case definition has been widened now. That means there is some modification as to what cases should be tested. So the case definition being widened to include all cases with symptoms of fever or cough and one other symptom. These are the people who need to be tested. Travel history and history of contact, which used to be part of the case definition, are no longer considered necessary in the definition of what we call a suspected case. This, therefore, will lead to an increase in the number of people to be tested and isolated. However, testing without symptoms is not recommended except for health workers who are involved in the management of these patients. But as we see, recommendations are there, but countries are supposed to take the recommendations and adapt based on their national realities. The way our markets are, the way our ferries are, the way our fishing ports are, is giving us more ideas to go into those highly densely populated areas to test more and more people. And this is the plan of the ministry. As of now, we are using PCR testing in MRC Fajara, and we are happy to inform the honorable members here that our Kotru National Public Health Laboratory is ready, and they'll start doing the testing, inshallah, next week. MRC Gambia is also extending the testing sites to Keneba and Basse so that people do not have to come all the way down here to get tested. We are also hoping that once the Gene Expert cartridge is available to developing countries, we can have 6 other sites tested. We have Gene Expert machines, but the machines are locked by the manufacturers. That's the way they do their business. Now, cartridges have been manufactured specifically for COVID-19, but they have not been made available to developing countries yet. We learned that one big country has decided for them not to be exported. When that export ban is lifted, we hope to get these machines, and that means we can do more testing because the test becomes less dangerous for the laboratory staff then, and it can be done at more sites. We have 6 Gene Expert machines across the length and breadth of this country. Risk communication is ongoing. A lot of work has been done on the radio, on the TV, billboards, posters have been circulated. We've been having daily media briefings by the ministry, myself, and the entire team to help sensitize people, to communicate to the people, to give them the updates. This has been ongoing, and certainly the role the honorable members played in the sensitization has been remarkable, because a lot of communities that we visited, you had visited them before we got there, when I went to up-country recently, and most of those communities have attested to the information being shared to them. We want to use the opportunity to thank you very much. However, honorable members, Madam Speaker, distinguished honorable members, we are very concerned with the rate of false information in our communities, especially the use of WhatsApp messages. False information has been very detrimental to our collective efforts to fight COVID-19. They range from all sources. People scaring people, people talking about immunization that is not true. This has a detrimental effect because now, as mentioned by one honorable member, I think of Talinding, women are scared to take their children for routine immunization. That means COVID could be over and we in our communities experience outbreaks of measles, yellow fever, tuberculosis, and other diseases just because women were afraid to take their people for vaccination. And we appeal to the honorable members to help advocate against this practice. Isolation centers. There are 13 isolation centers located in different health facilities in the country. These are usually 1 or 2 rooms in a facility that are earmarked to keep suspected cases until confirmation is made. Whilst there would be a team trained in infection prevention and control to take care of these patients. The people put in isolation centers are usually symptomatic and do not on average spend up to 48 hours in these centers. Once the result is out, they are either transferred to the treatment center if it is positive, and if it is negative, they are taken back into the patient pool of that facility to be treated as per their diagnosis. Isolation facilities are in the following centers: Eseo District Hospital, Sibano, the Wek Clinic, Wiam General Hospital, Soma District Hospital, Bansan General Hospital, Carnifing General Hospital, Edward Francis Moore Teaching Hospital, Basse District Hospital, Farafenye General Hospital, Brikama District Hospital, Kaul Major Health Center, Fajikunda Health Center, and Bundung Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Some of these are earmarked for renovation and expansion, but they are presently usable. Treatment centers, those are the centers where after isolation, the patients that have tested positive will be taken to the treatment centers. In general, there are going to be 14 treatment centers. 14 treatment centers will be functional for the response. The following are the ones available and ready at present. The one at Sanatorium, that's for West Coast Health Region 1. The Deban Clinic, the first phase is ready and has 14 beds. Sanatorium has 42 beds. Now, Deban, these are all in West Coast Health Region 1. MRC Fajara equally has 30 beds for treatment. However, their main, the wards are available as well if there is a surge. That is 42 beds as well. The following facilities are either under renovation or construction. Sukuta, that's for Western Region 1. MRC Keneba and the Basse sites. Kafuta, the second phase of the Deban Clinic. Soma, Kanuma, Njabakunda, Wasu Palang, Bansang General Hospital, Palang itself, Basse facility, and Yerobaol. These are all going to get treatment centers. The idea is to have at least one treatment facility in each health region to avoid movement of patients and thus lessen the risk of drivers, the risk to the drivers and the staff. The criteria used for selection of treatment centers include accessibility to the road, access to water and electricity, proximity to a major health facility for laboratory support, and the possibility of getting accommodation for the staff who are going to be involved in the treatment of these patients. Procurement of equipment. At present, we have now gotten 20 ventilators, Honorable. We've gotten more since after your tour. We've gotten 20 ventilators now that are ready to be used as and when we need them. The procurement, the equipment that are supposed to be procured include ventilators, X-ray machines, ultrasound machines, patient monitors, ambulances, 33 ambulances. An honorable member asked, the ambulances are supposed to be 33. The procurement process by both the World Bank and the Gambia government will soon be completed, and the equipment will soon be here. The government has asked the Turkish government to help airlift these items free of charge to this country, and it is to the tune of $12 million US. It is believed that the pandemic could worsen in Africa, and the problem is that most of our health systems are weak. So we thought this is an opportunity to strengthen our health systems so that they are robust enough to deal with the COVID pandemic as well as the thereafter. Projections. At the beginning of the pandemic in the Gambia, the projections on the disease were that we will have a total of 181,000 infections at the peak, and we'll be having 3,300 per day. But with social distancing, we were expecting 53,000 infections, and that's at the peak, and 1,000 infections per day. This was a similar projection by the WHO and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Now, there was another projection by the Policy Analysis Unit of the President's Office, which showed 74 to 93% of the population might be affected. The peak was initially expected on the 17th May 2020. However, it will interest the honorable members to know that, in fact, the picture is gloomier. The new projections have been made based on new data and the spread of the disease so far in the African countries and what we have learned about the disease so far. It is now projected that without any social distancing, we are now expecting a total of 300,000 cases in a period of 300 days. That is, it spreads, that's the estimate for the 1 year. But when it peaks, we expect to have 3,000 cases per day, and at the peak, there will be 10,000 active cases in this country. But with strict social distancing, with the assumption that there will be reduction in contact by 50%, we would expect a total of 1,600 cases in 300 days. So see the drastic reduction from 300,000 to 1,600 with strict social distancing. And a total of 30 active cases per day at the peak, and we would expect 6 to 7 new cases to be registered per day, adding on to the total number of active cases, of course, while some are withdrawn from the total number of active cases because they would have recovered. The peak expected again, now from the projections, we are saying from the first case, without social distancing, the peak would have been on the 25th. Now, with some social distancing, we expect the new peak to be around the 24th of June 2020. This shows that most likely the initial social distancing observed by the population has shown dividend, as the peak has been has moved from its original date of 17th May. This will allow a flattened curve and allow care of the patients, and the patients hope to get better with this when the curve is flattened rather than spiking up. Staff protection. Madam Speaker, distinguished honorable members, as we speak, we have adequate number of face masks, gloves, goggles, shields, shoe covers, overalls for the people who work in the health facilities. Yes, we agree, sometimes there are logistic challenges, and sometimes the slow flow of information. And sometimes people taking ownership is lacking. When these items are finished at some sites, they fold their arms and expect them to be flown to them, rather than being proactive to make the request before it even gets finished. This is the typical attitude, so I'm not surprised that you went to some centers, they say we don't have. And the question to them is, what did you do when you didn't have? Because I'm informing you that we have enough of these items for the protection of our staff. Equally speaking, we equally have been supplying the security forces. It was not in a very well coordinated manner initially, because they used to give to one person who was supposed to deliver it. But we realized that there were logistic challenges, and the Interior Minister promised to identify a focal point who will do the collection and get it to all the people, and he has done that now. So that will also be lessened now. Staff honoraria. The issue of the staff honoraria is yet to be finalized. Distinguished Speaker, distinguished National Assembly members, COVID-19 period is a very difficult period for everybody in the world, for all of us, especially in developing countries. It is very tasking for the population, but more so for the health workers. I will tell you, and more so for the health ministers. But I think it is most difficult for the health minister of the Republic of the Gambia, because the Gambia is a special case. So instead of us to deal with the response to COVID-19, strategizing, develop the policies, we deal with allowances and the allowance list and this and that and that. The Gambia is unique in the sense that things that ministers are not supposed to be dealing with just come to the bear, and if you don't deal with it, there is disaster. So you end up having to deal with that. This allowance issue is very unfortunate. Government came up with the idea that, and as we've been saying ever since, no one can ever pay health workers enough, especially frontline health workers. When people are sleeping, when people are doing other things, when people are enjoying, celebrating, these frontliners are at front there, risking their lives to provide health care for our people. But government said, let's give them honoraria, just a token to say thank you very much. Now, this honoraria, we said, provide us with the list of the people who are at the front line. The problem started, unfortunately, especially when the 500 million was announced. That's when our problem as a health ministry started. Unfortunately, people start to even forget about COVID. All they talk about is money, money, money. That's why I said our work is very, very difficult. Now, we say provide the list. When we talk about these things, it is not the majority, it's just in the minority that do some of these things. The majority are hardworking, dedicated, sacrificing their lives for the people of this country. Now, that minority provided a list. In fact, when you look at the list and the estimates, it consumed almost the entire $500 million for allowances. That was the suggestion. Of course, we wouldn't accept that. We said to them, it's a non-starter. It went back. They brought another list. That list was so big. We say, where are these people? I said, okay, if this list is big, bring it, let us have a look. We looked at the list. There were names of over 300 volunteers. Nobody knows where those volunteers. That means they are not working in the health sector, so if they are volunteers. Now that also went. We said, non-starter again. Remove all the volunteers. Bring the list of the core people. The list of the core people was brought. Some people came together to say, we know the people who are the active players. That list came. We saw names appearing in one section and another and another and another. Then I said, no again. Took the list back. Then we went to Kotu. That's where our central operations are. That day, as health minister, I stayed with the team to project because we wanted to give some of them something because you all had their complaints. It was difficult for them. Sometimes they leave home early. They don't go home early. So we said, let's mobilize quickly to give them something. But we need a list. Now, we looked at the list. I was there with them. They projected the names till 2 a.m. in the morning. I don't think any health minister does that in the world. That's not my responsibility. But if I don't do that, what will follow is disaster. Now, we looked at it. As we looked at it, we realized that there were various duplications. That night alone, 300 names were removed. Why were they removed? Because you will see some names at some point and so many names. Then we say, okay, you have the team leaders here. Team this, team that, team this. When we project it, if these are in your team, you say yes because you know them. Look at your own list. But you also equally take responsibility because you are here and you say these are, then you start saying, I don't know that one. I've never seen this one. Who put this name? Now, this is what we do. So we went down there. I say, since there are various groups, let us now arrange them alphabetically so that when the groups are there, you arrange the groups you arrange all the names, ignoring the groups alphabetically. Then you see one name 3 times, 4 times, 6 times. Then we had to remove it. These are the challenges that we faced. Now, when we streamlined the list, we now said each one should get paid 5,000 honorarium. When that was met, they started. Then some started saying they were not involved, these ones are not involved. But the initial one was to pay the frontliners first. And the frontliner definition was those who were in the contact tracing, the surveillance, the laboratory, the case management team, and just in the health facilities, case management team, the people at the accident and emergency wards, and the people who are also at the outpatient units, because accident and emergency and outpatient are the people who receive any patient coming into a health facility. When they come and they suspect COVID, they alert the case management team in that facility. So this we regarded as frontliners. Now, so this is what delayed the list. Now we said compile the list now. Some payments started, but that was a limited number. That is why the others couldn't get paid. Because now they started wrangling, and some people from some facilities were putting in their friends, their relatives, to be in that frontliner. So even to get those frontliners. But we said, let's get the frontliners paid first so that the rest of the people will also get paid. Probably a little less because we have to stratify. Because if we don't stratify, the person who goes to take a sample from a patient, he's more at risk. But a person who is sitting down in the health facility is also at some risk. But you cannot compare them with this. If you make it flat, the person who goes to follow the patients will be complaining. He will say, I'm risking my life, and look at it, this one is sitting at this place. And so we said it's important to stratify. Now, the nurses came up Unfortunately, some of the people were also on the media talking and so on without engagement. But we had a very positive engagement because when the goals are the same, there's no need to quarrel. So when we brought them, one very smart, honest young nurse, when we said to them, okay, you go and see your people who have not been paid and they have complaints, jot their names down and come. Then he came and told me, Honorable, I was shocked. When I went now, because there's going to be stratification, now everybody in any facility now is moving to work at the emergency room. Because now emergency room people are going to be paid more. So we are seeing names that were ordinarily posted in other parts of the hospital, all now being added to emergency room. So this is a nightmare we're having with the allowances, but the willingness is there. In fact, I myself was the one following them to produce this list 4 weeks ago. Now, why are we having some of these problems? Honorable members, distinguished honorable members, distinguished speaker, I think we inherited a bad system. That's the bottom line. Some of the things, the same old people are still there. They got used to this bad system of doing things. We talk about the Ebola. Unfortunately, Ebola funds were wasted in this country. And that's what they want to do with this. And we say no. That's why some of them are up and against. The Ebola funds were wasted here. What that would have done, today our health system wouldn't have been like this. But equipment was said to have been procured which never got to this country. Nobody sees them. Allowances were put together. Then the allowances were being given as interest. I learned. I was not there then, but they were being given as interest. And people held this interest in bags, and they go and pay selected people, and the rest only they and God knows where the rest went to. Some people were left as response teams that time for 3 months, and they never got paid a dime. And they are still here. If you investigate, you'll get to know. Now, why are we saying this? Because the same people are still there. Now they don't have that access, and they are sabotaging our system. For them, things should not work. To them, things should fail. To them, things should not work, irrespective, because they don't have their way to get access to these funds. This is the frustration I must tell you I am facing as health minister in this country. That's why I say this country, being a health minister this COVID time, is probably the most difficult work. They go to the media and make allegations without verifying. They hear 1 or 2 things, not knowing what the story is about. They go and fabricate. Instead of us to concentrate on the work to defeat COVID, we have to now debunk their lies so that the people know what the truth is. We have a bad system where we have people, middle-level people, who have been spending monies in here, building homes that 3, 4, 5 big-story buildings in town in this ministry, they are there. We have people who go around to border points because they position people there to be collecting little fees from them every weekend. Now we remove those people. We said, no, you are not good for the health sector. You are not good for those places. They are very angry because to them, Dr. Samate came to destroy their way of life. So they are up in arms and doing all kinds of havoc, undermining us because they have grievances. Now, I'll give you an example, a very sad example. If a former minister could call a program manager as recent as 2-3 weeks ago to say to him to send him fuel coupons, then we have a problem in this country. So that means when those people were there, what would they have done when they were in charge of those resources? Now that they are not even there, they are saying, program manager, do you have fuel coupons to send to me? So this is the reality in our country, and it is sad. So this is why we have a big battle to do. So, but the allowance payment is ongoing, and we are certifying. We've brought them all so that we go around to see how soon they can be paid. Thank you. When it comes to intersectoral collaboration, we're collaborating with the police, we're collaborating with the security forces, the Ministry of Defense, and all other parties. It had been difficult initially, but the Cabinet Subcommittee has brought us all together, and that has been helping us very well. Now, there's also the appointment of a COVID-19 response coordinator, one gentleman, Mr. Senghor, whose role is to coordinate these activities so that when the security forces need something, it goes through him and he knows who to contact. If they need protective gear, he knows who to contact so that they facilitate that. We believe that is essential. Training. Training has been ongoing in all the regions. It is still ongoing. There is still a lot to cover with regards to what to do. Most of the frontliners have been trained now, but we're training all the other people, the community health workers equally, and the partners are helping very well in the coordination of the training. Madam Speaker, distinguished National Assembly members, the COVID-19 pandemic is real. It is of great concern in the Gambia. I think sometimes when Allah helps people, or when their efforts are yielding results, then they become complacent. They think, after all, even if we didn't do anything, it would have been like this. I think that's what we are having in the Gambia. Because if we don't pray for that, but if people were dying in communities, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other, probably we will say, hey, this is real. But we don't want to see that. We certainly do not want to see that. We appeal, and I add my voice to the Justice Minister to appeal. You have the authority, you have the power to support government to make this our collective fight a success. The people of this country look up to you, and we certainly look up to you to give us, I would still have said, the 90 days, but we leave it to you because we remember what I initially said was probably a lockdown. These new cases we got, if at all we had robust systems, if people were abiding, probably they wouldn't have suffered. But we are very concerned because COVID is now in the community. When it will blow up, it will explode, we don't know, but we sincerely appeal to give this a strong consideration. I hope in this speech I was able to answer the questions of most people, lumped together though, but if there's any, then we'll be willing to answer. Once again, I thank you for your indulgence. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, may I now put the question, honorable members? It has been moved and seconded that this honorable assembly, we've already taken that. Oh, that was already done. Very well. We now take the interventions, and any honorable member who wishes to take part may do so. I think the table office already had a list. But please, I am appealing. This is Ramadan, and we did not expect that we would be sitting today, Saturday, and we have a big challenge with regards to catering. Sorry, the microphone is on. Thank you. As a result, we could not get in touch with the caterer to provide the iftar. So please, I am appealing to honorable members. Yesterday, we had ample opportunity, and today, to make our interventions, our concerns known to the authorities vis-à-vis the issue of the extension and the regulations. So please, let us not repeat what has already been said. Let us bring up new issues, be concise, to the point, and then we'll take a decision. I'm just appealing. I don't have the powers to stop anybody. I'm not even attempting to do that. But let us be just reasonable, taking into consideration what has transpired yesterday and today up till 4:15. Please, I am appealing. So now I take the list. So can we, just let me have your tag, see your tag so that I just compare my list. Let's see. Yes, yes, yes. Jara Central was on your list, yes.
Let's proceed. I know that so that time.
Yes. Or do we agree on limiting the time? Yes, let's give how many minutes each? 2. No, let me be fair. Let me allow the vice chair of the chair of the Standing Orders Committee to propose, table a motion, move a motion, giving us time.
Well, Honorable Speaker, I move that we speak for 3 minutes per person.
Sorry, any seconder? Yes. Sorry. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Minority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I write to second the motion.
Counter motion, Madam Speaker.
Motion, vote against it. It's as simple as that. Yes. Nowhere in the standing orders. Just vote against it if you disagree. It has been moved and seconded that we allow honorable members to speak for 3 minutes. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. So at least I think that will give us enough time to. Yes, honorable member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also talk on the motion that is before us, which is to adjust or to extend the state of public emergency to another 45 days.
Just by way of guiding, the preamble will take up your time.
Exactly.
So just go to the point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I strongly support the motion because by going through the information given to us by the Honorable Minister for Health, from 3,000 per day at peak, without social distancing, and to 1,600 per day at peak with observing social distancing. Honorable Speaker, you can see the variations, the large variations in between these two numbers. So this, Honorable Speaker, would tell you that it is very obvious that we need to extend the state of public emergency so as to maintain the social distancing and also to go by the recommendations of the WHO and the health authorities of the Gambia. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I would like to take my seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Basse.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Let me refer members to page 5 of the motion. So the last paragraph. So in order to enable the government continue to provide effective leadership in these national preventive efforts, the government must, but given a margin of appreciation in deciding the measures it wishes to adopt, the duration and the timing. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to put emphasis here on duration and timing by giving my support for 45 days for a reason. As National Assembly members, we shouldn't be afraid to give 45 days because other sections of the Constitution has given us the power that if you analyze the situation is not normal, we have the power to revoke the duration that we have given to them. So therefore, I would like to urge members that we go for 45 days. And secondly, Honorable Speaker, I want the Honorable Minister to consider these observations when responding in our recommendations. And
1 more minute as per your motion.
Okay, anyway, let me not go into that because so many observations. I support the motion for 45 days. Thank you.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me also join my colleague to thank the Minister of Justice for presenting this motion to extend the motion of public emergency for 45 days. Honorable Speaker, there is no doubt the issue of 45 days, the issue of 90 days does not matter much. We are living in a very serious situation. And I think government is coming with these ideas, definitely to protect the people, but not to punish anybody. Honorable Speaker, I just want to make, because during the debate, people are trying to compare the issue of Lumo and market. You see, all the Lumos in this country, where you have all the Lumos in this country, they are at the border. You can start naming them from here up to the other end. They are either close to the border. They are either close to the border, starting from here. All the villages and towns that are having Lumos, they are very close to the Senegalese border. Or else, if the Lumo is happening in Senegal, the village is very close to Gambia. So you can name all of them. So opening these Lumos, you know, you are definitely invited cross businessmen to come from Senegal and from Gambia, combined together. So we must be very careful with the Lumos. Kerr, Kaur, Wasu, Sarengai, Jaren, Brikamba, all these towns are very close to the border in Senegal. If
1 minute, Lumo.
That means that Senegal is coming. Honorable Speaker, you are giving me, okay, I give myself 1 minute, no problem. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the rate this infection is going, it's definitely alarming. I just have some figures here yesterday. Worldwide, 4,368,631. Today, 4,483,864. That's 115,000 increment. You look at the dead, these are the ones which are affected. The dead, 303,825, 298,664, 5,100 almost every day. So this, Honorable Speaker, this situation is very alarming. On that note, Honorable, my colleagues, please let us listen to our experts who are the executive. Whatever they bring us to us here, it is to the interest of the nation. I don't think it will be a detriment to the Gambian people. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Nyani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. A lot has been said. For my case is, yes, let's stop the Lumos. For the Lumos, it's quite well for people to do the Lumos because they are at the borders. But why not we have an internal market? That is the Lumos, so that they can able to protect the borders. Then we can able to do our business internal. Because if you can see at the market, such like Brikama or Serakunda, the population in the market is more than the Lumos. So I think why not we just consider only the internal business in various Lumo sites. Secondly, my take is that why not still now about the prayers, we still leave the mosque so that they can do their prayers because the time factor is just too small. So on that note, for the number of days, that is not important. We can go to 45, but here our problem also, as the minister said,
the testing side, the isolation side is not within my constituency, like Same Nyani area. And going to Bansang or Kauru is very far. Looking at Janjambura crossing ferry, it will take you by 8 o'clock, you cannot cross until 12 o'clock. After 12, you will not cross until 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, the distance is, and the ferry, if it doesn't have more than 5 or 6 vehicles, it cannot cross. So my people always have a problem in the ambulance when they are going to Bansang Hospital. So for that note, let the minister consider the testing or the isolation center in our area, because in the report there is no isolation center. And going to Bansang is always a problem. If they don't able to cross at the ferries, they have to go up to Bansang. At the end, they will go there, they say the ferry is not working. So on that note, I have no objection with the 45, but let's think over the mosque and other.
Thank you very much. Sami.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We all want to protect our people. There is nobody who don't want his people to be protected. Honorable Speaker, the regulation, I have concern for the regulation, particularly the markets. How can the markets here be open and the rural areas? Let us strengthen our borders internally. Let us do that, so that our people also can go to the market, can go to the lumos and solve their problems. But we cannot allow this here. The market operates and the rural areas, they are not observing any markets. Honorable Speaker, that is not fair. Let us observe that. And the prayers time also, let us open the mosque and strategize. Let us try and do that. With correct regulations, people will be able to go and pray. Let us do that, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, that's what I want to say, because most have been said. But the lumos and the mosque, let us open them with strict, control. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Banjul South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Like I always say, I will always support the extension of a state of an emergency, provided that the regulations are very strict and they look after not only the health issues, but also the livelihood of our citizens. But Madam Speaker, we approved the initial state of emergency nearly 45 days ago. That was to give the government the time to lay the grounds in preparation of coping this COVID-19. But Madam Speaker, all I have seen, to be honest with you, is unnecessary expenditure by this government. Madam Speaker, I will give, for example, hotel accommodation. In the initial 500 million that was given, hotel accommodation alone accounted for 34.6%, which was up to $14 million, Madam Speaker. That is exorbitantly high and unnecessary. Madam Speaker, what I was expecting was to see medical and hospital expenditure, which was only 352,000 compared to 14 million in hotel accommodation and 5.5 million in allowances. Madam Speaker, how can you pay for that amount in hotel accommodation and in allowances and not cater for medical and other specialist expenditure? I think if we are saying that we are trying to curb COVID-19, Madam Speaker, we need to look at the livelihood and the health aspects. Madam Speaker, why are we concentrating on quarantine? Why are we concentrating on hotels? Are we making money out of it? Because for me right now, it is the time to take care of our people and to ensure that their livelihood, they are alive and well, Madam Speaker.
You have 1 moment.
Okay. Madam Speaker, like I said, I will support the 45 days request, but we need to ensure that, Madam Speaker, they take care of our people. I would even support a total lockdown, Madam Speaker, but provided that they stop this unnecessary expenditure and are accountable and transparent to the Gambians. Thank you.
Very much. Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And then I just want to emphasize this is an issue of health. let us listen to the expert advice. If it was finance, if it was security or whatever, we listen to those. Please let us listen to the respect and listen to the expert advice. If not, we will run into trouble. That's my honest opinion and my advice. Let us listen to the advice from the Ministry of Health and adhere to it. They are here to help us. They are our brothers and sisters, for God and heaven's sake. But also members are speaking like this is something which they have an expert on. Please. Sorry. Okay, Honorable Speaker, just to emphasize on the importance of the state of public emergency, this is just to give a room for the implementation of the state of the regulations. If not, no need for that. If there is no state of emergency, we cannot implement any regulation. And these regulations are in accordance with this, the expert advice, as I said. Let us give them that room so that we can implement this and protect our population and everybody. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. My intervention will not be. My intervention will go to the media personnel, because yesterday I have been looking to QTV yesterday. I saw on their publication that National Assembly they adopt 45 days. Which was not even laid by the Honorable Minister yesterday. Giving out false information, they will also trigger the citizens down there into being more afraid on the issue that is on false information. Please let them also be mindful, because people are listening to them. The entire citizens cannot come to the parliament here. They are the ones who get the chance to come here. When distributing information, they give accurate information and correct information for that matter. Thank you very much.
You were not here the last time, but you were on the list, and together with Honorable Member for Fonyi Brevet. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let us remind ourselves that the focus is how to contain the spread of COVID-19. And going by the Honorable Minister's presentation suggests we have a serious threat at hand. Therefore, it is important that we preach what we believe and believe in what we preach. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I therefore support the extension for a further 45 days to allow the executive to do the necessary arrangements, and then please let them make sure they act quickly and let them ensure the proper and efficient implementation of the regulations to serve the interests of the populace.
Honorable Member for Ilyasa.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And ask me personally, I didn't support this 45 days. And I am warning, if the Assembly has agreed to have the 45 days, on Thursday I'll go to my provinces and I'll send my people to start praying. Because you can't be sitting down in this National Assembly almost about 90 days without praying at the mosque.
Point of order.
I'm not speaking, I'm not giving you any point of order. I'm not giving you any chance. You better sit down. You better close your mouth. I'm not doing anything. On Thursday, I'll be going to provinces. On Thursday, I'll be going to provinces and start campaigning. Let people start praying at their mosque. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Bundung-Kakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry. May I just appeal? I observed that honorable members are just leaving the chambers after making their interventions. Please let us ensure that we stay and take a vote. If we are asking outsiders to stay, strangers, we should lead by example. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for giving me the chance. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I heard from the Minister of Health, my position was not to go in for any extension. But hearing from Honorable Minister of Health, I think I will change my position slightly. Honorable Speaker, we are going in this state of public emergency for a purpose. to safeguard our people. There is another side of the coin that we should always look at. If we are putting this, coming with regulation, is to help our people. But if the regulations, if the COVID is not killing people, and the regulation are affecting people, then we need to look at it properly. If the livelihood of people are cut off, and even if they are sick, they cannot go to the hospital to pay for their medical expenses, they are dying, and COVID is not killing them, then that side also needs to be looked at. That is my position. Because that was not the case. So now I think the executive need to come up with a comprehensive regulation that will look into these two sides, so that all what we are saying is to safeguard our people, to make sure that they will not die. This is why we are here, this is why we are making these laws, this is why we want to extend. And to extend it to 45 days, I still think that is too much. That is my position. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I want to observe. Please, I want to observe.
Asked for, you should have made the observation whilst he was on his leg, and then he would have allowed you or disallowed you.
I'm
but
sorry.
Without that, it's a point of order.
It's about the parliament. The member for Ilyasa informed us by Thursday he is going around the country informing people, go and pray in the mosque, which is contradicting what we are doing here. So it's a statement made in the parliament. If at all we agree with him, yes. If at all we don't agree with him, let him withdraw the statement from the floor of the parliament.
I have a right. I have a right to voice my opinion, and you have not to condemn me.
Exercise decorum. Order, please. Honorable Member for Ilyasa, can you please take your seat? We're not quarreling. We're not enemies here. Please, let's be polite in our discourse. Let's exercise decorum. We are asking for decorum. It should start with us. Please. Thank you. Honorable Member for Sandu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, definitely I have an issue with the restriction of public transportation emergency powers. That is, if you look at the public transport number 5, the rider of a motor bicycle. So still now I have an issue with this. I don't know how the Justice Minister, together with Interior, can help our people. Because you cannot ascertain in a community where there is no nurse, and if the person is sick, the person needs to be transported from that community to maybe Basse or Diabubu. Still now police officers will be on the way chasing them. So definitely we have an issue with this. So I don't know how they can help us with this. And also, Honorable Speaker, the Lumos issue, definitely it's true that we definitely need to observe social distancing. But also, the people, the move of the Muslim states, the government intention is to provide adequate food. But we know, again, there's 84% of the population who benefit from what they have just provided. And yet still some communities did not even receive. So it's also another issue. For left to me alone, definitely I will only approve between 0 and 14 days.
Honorable Member for Birkama North. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I indicated, this time around, I will be dilating on the regulations. I recommended that the extension is necessary based on reviewing the regulation and recommend for necessary amendment to the minister. I will begin with the restriction on open markets and shopping areas. The minister did justice to inform us to the extent of the implementation of the regulations. To some extent, we have some shortcomings, but to some, there have been implementation as he indicated. Now, on this particular regulation, there have been amendments. However, the issue of social distancing in the markets, yes, that is essential, but the enforcement of that, and then the person trading in food products in any market shall serve one customer at a time, that is lacking in the markets. I will not recommend for the amendment of that particular regulation, but the enforcement to be very much strengthened. And then on the timing for the opening of the markets for the food sellers from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m., and then for the others from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. What I observed, most Gambians don't go to the market at 6 a.m. Usually, the rush hour is between 9 to 10 to 1 p.m. That means the people are compelled to rush at the market, and that created the room for congestion at the market. Instead of to decongest, it should be better we open the market. Let's say the market can be opened from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Generally, let the market be open from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. What makes the market to be congested are those small traders who usually don't have stalls. They squat anywhere in the market. They can be relocated to a field so that the stall can be open, and then the people can now no longer be congested in the market. But the timing creates the people to rush, and then they rush, there is congestion in the market. What we are after, as far as the regulations are concerned, is to create a social distancing. But this is not assuring the social distancing. Let's open the market generally from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and relocate other stores that are temporary stores to a safe place so that they can also create room for the market not to be decongested. That's the recommendation I'll make on that. And then the other one, we are about to face one tail as far as Tobaski is concerned, and that has to be taken into consideration. Korite is concerned. Usually, the market is decongested because of the one tail. Now, in order to avert that, temple market can be created for the one tail to take place instead of at the original market as at now, because they have started the one tail and then the congestion is still there. The next regulation will be...
I think your time is up, Honorable.
Allow me on the regulation.
No, everybody would say allow me. No.
Then one more.
No, please, Honorable, your time is up. No, please, your time is up. Honorable Member for Central Badibu. Central Badibu, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let's be fair.
Madam Speaker, the nation is at crisis. And I, for one, am not supporting the motion. And my reasons are as follows. The 45 days of state of emergency that we have declared here, if you look at the assessment, caused great loss to the economy of this country. And Gambia being a developing country, we need resources. We don't have anything. If we continue with this state of emergency, how do you expect government and private sector to make money? Madam Speaker, the second point is unemployment. How many people are laid off because of the emergency? So if you should continue for 45 days, how do you expect those people to make survival? Madam Speaker, if we are not careful, it could lead to social unrest, because the way and the manner the vendors or the people who sell at the market are treated, there could be a kind of a social unrest if the matter is not managed well. Because women were arrested in Farafenni, taken to the police station, and they were mishandled. This is an information that I want you to understand. The other point is, how many people are under stress right now? They are not mentally okay. They are in house because of this COVID. The stress is getting higher and higher every day. How many people are not going to the hospital because of COVID-19? Do you understand? So, Madam Speaker, me, I'm not in for it, and I have my other recommendations that I want the government to consider. That is to provide kits for the frontliners and to ensure that their balance allowance is paid. The frontliners. The second recommendation that I want us to do is let the institution and the families to continue to promote hand washing and the use of sanitizers. And I think, you know, it's wrong to say Gambians are not respecting the laws, Gambians are not responding. If you go to every house or every home, people put buckets there to wash their hands. So it's the manner and the way we communicate to them. So it's wrong, you know, all the time we are blaming Gambians and particularly youths. Madam Speaker, furthermore, voluntary testing should be promoted and it should be decentralized in the whole country. Madam Speaker, the other one is timely delivery of the relief package. That's another thing. People are hungry. It's survival versus sickness. Madam Speaker, to put money for construction of storage facilities, you know, barns and silos, vegetable growers, they need it. And women's vegetables need to be bought. Must be open. Madam Speaker, I'm not in for the motion. That's my contribution.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Honorable Member for Kantora.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. People need to understand that we are not in a...
Sorry, Honorable Busumbala, the list is here. Almost everybody is there, but we all cannot speak at the same time. We have to take our turns. Kantora.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. People need to understand that we are in a very unusual situation. Even going by the acronym, this state of public emergency, it shows that business is not as usual. We are faced as a nation with an unforeseen circumstances, therefore need a special approach to adequately address this pandemic. And members also should know that it's against the standing orders to impose motives. If you are religion, you can keep it to yourself. Nobody is actually canvassing or advocating that people should not go and pray or mosques should be closed permanently. I did reiterate that if there is possibility for further engagement with the Supreme Islamic Council and the Christian fraternity to see how best they could come in terms of giving a recommendation on distancing themselves within their mosques and churches, that could be adopted. However, it's really unfair to impose motive as if we are not Christians or we are not Muslims. So it's very improper for one to impose motive. However, I think I want to refer the House to the transport emergency to allay the fear of my honourable member on the restriction on motorcycle. It went further that said that a rider of a motorcycle shall not carry any passenger on his or her motorbike, except in case of health emergencies. So there is a reservation, a savings there, that on these circumstances, you could be allowed to do that. And I also want to stand very much to make sure that I support the 45 days, knowing fully the highly contagiousness of this virus, and knowing fully that the country did not really reach at its peak period. So therefore, we should not be too much complacent and then do otherwise. I want to seize the opportunity to thank and also sympathize with the Health Minister. What is going on is really unfortunate, but we stand resolute behind him to make sure that we all fight this cause together. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you very much. Busumbala.
Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I give my support to 45 days based on some points that I want to put across. Madam Speaker, the past 45 days, the problem was enforcement and adherence to the regulations. This was our problem. So I am going to give the suggestion to the government. Now, because people believe that, as we said, some believe that this does not exist. Some find it very difficult to observe social distancing. And then bottom line to that is the low rate of sensitization. I want the government to involve every stakeholder, be the politicians, be the youth leaders, be the decision makers in the communities, to engage them and have discussion with them so that all of us can have a say in sensitizing our people. Madam Speaker, I want to go to the regulation of closing of schools. Yesterday I said it here, I want to repeat it again. Until I give a scenario. Education is just like a step. A step has to go, another step comes in. As the case is now, the education sector is finding it very difficult because if nothing is done, next year is going to be so congested that ones in the houses cannot have space in the school. So I want to suggest if the regulation could be revised to allow the grade 9s, that are the peak transitional class of this education system, to come to school, and then they have more ample time, more ample space. There they can observe social distancing and have their lessons so that they can sit to their grade 9 exams, and then they could be able to transit to grade 10, and grade 12 too could also be transit to colleges and high schools. And also a mosque. We've done consultation. Greater percentage of Gambians are not against the state of emergency because it's clear to them that state of emergency is not a lockdown. So it's just giving the power to the government to come up with regulations and policies at the time to respond to emergencies. So, but their problem now is, greater percent is the closure of mosque. I want to suggest, because that's the report we get from the people, if it is possible, you also revise.
1 minute more.
Yes, in that you involve these people to open mosque, and then to observe social distancing in mosque and give them time. You know, the calling of prayers and the like, if you involve them, they will give you ideas how best the mosque could be open and then this social distancing could be observed in it. Madam Speaker, my last point, so my honorable colleague mentioned it here, dissemination of wrong information is one problem of this COVID-19. I think the media personnel should help us very keenly to be able to disseminate factual information about anything about COVID-19. It's a problem, it's disheartening. Some radios are broadcasting wrong information about COVID-19 and then case to Honorable Minister. My last point will be that I want to feel with you and we are with you.
Thank you.
Gambians know, the genuine Gambians know what we are doing, but others will talk bad against you. Please do your job. Thank you
Can we
very much.
respect the chair, please? Your time is up. Thank
This
you.
is not
Honorable
fair.
Member for Serekunda West. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Extension without enforcement of regulations is only increasing hardship on our people. I will not, and I have not, and I will never ever support any extension without proper regulations. What is happening now is our market vendors are suffering, our commuters are suffering, our religious peoples are suffering. I object totally to the extension because the last 45 days was not put to best use. The first 45 days was given with scrutiny. Unfortunately, whether fortunate or unfortunately, our special cell committee was given chance to do that. They have come with a report. They have come with very good information and more information. And they recommended 21 days. Even that 21 days is not, I don't accept it. Much more 45 days. We are putting this country into more problems because the fact is that COVID-19 is a reality. But the measures that we are taking are not proper measures because we are not enforcing the regulations. State of emergency goes with regulations. If you have your state of emergency, you cannot regulate, then it's meaningless. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Birkama Tumana. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I think I am not also going to support, or if I'm going to support, I will support 21 days, but not 45 days. And again, I am also asking this Parliament to make sure that we allow the people to use their masajids to go and pray, because the minimum number of people that is needed to perform a Juma prayer, according to some Islamic teachings, is 3 people. So if if people are grouped in markets doing their normal businesses in the market, so why not we allow the people to also go to the mosque to do their Juma prayers? And again, looking at the Essential Commodities Emergency Power Regulation 2020, I want to say this again. You have the list of items or the price ceilings for essential commodities: rice, sugar, chicken, whole chicken, eggs, meat, and stuff like that. So the price attached to them, I want the minister to look into that, to make sure that, you know, the price, looking at the amount of fuel that has now dropped down, so that, you know, they also look at the price too. It should have reflect on the price too. And the other thing is, that is the lumos. I mean, we have a state of emergency, and right now all the borders are closed. So we make sure that, you know, let the police be there, but make sure that the people go and use their lumos. I mean, they cannot have their produce in their hands. They are perishable goods. So if they cannot go to the lumos and sell these goods, how are they going to sell them? Or is the government going to pay for those produce? So let us look into that dimension. Otherwise, I mean, the people that produce these goods, I mean, their time, their energy, and their resources, it's just going to, everything will just go in vain like that.
Minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I think, let me just stop here. The other ones, I will leave them.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are told that measures must be reasonably justifiable to deal with COVID-19. That's why we are here. Honorable Speaker, it is very clear from the Minister that accountability is a problem and he needs to be assisted. And that is precisely why this special project account must be properly governed by the very provisions that exist in the Public Finance Act. So the Minister should act, should be reminded of Section 36, should be reminded of Section 34, should be reminded of Section 8. The Minister has all the powers, all the level of building of that Directorate of Internal Audit to ensure that really procurements are done in the right way and all ministries are properly supervised. If need be, these accounts would be put under strict scrutiny. We would not want to see again this type of scenario where they'll come to us and talk about their relation with IMF. This is a long-standing relation. We would want, if we extend, and we should extend, the responsibilities of our committee so that we know exactly the relationship between the IMF, the World Bank, and the Gambia government. Honorable Speaker, the issue of COVID-19 is about the health sector building up its whole architecture. And I've heard it, but the actual process of screening, the actual process of observatory being established, and the actual process of actually treatment, this should be integrated. The next time we want an integrated presentation of what is done, how much has been spent, how many people are being catered for. It is absolutely essential that we have this in our face in order to know what we have achieved. The past 45 days, we don't know what we have really achieved. It's scattered, it's there. We have to search for it. Next time, they should come and tell us concretely how much they have spent, how much are they getting, what issues, challenges are they facing. Honorable Speaker, the issue of 100,000 people being laid down out of work, what do we do with them? That needs to come in. 32 million spent in the hotels. Is that really sustainable in terms of the observatory or the quarantine? So it means that monies are being spent.
You have 1 more minute, Honorable.
Yes, monies are being spent and they need to ensure sustainability. Funds will not continue to come. We're expecting a lot from the outside. We're not collecting much revenue. Exportation is down. Where are the funds going to come from? We need to really look at this system and ensure that we have a sustainable system. Honorable Speaker,
you have exhausted
my last word, Honorable Speaker, is that
I think if we allow everybody additional
No, it's not allowed.
We'll take
It's just the regulation on this mosque.
Well,
restriction.
You had a choice to arrange yourself.
Yeah, restriction of public.
No, sorry,
public
your time is up. Thank
in the
you.
mosque. It's better to put it
Thank
in closure.
you.
Please remove that closure.
Thank you,
and put
Honorable
restriction.
Member for Salum. Salum, Upper Salum? No. Thank you. Jimara?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yesterday I talked about this Lumos issue, and I will still continue appealing to my honorable colleague. Let us make sure that these Lumos are reopened. For me, without opening these Lumos, I will not be part of the members to approve these 45 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable nominated member, Jete. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to make a statement on what the Minister of Justice said about how far they have gone or what efforts they have done in relation to the implementation of the regulations. He mentioned that when it comes to the essential commodities regulations, everyone can see that that is being implemented, the closure of the public places that is being implemented. But I just want to draw his attention to the fact that the most important aspect of this fight against COVID-19 is the social distancing. And if we say the Essential Commodities Act is being implemented and the social distancing in the market is not being implemented, it all goes to vain. Because if we close the schools, our kids are not going to school, but I am going to the market and I can contract this virus from the market and come back and give it to the people I live with, it does not make sense. That is why it is very important for us to try to implement the regulations dealing with the markets so that we can guarantee the social distancing. And this government, the executive had 45 days to do so. They had 45 days to decongest the market or at least have a plan on what to do with the crowding in the market. And nothing has been done. So I understand very well, if I was basing my decision whether to allow for an extension or not just on their implementation, I would have said no. But I know it is necessary that we have these regulations ongoing so we can curb the spread of the virus. That's why we are saying we give them 21 days. And in these 21 days, now they have the opportunity again to do what they are supposed to do so we can review and decide whether to extend. The 21 days will give us an opportunity to put them to task to make sure they do this. If we give them an open 45 days, we'll come back to the same thing. They can just sit and relax. The second thing is the compensation.
You have 1 more minute.
The compensation is I've engaged the minister, and it's important that we have a regulation dealing with compensation which will contain the criteria of which businesses are going to be compensated, which employers or employees are going to be compensated. It is very important. If we had that, we wouldn't be having the problem the Ministry of Health is having. There must be a criteria on who and when we should compensate what. Thank you.
Member Ndeyasin, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. To me, information is power. You know, for me, I was somehow skeptical, and I was in a dilemma when we were saying that extension. Because for me, what I saw in the markets, and sometimes in some mosques, because they will call for prayers and people will go in. But despite that, there was this bucket for people to wash their hands. I think washing their hands is really going on. My problem is social distancing. And if we are saying social distancing is from the markets and even in the mosques, I think mechanisms should be put in place. We meet the imams, talk to the mosque committees, to let them know that this is an issue. This has never happened. This is a state of public emergency. It has never happened. Anything can happen to anybody, God forbid. And it is really affecting the whole world. When I was listening to BBC and I heard some people crying that their corpses, they cannot access to their corpses because of COVID-19, that is the time that I am always have concern with this virus. Fellow National Assembly members, let us make sure that putting fuel to fire adds more fire. And that being the case, we should try by all means to make sure that, well, sorry for saying that two wrongs cannot be right. If we say we are not supporting it and the virus spreads, what legacy are we leaving behind? I think these are issues that we really have to put on board. It is true. We are saying that these things that have put in, that is the regulations, Let us try by all means to make sure that we talk about, we are all National Assembly members. People are calling us, telling us their problems. Whatever happens, we can meet the ministers and talk to them. We can meet the executive and talk to them. I think this is the right thing. And if we want to be as mature, sorry for my language, as mature as possible, let us embrace our motherland, the Gambia. I am here for extension, but with reservations, staying with restrictions that we should really follow what these regulations need, not like the previous 45 days.
You have 1 more minute.
Not the previous 45 days, but let us make sure that we come up with criteria. We talk to the ministers, let them know what they should do, and then if we have problems, we talk to them, we call them, we go to their offices. What is stopping us to go to them? Thank you very much. Long live the Gambia.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, yes, I am in for an extension, but I think there are certain things that we also need to promote. The Ministry of Health should really start at least developing a standard of the appropriate mask, so that we cannot make it mandatory now because some people may not have the ability to purchase it. But at least to encourage people, have it standardized, take it to Standards Bureau, they standardize it, and then encourage people to be putting it on. So even in that case, I think the argument is that if you can, the member for Serakunda is the word closure of place of worship, that is restriction of use of place of worship. In that case, they can, as they are going to do the azan, well, if they can maintain a social distancing, putting on this mask, they can come. Let's continue the engagement. But I think that's necessary. Let's promote this, the use of face masks. I think it will help us, and then also promote, continue talking about the need for social distancing. Will we continue the engagement? I think the health workers need to be saluted, those at the front line, the issues of motivation. These are all things that we can continue engaging. They should not be forgotten. They are doing tremendously well, because the other time when the health committee went to the sanatorium, in fact, my heart, I even wanted to cry. When I went there, I saw this doctor on this wheelchair. He was there. People were afraid to enter the sanatorium. They fear infection. But did you see this guy in the middle of the stage standing? So I said, the fact that this man can do this, can stay here, I will go and then, go and engage them. Of course, I'm not committing suicide. I have to do the necessary precautions as they are doing. But this is just to show that people are really at the front line. And they need to be acknowledged, they need to be recognized. Okay, in terms of quarantine, the reason why the sustainability aspect is important, but people who are being confined must have a degree of comfort. I think that's the essence. Because you cannot ask the person to stay, it's not imprisonment. You want the person to voluntarily commit himself or herself. So that's that degree of comfort. Anywhere that can give that comfort, either in a hotel or anywhere, but that's the essence. So let's establish that principle that if we are quarantining somebody, it has to go with all the comfort, the access to the wall, outside wall phone, a Wi-Fi, television, and then, good food, good bedding. This should be the principle. Even if it is in the provinces, let's look for good places so that the person will submit himself to any rule that is in place. So basically, that's what we are talking about. If my 3 minutes is not exhausted, let me emphasize.
No, your 3 minutes is exhausted.
Okay, thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Woolly East. Sorry, is it? Just a second. Yeah, Woolly East, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to say that from the explanation that we hear so far, we are going on the peak. We have not reached the peak. And those who are climbing mountains, do not relax. You must make sure that you are alert. So as a result, we cannot ease the restrictions as of now. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, on the restrictions, I want the borders must be closed. We cannot allow people coming from Senegal and other places. We cannot, if we do that, then we are defeating the purpose. Also, fares must be controlled. The police must be trained on these restrictions so that they'll be able to enforce them. Not only one part of it will be, will be informed to them, but they must be alert on all the other restrictions. Also, Honorable Speaker, motorbikes, I believe if we use masks, motorbikes are the mode of mobility in the provinces. So if you have a motorbike and you cannot carry any other person, it's like the use of it is very small. But we can use masks to carry people, Honorable Speaker. Also, social relief, COVID-19 tanks should be put in places where people have difficulty to get water. For example, the places I've said, Fatou and Nemakunku, places like that. Otherwise, distancing will be very difficult for people to keep in their houses. Also, Honorable Speaker, at the hospital, the Edward Francis Small Hospital, we must be able to encourage people to come to hospital when they are sick, when they have other problems. Let them not think of dealing with only COVID-19, because they said they are dealing with emergency cases only. That should not be enough. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I want to quote this section for human rights purpose. According to Section 36, Section 36(6), in every month during the period in which a state of public emergency is in force and in which there is a sitting of the National Assembly, a minister authorized by the President shall make a report to the National Assembly of the number of persons detained by virtue of or under an act of the National Assembly to which Section 35 refers, and the number of cases in which the authority which ordered the detention has acted in accordance with the decisions of the tribunal as provided in subsection 4. So we don't want a scanty report as we have arrested some, we read the newspaper here, we want detailed report as to people who have been arrested and what is their condition. Thank you.
I don't want to say anything about it. Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji. No? Burkama South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I still want to emphasize my initial argument with regards to enough consultation with the faith leaders. Not only Supreme Islamic Council, but there is this Raudatul Islam and Raudatul Majalis and some imams that can be consulted to at least come out with a way out. How can we strategize to make sure that we use our religious places? They are very important. The spirituality of the people cannot be compromised in our quest to fight against this pandemic. Other than that also, I still want to emphasize the issue of borders, because we are already aware of the rate in which cases are coming from Senegal, and we are surrounded in every aspect. So the machinery here to mount more security at the border post depend heavily on the government. So we are urging government to make sure that if we want to contain this thing, the borders need to be closed in every aspect. So let's try and bring in more motivation to the security aspect of it to make sure that these borders are closed completely. On that note, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any more interventions? 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Yes, Jan Jambure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we debated the first motion, I said it here that the Minister of Health should have prepared a comprehensive report that would decide whether we should extend or not. And I was surprised not to see on the other paper that for him to do that. And he did report, but I don't think that was a professional report, because I think he was just giving time to say anything. But there should have been a comprehensive report to tell us exactly from day one up to today, what had been done. Nonetheless, I want to appeal to him, the minister, for this testing. Honorable Member for Nyani has just said that the Bansang is far away from them and crossing from Janjambure. Why don't you have a testing at Janjambure as the regional headquarters? However, I would also want the Minister of Justice to look at the LUMO, because a lot of National Assembly members are crying over this LUMO issue. Not only that, because we have a lot of our women with a lot of their onions with them as at now that are not sold. So I don't know what can be done about this. The government has to look into this. And my last thing is the closure of borders. We have seen on the television every day the immigration officers, they are doing a fantastic job. If you follow the news on the television, you see them, but they are limited. Transportation is their problem. They need to be assisted. So on that, that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Woolly West.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. We are in a very difficult situation. And I'm not sure whether we know we are in a very difficult situation. The minister said something in his presentation. He said, people look up to us. That I take very seriously. Whatever happens tomorrow, they will not say minister, they will not say president, they will say the National Assembly. I promise you that. That is why we are in a very difficult situation, we members of the National Assembly. It means that we have to be very strategic in what we are doing. The minister has given frightening pronostics. He has told you that you are going towards a peak. That means that you have to be very alert. Anything that enhances the movement towards the peak should be avoided. Anything that makes it possible for you to move toward the peak must be avoided. If you don't, then we are not solving a problem. This is very serious. It is to us that everybody is listening. I promise you that. So it is our responsibility. This is our sole responsibility. Tomorrow it is today and tomorrow is going to be, whatever happens tomorrow, I pray that we all live to see that day. They will say the National Assembly. So please, let us be thinking strategically about what we are going to do. There is no doubt that there is an absolute need for extension. That no one can question that. You need it. Because what has been said here is asking you, telling you, you need monumental preparedness for a day which is coming. And it will not fail.
1 more minute.
Because that's how it has happened in other countries. There are certain things which are making our movement slow, but it is going to go up. So please, let us accept the fact that we need an extension. And we must all tighten our belts to assume that responsibility to work in our constituencies. We speak to our people. We sensitize our people. We educate our people. It is our responsibility. It is not impossible. It is false information which is making it difficult for people to do what they are supposed to do. And we are also adding up to that problem. By the way people speak sometimes in this National Assembly.
Thank you. You move the motion for 3 minutes. Thank you. Yes, Talinding. 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Ma. My submission is I go by the 45 days based on the report given by the Honorable Minister. But I also want to call on all honorable members to be reminded of our oath. Madam Speaker, in as much as we all want to secure our seats and we want to satisfy our electorates, but we should understand that we are all saying that certain restrictions need to be limited to some amount. But for instance, we are saying that like markets, the way they are doing the restriction is not favorable to our electorates. But did we want to stay, those people who are infected now, will we allow them to be in the society, to be with us? We didn't allow them. So why should we allow such to go on? Thank you.
Majority.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I think one of the key things that we need to tell the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Health is to make sure that these regulations that are in place are adhered to. And it needs to be disseminated very well, and the people need to understand why we have these regulations. And I think also it is about time, a lot of people have said about it, that is this compensation or support that they are going to do to the vulnerable members who are affected by this state of public emergency. I think what the government needs to do now is to work with this social department, like the institutions like NAWEC, to have a cost analysis and see how much on an average that they collect from people paying for water and electricity, and reduce these bills and make some gratis for the people so that people can also have easy access in their compound. And I think it is the responsibility. We also need to urge the Ministry of Trade to subsidize the price of rice. We are getting into the rainy season. If we extend this up to another 45 days, it is going to be end of June, beginning of July. What do we have to make sure that the people have enough to eat? Because this food aid that is going to be distributed is going to be finished before the middle of June, even before the end of this month. People are going into Korite and end of Ramadan, so the number of kilos that are given to the people are very limited. So I think it is the Ministry of Trade should make sure that the price of these essential commodities are reduced. And because even the market price that they are given, some of them are not adhered to. So these are issues that we need to look into, and we make sure that this sensitization is done, and then the people understand why we are doing this. The Gambia is not alone in this. As rightly said by the Honorable Minister, I was listening to the report from WHO yesterday. 250 million people in Africa are going to be affected. And this is within this peak period. So it is a very alarming situation, and I think we need to send the message across to the people, but we must work towards compensating the people who are really affected of this COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. May I now call on the honorable ministers who wish to take part before we wind up. So, Health has already responded, I think. Trade, no? Okay. Then Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to thank all the honorable members for their comments and observations and opinion. Let me, Madam Speaker, first of all clarify that lumos are included in the definition of open markets. And so the regulation that regulates the normal standard markets in Banjul and Serekunda are the same regulations that apply to the lumos. It may well be that because the lumos are temporary, they are not everyday markets, we will engage the relevant ministry that has responsibility with the local government authorities to consult further and see how else we can accommodate the exceptional nature of lumos as markets. But the regulations that govern open markets are applicable to the lumos. I will only add that these regulations can be improved, but we need them in place to start with. If we do not have a state of emergency, as the Honorable Member for Upper Salem said, we cannot have these regulations. So you need the state of emergency first, then you can look at the regulations and see how to improve them. We have amended some regulations. They may not be the last amendments. We will continue to engage with the National Assembly and other stakeholders to ensure that the regulations are adjusted and adapted to serve the purpose for which they are being promulgated. If you recall, the first regulation on open markets only allowed those who are selling food in the market areas to open. Now, there was complaint both from the general public and from some members of this August Assembly about the hardship that is befalling on heads of families who have shops that are not selling food in the market, but who've had to close those shops. It's as a result of those complaints that we amended the regulations to allow opening times for those who are not selling food items in the market areas. That comes with consequences, unfortunately. It means more people will now go to the market. It's a difficult situation for everyone. We have to practice social distancing. I agree with all the members who have said so. There is no doubt about it. Without social distancing, we cannot effectively break the chain of transmission. But the government has challenges, particularly its human resources challenges. This is a period when there is high demand on our security services, particularly the police. They have been asked to reinforce several other sectors of government. However, I will share with you, as the chair of the steering committee on security sector reform, that we are not ruling out the use of the army to enforce these social distancing measures. But we want to make sure that when we do, if we do, that the army will be prepared to deal with the civilians in the way that they must. We have already discussed the possibility of developing a standard operating procedure to guide the army in their interactions with civilians. They are not regular police. They have a special training. I'm sure we all know that. But we can't just toss the army onto civilian streets without orientation, without training, without special standard operating procedures in terms of how they will deal with civilians. And that is only because we want to ensure we will enforce these social distancing measures. And they may be applicable in the market areas as well. Because the police feel that if they want to use reasonable force even to enforce social distancing measures in the markets, they don't have the numbers to be able to do so effectively. In fact, they will be overwhelmed. We have had this discussion. I have personally had this discussion with the Minister of Interior. This is what he said to me. And so we are thinking about it. But just because we have not yet successfully achieved that, does not mean we have to surrender all the other achievements that we have had with respect to all the other regulations. It's not a question of all or nothing. Yes, we have succeeded in closing public places, non-essential public places. We have succeeded in protecting food stocks in the country. We have succeeded in preventing re-export. We have not achieved as much success in enforcing social distancing in the market. It doesn't mean we must now throw all of the other achievements simply because we are challenged in one or two. But we will continue to look at how to enforce these measures. It's not going to be easy. The majority of our people, we know, live from hand to mouth, as they say. They walk, gather some money, go to the market to buy food and feed their families. We have to accept that reality. We are a developing country, a poor one, but we have a certain social and communal way of life that will be difficult to change. Some people just go to the market for no reason. They just like being around the market. That's the truth. If we open non-food outlets, then we create room for those who are idle to go and hang around the market. But the reality was some people were suffering as a result. So we are thinking of using the army to enforce these social distancing measures. But we need the time, as I said, to be able to do all of this. I know I have been here since this new National Assembly members were sworn in. I have had personal interactions with some of you. I know that every one of you here in this room means well for this country. It doesn't matter which political party or orientation you're from. We know that. What you say here, whether you agree or you disagree with the government, we know that you say because you have the interests of this country and the people at heart. That is the simple truth. But there comes a time when, as a government, we are called to lead an effort that threatens us as a nation. That is the time when we put aside our political differences, come together as a country. It is what our country expects of us. And so we ask that you give us these 45 days because we think it is what we need to be able to lead the fight effectively against COVID-19 in our country. We're asking you to give us these 45 days as your meaningful contribution to our attempts as a government to save lives. If you do not, then you are abandoning this government at a time when it needs your help the most. And what we do as a result is we risk the unfortunate consequences for all of us and our families and our constituencies for a certainty that is coming. The choice is yours to make. The health trajectory of our country is in your hands now. But I know that you will do the right things. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The mic is on. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and thank you very much, honorable members. May I now put the question, be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do approve the motion to further extend the period of the state of public emergency for 45 days in accordance with Section 34(5)(a)(1) of the 1997 Constitution, and further affirm the period of the public emergency regulations made thereto in accordance with Section 5(2) of the Emergency Powers Act, effective Monday, 18th of May, 2020. But before we just take the vote, honorable members, may I just draw your attention to the fact that as a requirement of the votes is 3/4, I hereby order for the votes to be taken by raising of your constituency tags in accordance with our Standing Order 16.5 to ensure that we have the correct number of votes. We are, yes. Those in favor, please say aye. No, sorry. Yes, sorry. Those in favor, please raise your constituency tags. Those in favor for the extension.
This is not the way.
Sorry. You were not here. We'll take a vote. Honorable Honorable, can you raise your tax if you are in favor of the motion for the extension for 45 days? Please, can you raise your tax if you are in favor?
Those in favor.
Those in favor.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, observation.
No, let's take the votes. Please, can you
Observation, Madam
count?
Speaker.
Look at your standing. Count. Please, can you count?
Observation.
Regulation.
Yes, it's in line with the standing orders. Let them raise their constituency tax.
Yeah, please, can you raise your tax so that we'll do the counting? We start from here.
No, the motion is 45.
The motion said 45 days. It's very clear. The motion, the report was adopted without the recommendations based on a motion moved by Honorable Salah. So, well,
can we observe?
He says he's finding it difficult to count because your tags are not maintained. Can you raise your
Can we observe before you come?
If you are in favor of the motion, can we have your tags?
Observation.
But your ruling will not change. Take one observation. Don't change your ruling.
Tags, please, if you are in favor of the motion for 45 days extension. Please. Is your tag on Janjambure or not? Or I saw you. No, you have to make up your mind. Nobody is forcing anybody. No.
Madam Speaker, what we are saying.
You need to maintain your tag so that he can make a proper count.
There is need to be observation, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, retain your tags. He's counting.
Point of
I am not counting. It's not for me to count.
Still counting.
Yes.
Can you count? That's a difficult.
Honorable members, I am being informed by the table office that some people are not raising their tax properly, so they're finding it difficult.
They need
Point of observation, please.
They need observation.
Point of observation. Honorable, you can.
They are not counted. You cannot force people to raise their tax.
If they don't raise their tax, then mean they are not voting.
Observation.
Just allow him to count, right?
Halifa.
What's your problem?
Halifa Mbai.
Pardon?
Halifa Mbai.
Nobody is raising any time for observation.
Point of observation.
Are you voting or making an observation?
Observation.
I don't think you.
Observation.
Look, you either take votes or you don't take votes. My friend, the tax are up.
Observation. Can I observe? Honorable Speaker,
if they are not taking a decision, let's walk out.
The Constitution is telling us that we can only pass this motion with 3/4 majority of the members of the National Assembly. So we must determine 3/4 of 57 people.
Members
57
present.
members. 3/4 of that
Because that's what.
must vote for this before it passes.
Can we confirm
And
whether
Honorable
it's
Speaker,
membership
what we
members
had,
present?
what we had failed to maintain in the standing orders, which I'm sure we will strive to do, is the roll call. Then you would not have had all these problems. Each member will be called and they will state whether they will abstain, support, or oppose. And then you count, that will be the end. That's what we have failed to inject.
But that's not in the standing orders.
It was in the original one, but I believe that somehow we've
Want to confirm the constitutional provision?
No, I think we have oversighted it. We've oversighted it. But that has always been the rule. And that makes every matter clear, because 3/4 is very difficult to determine.
The provision is for all members of the National Assembly. So what is the membership of the National Assembly? 57. 57. Now we take 3/4 of 57. Mathematician, can you help us? Sandu and...
What about member?
3/4 is 42.
Honorable members, let us make sure that we are all doing the right thing. Now, read your constitution properly. No, not the constitution, the 1997 constitution. Read the section dealing with the state declaration of a state of public emergency.
Section
34, from 34. You can start from subsection 2. A declaration made under this section shall lapse at the expiration of a period of 7 days, or if the National Assembly is not then in session, 21 days, beginning on the day on which the proclamation is published in the Gazette, unless before the expiration of that period it has been approved by a resolution of the National Assembly, supported by the votes of not less than 2/3 of the members thereof. That was the first one. Second, under subsection 3, a declaration made under subsection 1 may at any time be revoked by the President by proclamation, which shall be published in the Gazette. 4, a declaration made under subsection 1 that has been approved by a resolution of the Assembly shall, subject to subsection 3, remain in force so long as that resolution remains in force and no longer. 5, a resolution of the National Assembly passed for the purpose of this section shall remain in force for 90 days or such shorter period as may be specified therein, provided that A, any such resolution may be extended from time to time by a further resolution supported, 1, in the case of a first extension by the votes, 2, in the case of a subsequent extension by the votes of not less than 3/4 of all the members of the National Assembly, but no extension shall exceed 90 days from the date of the resolution effecting the extension. And B, any such resolution may be revoked at any time by a resolution supported by the votes of the majority of all the members of the Assembly. Any provision of this section that a declaration shall lapse or cease to be enforced at any particular time shall be without prejudice to the making of a further declaration under this section, whether before or after that time. So I think the operative or the relevant clause here is 2, subclause 2. In the case of a subsequent extension by the votes of not less than 3/4 of all the members, the emphasis is not mine, it is the Constitution, of all the members of the National Assembly. 3/4 of all the members of the National Assembly. So what is the membership of the National Assembly? And then we take 3/4 to vote in favor. That's my interpretation. I may be wrong. So we have a membership of what? 57. So 3/4 of 57.
56, sorry, it's 56.
Just a second, please, can we take it?
So it's not 57.
My math is not good, so look, I am not taking anything from anybody. Now, I am being informed by the technicians. Please, can we respect the chair? Please. 3/4 of 57, according to the technical staff, is 42. So now, let us take a vote. Those in favor, please raise your tags properly and we take a vote. It's very simple. Thank you. Those not in favor, please raise your tags. Thank you. The ayes have those in favor, 23, those not in favor, 25. So the noes have it, yes, against.
Motion. It's lost.
Yeah, they've lost.
Motion.
No, I'm not taking anything. We vote this, the vote has been taken, a vote has been taken. And we've gone by the provisions of the Constitution.
Motion.
There's nothing that I can do.
Motion. Honorable Speaker, motion. I have a motion.
Motion, please.
I have a motion.
You have a motion under what provision?
53. Yeah. On Section 53, motion without notice. Section 53, motion without notice. My motion actually is to I rise to move a motion for the state of public emergency to be extended for 21 days.
Seconded. I rise to second the motion.
Counter motion.
Madam Speaker, observation. Madam Speaker, observation. Madam Speaker, observation. Observation.
Point of observation. Point of observation. Observation.
The observation, but as I will have to say, one thing I have to say is we have to be very careful. We are not rushing anything because we want to make sure that we follow constitutional provisions. Yes, I'm not ruling out the motion, but let me take your observation. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, this motion was brought by the Minister and it has been rejected. So it's better to consult with the Minister. We could have negotiated in terms of the timing and he would amend his motion and then we will vote on the amended motion. So, but at this time, it is important for any form of consultation to be done with the Minister to see what could be deemed to be the right thing to do.
Further consultation with the Minister, is that what you're saying?
Now, what do you do?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, time.
Yes.
Time. I want us to sit beyond 6.
No, I cannot take yours without taking Birkama North.
Well, I only want.
I am saying, but I know it's a point of observation. What I am saying, Honorable, can you allow me? I am telling Honorable Member for Serekunda West that I cannot take his intervention without taking yours first because you were the first to raise your tie. But then, before I take your observation, I just want to draw. Yes, Serekunda West, the time.
I just want to move, what do you call it again? Motion that we sit beyond 6 because it's almost 6.
Thank you. Second, yes, Jara is.
I rise to second the motion.
Yes, thank you. It has been moved and seconded that we sit beyond 6 o'clock. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. No, thank you. The ayes. All have a look at your section 20, clause 29 of the standing orders. Specifically, Honorable Member for Serekunda, it shall be out of order to attempt to reconsider any specific question upon which the Assembly has taken a decision during the current session, except upon a motion to rescind that decision for which notice must be given. So, if you need to give notice, notice can be given for consultation between the Honorable Minister and the Select Committee, and we reconvene on Monday to take it up. No? It's not for me. I mean, I'm just reading out the relevant.
That is the correct reading.
Can I hear? Have you looked at it? Yes, Fuladu, upper Fuladu.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think, given the circumstances, that's the right course of action to take. However, I just want to emphasize this. as a plenary, we understand that this is coming, and you gave us the task to look into what the minister is coming to present, and we made our resolution or recommendation that we should go with 21 days. So for us to come, and have this problem today, could be avoided if we had not gone by our recommendation as a committee.
Observation, please.
No,
I'm not saying that the plenary doesn't
we'll take 2 or 3 more.
The plenary has a conference.
Honorable Speaker, you see, the motion is from the minister. And the minister said he needs 45 days to carry out a task. We cannot come and pass another resolution and give him days. And if he cannot achieve his goal, he will say, you derailed my process, you sabotaged. Some of us want lesser days, etc. But these are technical things. It is they who brought their motion. So now we have rejected. You must go and engage in consultation, and they will bring back their motion. That is just elementary.
I think at this point in time, we've already taken a decision.
Exactly.
So let us allow the minister to go and come back, taking into consideration the provisions of our standing orders.
Very simple.
There's nothing wrong with it. We've taken a decision. The emergency lapses on Monday. So you have time within which to do your consultations, and we'll come back on Monday. In the meantime, he can do his consultations. Is therefore advised to liaise with the...
No, under 53.
Pardon?
53K. That's up to her to agree.
No, Honorable, I think we've taken a decision.
I think we need to allow
There are some technical issues here. Can we wait? There are some technical issues in as much as a vote has already been taken against the motion, but 18th of May starts Sunday night. Yes, it starts Sunday night, in which case it would have expired. Members, we are not adjourned yet. The Assembly is still in session. The session is still on. We have just voted to extend or to sit beyond 6 o'clock. So please, these are very technical issues. So let us try to see how best we can all sort it out together. This is a very technical issue. Thank you.
Can I say something? Madam Speaker, I think you have already cited the relevant standing orders to that effect. I think you have already cited the relevant standing orders to that effect. You have already cited the standing orders to that effect. You've already cited the standing orders to the effect. that the motion has been rejected. And all that the minister has to do now is to go back and then review and come back again. In the process, if he wants to consult anybody or whoever, that is the problem. But now we can't do anything anymore here.
Say something?
Madam Speaker.
Observation.
It's an observation. You mentioned that the minister should consult the special committee. But if we all, we should all recall that the emergency powers will cease from Sunday night. So in effect, there wouldn't be any special committee anymore because they were, it was established for the duration of the state of emergency. So, yeah.
Monday midnight.
Hello?
Monday midnight.
Observation. Honorable Speaker, I think the minister, I believe the minister should look at the mathematics and help us. I'm sure they must have done that. Section 32 of the Interpretation Act deals with the computation of time. And it says that if the last day of the period is a Sunday or a public holiday, which they are in this section referred to as excluded days, the period shall include the following unexcluded day. So Sunday is never counted in computation of time. And what ought to be done is the legal mathematicians must know that those are the 2 days that are excluded, holidays and Sundays. And this thing started on the 26th of March. And of course, you start with the next day, the 27th. So if all the Sundays and holidays are excluded, that's when we know the exact time of the expiration. So I will suggest that the legal mathematicians work on that and see whether they will still retain the 18th or push it a bit ahead. I think it's left to the
In
legal
fact, that
mathematicians.
became an issue, but there's a proviso in the Interpretation Act. There's a proviso in the, just read further, I think there's a proviso in the Interpretation Act. And
Yes, it says that when any act or proceedings is directed at or allowed to be done or taken on a certain day, then if that day happens to be an excluded day, the act of proceeding shall be considered as done or taken in due time if it is done or taken on the next unexcluded day. Well, that is the essence, that Sunday or public holiday, you do not count. If it expired on a Sunday holiday, then you take the unexcluded the next day, yes. But I think
honorable members want the Honorable Attorney General to shed light on the exclusion or inclusion of excluded days under the Interpretation Act. Because I have my own view, but thank you. I've been made to understand that an honorable member wants to move a motion. Yes? I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move a motion for the state of public emergency to be extended for another 21 days. 21 days on the K. No, on the subsequent K.
I read out the relevant standing order, that it shall be out of order to attempt to reconsider any specific question upon which the Assembly has taken a decision during the current session, except upon a motion to rescind that decision, for which notice must be given. Now, if honorable members want the Honorable Attorney General to consult, then the decision has to be rescinded, and then a motion. You can have a motion under a certificate, not a certificate, but a motion as a matter of urgency for the consultation to take place. But definitely we cannot attempt to reconsider the question. It has already been taken. We cannot do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me make another attempt again. This motion, I want to rise on a motion for our decision using Standing Order 53K, which reads a motion agreed by the Speaker to be a matter of urgency for us to rescind our earlier decision as a certificate of urgency.
No. It's not on top.
No. You cannot manipulate the House, please.
No.
With all due respect, I don't think that would be a proper motion. No, with all due respect, I don't think that would be a proper motion. I cannot advise, but I think, as of now, the proper thing to do is to use 29C and then come up on Monday with a proper motion to rescind the decision of the Assembly, and then we proceed from there. Yes?
Honorable Speaker, we are here, we are trying to find a solution. Can we then all look at together Standing Order 144 that talks about suspension of the standing order? We see if we can find a way out.
Let the House, please. Please.
A solution has already been found. So
Decision is taken, it's binding. It is binding. Once a decision is taken, it's binding. We cannot rescind that. So let's come back on Monday. It's very simple.
Yeah, that's the final decision, ma'am.
Yes, we'll come back on Monday. It's very simple.
Simple. That's urgent.
Yes, so be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned till Monday, the 18th of May, 2020 at 10 a.m. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. This Assembly now stands adjourned till Monday, the 8th. Please, the session is still on. The quorum, please, Honorable Member for Banjul North. Thank you. The Assembly now stands adjourned till Monday, the 18th of May, 2020 at 10 a.m. prompt. And I thank you all for your